Well, that's live. All right. Way to go. Yeah, I decided to wait until the last minute. At this point, I'm gonna end it at about 6 p.m. Maybe that's probably gonna be 7. Let's be real. It's gonna be 7. But yeah, Crimbus. Holy shit! I almost didn't get in the new year. Right. I'm still in the midst of setup. Let's hope these controllers are charged enough. They're not, I can almost assure you. Crimbus. Ah! Alright. Right. That's good. That's good. Yeah, good enough. Okay. I need to hit right card. Think that does it? Okay, great. Also, I gotta turn on audio.
I'm here with author and magician Penn Gillette. Penn, we're talking today about your work with various simulators. Yeah.
The bus. Alright. Here we are once again. Fucking hell. Just me, or is the glass melting a little more this year than it should? It's weird because everything else is just fine. We get like an Unreal update or something and the guys just haven't updated Desert Bus. Well. CHRIMBUS. At least I'm on the way to the new year. If this weren't a year for procrastinating. Just gonna deal with that the whole way? I feel like I shouldn't, but also, what else am I gonna do? Trying to think of what I could even do to fix that at the moment, and this seems like it is the glass wibbling, right? Yeah. That's, you know, I think we're just gonna have to deal with that. How far away? Wait a minute. Okay. I'm actually going to stop the bus to try this one. Good gravy, there are not very good brake. Well, I guess I'm just releasing the accelerator rather than actively braking, but okay, come on. Decelerate, let's go. Alright. Would be massively uncomfortable, but theoretically... Okay. The game does at least attempt to stop me from going through. I wonder how quiet the mic is, because it is a bit further away. Just up the gain. Just a little bit. Make sure it's pointing leaned on the horn. Okay. Yeah, I guess just get comfortable and deal with the glass. Yeah, no, the glass is trying to keep up with the bus and it's not exactly working all that well. Hold on, does the bus... It very slowly drifts to the right. We're still good, right? I honestly just gotta baby it until it actually stops. Okay. I'm going to pop over and do a couple other settings here, because... Yeah, well... We'll see. Okay, that's going pretty decently. I believe I am the only viewer right now. Oops. Wait, what am I doing? Hold on. No, I'm misclicking everything at the moment. That needs to be... See, this is trying to be a music player. Like, hey, let's actually play the, you know, music in a variety of different ways. I don't know. I don't think you quite understand what I want to do. Quick. This is really weird doing this with my... Okay. That. And then loop that forever and don't give me anything else except this. Because I'm a madman who I guess will listen to this song for the next hour. Oh, there was that new Noisecore Christmas album that I might have to do that in a while. However, we're not even 10 minutes into this, so let's try and get a couple miles. Are we already 2.5 miles, or is that... Screw it. Pursuit of the welcome relief of one's work being done. At least for this year. I find myself driving into the sun. Sun's over there, though. Reaching above four square on I actually do have that. Swinging it down, try to block the orange ball of sweaty white light in my eyes. It will run as I find myself driving into the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along. Nope. I will not be... Guess you can't really interact with those. Oh well. Had to give it a try. I find myself driving into the sun. All right. Sinking too quickly, it ducks down below.
lift in my seat, urging my neck to grow, while between mirror and pleather my vision near none.
Is the light green or red? All I see is the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better.
At least I can squint as I stumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun.
'Cause I find myself driving into the sun. I feel like I should say extra life things because I did that earlier this year on game day and was massively successful. Hit the goal. It's up on top there. And this is just kind of it's not even a continuation, I just throw it up there because I've already got the settings done. You know, the number of years I've done this and I still haven't memorized how many miles you go. 8 hours at 45 miles per hour, so 3/4 of 60 miles per hour. What's 60 times 8 is, oh boy.
As I find myself driving into the sun, well, alright, it has
48. If it was 60 miles per hour, it'd be 480. So 3/4 of that. It's 120 per quarter, so it's 360 miles, right? We've gone 5. Progress. Controller's already looking wobbly, and that's not super. The glass is looking wobbly. Not as wobbly as I thought it would be, though. It got a little better. It's not doing super, though. That's some kind of visual bug. That's gonna bug me the whole 8 hours, ain't it?
turning a corner on my short commute.
This is not a short commute.
North to west in the friendly
maybe it is. I don't know.
the welcome relief of one's work being done. I find myself driving.
Can I sit here in the silence of myself and be entertaining to an audience of me? As far as I can tell, I don't know. You know, there's all kinds of like streamer tools that I could be using right now, and honestly, I've got an open, not really an open TeamSpeak, where people who I know can probably find me if they need to. But I think I'm still on push to talk, which really, I should have that foot pedal down here for that, but oh well.
It has to get better, at least I can squint as I tumble.
I'm trying to think if yeah, I'm still, technically still mid-setup. Yay, 6 miles. 354 to go. Oh boy. Yeah, on the occasional year, I have like a plan going into things, and this time I forgot until the last day. So, well, I didn't forget until the last day. I had a myriad of activity. Well, okay, so like a month ago when I was planning my December, I forgot that this would have to be shoved in there somewhere. And honestly, there were a couple of days earlier in the week that I really should have done this, but oh well.
All I see is the sun. Well, alright.
It has to get better, at least I can squint as I stumble along.
I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun.
'Cause I find myself driving
into the sun.
Yeah, I really need to like adjust the eye bits here. I need to actually like put the things on my hands. I probably need to go find rubber bands because I don't know, I'm gonna give myself carpal tunnel having to hold down the triggers for 1, the accelerator, and 2, holding onto the wheel. Oh, did I? Yeah, I'm not hearing any motor noises. Hold on, I forgot to switch back to the in-game audio. Yeah, in years past, I have at least 1 or 2 plans to pass the time, and today I don't, so I might talk about hockey. Seeing as I've been to 2 hockey games in my entire life, and one of them was yesterday. Oh boy, try not to look at the Omicron numbers. Oh man, just wash your hands. Just wash your hands again. Alright. Should also probably... Right, there we go. That's some audio. But I need to make sure that... Yeah, alright, make sure I still got my kbps on screen, make sure I got that on screen. I got 2 monitors to deal with, because I'm usually a 3-monitor kind of person, and, yeah. I gotta get rid of one of the monitors to put it on my face, essentially. So here we are, monitor on face. Alright, but that looks like that's all good. Alright, bus noises. No corners, no short commute, but everything else about this song. Do I have to? I do have to beat the horn with the right hand. And probably should have muted the whatever. I've yet to get too far along here, and wow, the glass is getting worse. Actually, I'm probably looking to see if... Yeah, it's all the glass. Alright. What determines whether or not the glass is doing what it's doing? Here's a question. Alright. I already forgot what I was going to do. Oh, right. The phone that is over here should probably be muted or taken away from the microphone. What were you beeping at me? Okay. Alright. Phone issues. I could talk about phone issues. I have like 1, and that is I really should have done things to 5G. Okay. I do not know how to spin the yarn on this one. Like, I'm trying to make this into a story, but it's not a great one. It's just, the former Sprint, now T-Mobile, is upgrading all their shit, and now I really liked my Samsung S8 Active. It was a good phone. I didn't think I'd ever need to replace it, but now they're replacing all the infrastructure that gives it its data. By, I don't know, like March or something, that phone isn't going to work regardless, so... The pains and trials and tribulations of getting a new phone, especially when it's like not a model that you're particularly fond of. They don't make the Actives anymore as far as I can tell, and there isn't like an active replacement. I really liked the design philosophy of I don't really care about the rest of the device, but I want a device that can actually, you can drop it and it won't immediately shatter to 1,000 pieces and can otherwise be used for activities outside, jogging, whatever, like, build quality. Hey, build quality is kind of important. And then a big old battery, because I don't care to charge it all that often. Unless I want to go for a phone made by a tractor company, which I've honestly thought about it. Like, on the list of things that I was going for. That cat phone with the infrared temperature gauge too. Very tempting. But no, just have to deal with the rest of the world up and I didn't even realize it didn't have 5G. I think there was like a precursor to 5G that phone had, and oh well. That is really melty. I have the strangest feeling that in my dreams later all the glass is going to be melting. Or just doing weird bubbly things like they are right now. I think an Unreal update must have broken a shader or something, because this seems foreboding. I don't know. Maybe this will be the year that VR Desert Bus Simulator doesn't crash. Good gravy. Didn't I get to like 7 hours and 15 minutes into the last one? I was like 300 miles into this, and it crashed. Because I think if I put it down or like go take a break or something that isn't like on my head, like I don't know. I think when here's what I'm gonna do for the next like 20 minutes or so. I'm gonna try and figure out what the hell happened last year, even though that is not at all fresh on the mind. And when it happened, I was already 7 hours into one of these. So how could it have been? Like if the headset goes to sleep and crashes, like it's gotta. I don't want to test it either because that's just a get out of CHRIMBUS free card. Do I even explain the challenge? Does anyone care? Will anyone care except me listening into this? I don't know, like 5 years from now when I decide to watch all my CHRIMBUS videos back. Why not? Because I don't think I've ever formally written down the rules. CHRIMBUS has always been sometime between Christmas and New Year's, play Desert Bus Simulator. And I guess the spirit of that particular law is you have to at least attempt to finish the game. Like, score a point, get from, where are we even going to? It's like Albuquerque to Tucson? Tucson to Las Vegas? I don't know, it's 360 miles on an empty road. According to my math, I hope. But yeah, I guess it was, I was pretty sure at least last year, it's when I went to take a break. Like, I took off the headset, put it on my chair, and then I think I put the controllers, because I thought I took a couple of breaks, or 1 or 2 breaks. But I think it's when I put the controllers. Did I unplug these? I think I did. Yeah, these are not currently charging. Speaking of, and I'm only 11 or 12 miles into this at the moment. I really setup now is better than setup later, I guess. That the song's gonna be on repeat in the background because 1, I like it, and 2, it's appropriate. And 3, I guess it's the new tradition now. Because last year, the year before, I just had it on repeat for like 2 hours, and it got me through 2 hours. Okay. You too. Okay, you're fully charged. That's how we do. I wonder if TeamSpeak's gonna kick me for inactivity, or if I should go to, well, okay, if I'm gonna go to not push to talk, then
Turning a corner on my short commute, face north to west.
we good? Okay.
Pursuit of the welcome relief of one's work being done.
hopping over to a different voice channel to... Good boy. Turn off push to talk. I gotta remember to turn that back on. Voice activity detection. I hope that's good enough.
Swinging it down, try to block the orange ball of sweaty white light in my eyes. It will
Probably edit the channel
as I find myself driving
to say that I'm in VR.
Well, alright. It has to get
And yeah, okay, there we go. Now people can bother me if they are so inclined. But it's like, what, 10 on a Thursday? Thursday, right? No, it's Friday. Oh shit, it's Friday. Oh, people might actually come bother me. It's a Friday. Alright. Back we go. Maybe we fix the glass? Nope, it looks like it's getting worse. That... Oh, this glass is a shader, and it, completely fails? Because for a split second there, I thought the whole of the glass went black, and that's not great. I'm too tall, I can't actually see to the back of the bus. Oh well. Alright. Eventually, I will find a position that is comfortable. That takes a while. Hot desert bus tips. Try not to depress the controller buttons with like all of your might, because it's gonna strain after, you know, a few hours. 2, remember the goal is mileage, not time. It will take approximately 8 hours, but if you're doing setup in the middle of everything like I am, instead of doing setup beforehand, you know, then you're gonna have a good 8 hours and 30 minutes down the road. It usually takes... Does it usually take? I don't know, it takes me a while. And you can only go so fast. You wanna keep this accelerator down as much as possible. And maybe just play in desktop mode. VR mode is definitely not worth it. Especially when the glass is doing what it's doing. Alright, official rules from CHRIMBUS. I gotta think of at least placing them down, fixing them in a tangible medium. This counts, I think. Does it? Playing someone else's music in the background and thinking about copyright terms, but oh well. Yeah. Attempt to play Desert Bus between December 25th, and I guess the question is, since I'm so close, the idea was that you can't start the new year, or the new year does not come until you drop it off in Las Vegas, essentially. So, like, you know, I'm going with the whole Apollo kind of thing, where the chariot has to drive across the sky in order to bring in the new day. The bus has to make it to New Vegas in order to bring in the new year. So can I even... Let's say I'm stupidly late and it's January 2nd. Is it actually December 1st, 31st? Is it actually December 31st, 11:59 p.m. until the bus arrives in Las Vegas? What are the consequences? Yeah, that's the other thing too. What are the consequences if I, you know, take more than 16 hours now? It's like 10, so I have 14 hours to do this, which isn't quite double the amount of time I need, but like, I don't know, I've never really set up consequences other than the year doesn't arrive, and that's a bit more of a cosmic terror that I don't think I can enforce on myself. and everyone else. Which is why we do it instead of, you know, tempting fates and what have you. But, alright, second point, I guess, is... because there is a loss condition of crashing, which I don't think I've done. Like, I've played this game a few times, and I've definitely crashed like an hour into a non-CHRIMBUS playthrough, but I don't think I've crashed the bus on CHRIMBUS. I guess if I do crash the bus, I gotta ride it all the way back, at the very least. But, like, I don't want to have the rules set up so that, you know, it's 2 minutes to midnight, everyone's already gathered in Times Square, and haven't CHRIMBUSed, so take the bus, crash it immediately, game done. The idea is you have to at least try and score a point. The only caveat to that is if the game crashes. If the game crashes, just for the sake of my sanity, a year or two ago, or I think, no, it had to have been last year. Last year was the... I don't remember how many times I've CHRIMBUSed, because now we're getting into the... It's not a brand new thing, this isn't the first year, it's not the second year, so if it didn't happen this year, it happened last year. It's not the third year either. It's getting into the fourth year territory of, oh no, I've done this a few too many times now. And the years start to blur together. I'm pretty sure last year was the 7 hour and 15 minute error message. But yeah, years before, I think year 1 I did it on desktop mode, so it was keyboard. Then, come on, speed up. And year 2 was the year I did it in, not the Index VR, but the previous one, I forget the last headset that I had. And then the next 2 years were in the Index. Because like many other people, I too made bad purchasing decisions during the pandemic. Yeah, one of the lighthouses went out on the previous VR set, so I was like, do I spend $75 to $100 to get one new lighthouse? It's like the version 2 of the lighthouse, so like, okay, you know, I gotta have one different lighthouse, or do I just get a new set? And I was like, consumerism, just got a new set. Okay, so remember, you're never going to be able to keep up mile to minute, but you know, 27 miles to 31 minutes is not bad at 45 miles per hour. The gap's only going to get worse, but, you know, so far so good. And it's weird that it's already been 30 minutes. I don't know. Time is getting faster, or at least I'm going to be in this, like, mode. Alright, let's do some... You know, I'm in the middle of a meta-analysis of, like, last year and what caused the crash, and trying to figure out the rules for this particular challenge as I'm doing the challenge. So, let's continue on those meta-conversations. I think every year I go into math mode and try and, like, calculate things as I'm going along here. Wait, is it 360 miles? Hold on. No, 30 miles is 10% of it, which half an hour being 10% is... I'm doing it right now, like I'm still trying to do math. I'm fairly certain it's 360 miles. Only fairly certain, though. Oh well. Right, what was the other map that I was gonna try and do in my head as I was driving here? I guess what percentage of the trip I'm through, which is 36 miles would be 10%, so I'm not quite the 10%, but like, yeah, 10% per hour means, or per half hour means 5 hours? That doesn't sound right. I thought this was an 8-hour game. How many miles is this? Well, okay, to be fair, I'm not even at... Oh, I read the dial wrong again. We're about to get to 20 miles. We're not about to get to 30 miles. That's right. You have to remember that that dial slowly spins, so 19 really looks like a 20. The 1 is basically off. We are just about to hit 20 miles, which is nowhere close. Okay, so 36 divided by 2 is what, 18? So yeah, we're about 5% in. Like 6 maybe now. What's 1% of 360? 10% is 36. 3.6 is 1%, so every 4 miles is a percentage point. So we are... It's not, though, it's 3.6. You round up, every 4 miles is a percentage point. Now we're 5 in, but we're actually 6. I'm going to use the 4. Yeah, I'm going to use the 4 miles per percentage point, so that so when we get to 360 miles, it's a nice surprise. But yeah, 5% already. What the hell else do I do during this? Because I think the earlier part about meta conversations that I was going to converse about with myself, alone, not only broadcasting to Twitch. Well, actually, I don't know if anyone's watching at the moment. And maybe someone will get in the back of the bus. Who knows? But yeah, I was gonna like list out the traditions and see if there are any other rules that I need to do there. Do I have to listen to Pepper Coyote's driving into the sun? No, but I like to. And so far, I don't think he's put it... Oh, he might have just added it to the copyright systems, actually. I think this year, his discography showed up on YouTube Music because he was doing, what was it? Like, he got his old library onto the services. And, right, because he did, yeah, he was in the band Look Left, which I didn't know about until it showed up on the music services, and I don't know how many he's gone for. I only use YouTube Music and my own streaming service because I got very angry at Google. Oh shit, YouTube Music is probably just a branch of Google Music or whatever that service was a long time ago. Google did a Spotify clone, and it was interesting because it would like unlock songs based on what you had in your... That was weird. I think it was like a monthly subscription service where you could just stream whatever music you wanted. But if you did like a thing on your... Yeah, if you ran some software on your desktop and it detected songs, it would just unlock those songs for you. So if you had the MP3 on your computer, it'd be like, okay, cool. You own this song somewhere else, or you've burned it, you've gotten it off a CD or something. So we're just going to let you stream that wherever. And I thought that was cool because I had all these songs. And I think you could even put your own in there or something like that. The problem was, at some point they decided they had to save on bandwidth, so instead of streaming the full quality, they grabbed a different file, which I'm not so much of an audiophile as to resent them for decreasing the quality. They grabbed completely different files, so like I think one of my songs got switched for a censored version, and at that point I was like, okay, I have to now drop this service because it's not doing what I want it to do. And then I set up a quick what was it? It was a server that I was already running like a website off of, so I just threw an Apache onto it, like AMP and Apache as a portmanteau, Apache, and I think I've been running that since like 2013 or some crazy. I think I set it up in college, and I've been trying to keep it up since then. And honestly, I went through like what was it? It's like a subreddit or something. There's this self-hosted subreddit that I only just now learned about, where people who want to host their own services, like I do, converse. And apparently there have been like 1,000 new 1,000 new pieces of open software that you can run on your servers to do that. So I might kill my old music server and make a new one. Thinking about doing that. But yeah, spite. That fuels a lot of things. And maybe I'm doing this just to spite myself. Who knows? The conversation that I was attempting to have earlier was, are there any other rules to this challenge? Competition, is it? Because do I have to play this song every year from now on? Because if I codify the rules, then I'm not gonna like be beholden to them in previous years. I can't travel through time. But like, do I want to play this song at least once per time? I don't know. I tend to just kind of put it on loop because I know this one probably doesn't. Yeah, also, we'll see if this one gets copyright strikes now that I think about it. Hopefully not, and I think Pepper's cool enough to, like, license it for a beer at a FurCon or something. Which, you know, I'll open that up, too. Because this is technically not just, I'm currently broadcasting it right now, so while I have purchased the song for my own private consumption, the performance of such a song in as public of a thing as this is not allowed, so, you know, technically breaking some copyright law there, but if the musicians are cool with that, or otherwise, you know, essentially if you put your song into one of many services that keeps a lookout for the license or otherwise, like, because I'm trying to remember, you can tell if a song is part of a licensing scheme if you find that song on YouTube and it's under a channel name that is the band name Topics or something like that. There's a special category that music registered to their copyright system goes under. Once you've registered it to that copyright system, you can kind of choose how things are regulated. So if you want to just take all of the money from every video that even includes a second of your song, you can do that. Seeing as I have not gotten a copyright strike on this particular song, I do not believe that strict copyright enforcement is in play. While that does not give me a license to perform it, it does, you know, allow for monetization and other things. I think in the system behind the scenes, at least on YouTube's end, they want to assume that you have worked out the licensing behind, you know, elsewhere, and their enforcement mechanisms are not going to be in place, other than DMCA takedowns and what have you. But yeah, no, the implicit ability to use it in this sort of a circumstance is somewhat granted. I don't know. I'm trying to remember the list of artists who are just kind of cool with you know, putting it on during a stream or otherwise performing the music in a public setting, because there's this weird kind of like, you know, actual musicians and people with record labels and all of that who are going for all of the big bucks are like, no, of course we're not going to just license this for anyone to use. And if they're going to license it out to a video game, okay, maybe people streaming the game can then publicly perform the music, but it's only within the context of this game, and you have to pay extra licensing fees to get the music into the game in the first place, because we understand that people are going to be streaming. So, like, there's that angle to it, and then there are the people who aren't part of all of these things, who are maybe not even aware such systems even exist, on one hand, and then on the other hand, aware that the systems exist but don't mind people, you know, putting the music in the stream. Which, honestly, I should probably put, like, some credits in a description somewhere, because, you know, who knows when anyone's gonna actually watch this. Be like, hey, what's the music? It's Darude Sandstorm, because we're in the middle of the desert. No, it's not. I don't know, if I shut up long enough, they'll get the lyrics and they can probably look it up on Google, should they need to. Talking like I may not have, you know, 1,000 people watching me right now, pretending I don't have an audience when I have set up myself to have an audience. Commiserating on whatever the hell enters my mind in order to fill the dead air. I know there's going to be like an hour or two in the middle of this where it's just nothing. But honestly, I plan for that. That could be another tradition. One rule is you have to shut up for at least an hour. Which I really should probably... I don't know, I should have got more water or something. I can already feel the throat drying up. Which is not good. We're only 45 minutes... I'm only 45 minutes into this. We're only... Who knows if there's a we're? At least I will only speak for myself. I am 45 minutes into this. And talking is already a chore. And I think I started at 10, so it's not noon yet. Oh, I'm really surprised I'm doing this. I just drove to DC and back, and oh, if I wasn't already tired of driving. Alright. How difficult is it, or how likely of a crash if I need some water? If I take off that controller and put it in the lap. I can think of like what speed I can let go of the wheel and have it not crash, which I think we're good. Oof. This is going to be rough. Oh man, this is going to be rough. I'm already tired. And like I woke up basically with the idea of, I'm going to do this today because it's the last day to do it. I have to do it before, like a decent amount of time before New Year's celebrations, so yeah, there that is. And what else? Fucking hell. Yeah, no, when you don't plan ahead, you then just have to do it in the, you know, I am forced to do it now when other days may have been better because travel and doing other things. Alright, I do, or at least I should check the audio, because it's been 45 minutes, 49 minutes by this other clock that I've got, make sure that people can actually hear me and that the music in the bus aren't deafening. So I'm probably gonna hear some repeats. Alright, unmuting myself and making some noise so that I can kind of hear whatever the hell I'm doing now-ish. Actually, hold on. Let's pause the music. Right. Actually, hold on. Let's pause the music. Alright, if I get back here, you know, relaxed, thinking about it. Alright, if I get back here, you know, that's fine, actually. Thinking about it. I'm surprised that my audio is decently good. I'm gonna turn down driving into the sun just a little bit. A smidge. There we go. Yeah, it sounds louder to me, but apparently I got my audio mixing correct, so that's good. Alright, and yeah, back into it, I guess. After more water, and maybe caffeine. I should probably get a cup of coffee. Alright, no, let's... Okay, I got an idea for a rule, because I want to go get a cup of coffee, but that's going to tempt fate, because the last time I took a break in this game, it crashed the game. So, do I have to get more than halfway? And that's the new, like, how many miles? Okay, mileage. Remember, time doesn't matter. Mileage is what matters. With the obvious caveat rule that I can't just throw the game after I make it, but like 100 miles minimum? That's, you know, something. If only like the minimum mileage and the year could sync up, because it'd be kind of funny if it was, you know, 1992 and I had to go 92 miles. Actually, no, hold on, we could do that. We could do year minus 1900. So I have to go, since it's 2022, I gotta go 122 miles. I'll do that, actually. That's a good rule, I think. I don't know. I'm the only one who can decide here, so let's take a vote. Is it a good rule? 1 vote for yay, no votes otherwise? Excellent, it's a good rule. I really should check the Twitch to make sure no one's watching, because I could be missing a vote there. That would be funny, if someone besides me was watching. Also, I should, yeah, go over to there. Nope. Alright. Just me, 1 vote, 1 vote counted, it passes. So, current year minus 1900 is the amount of miles that I have to go before it counts. So if I go take my coffee break, or go get a cup of coffee, and I come back and the game has crashed, I have to start over. Maybe 122 miles total? So, if the game is just terrible and it keeps crashing over and over again, and I can only get like 10 miles each, I gotta do enough to get to 100, like I have to at least try. I guess that's the other question too. The subjective part of this is I have to at least try. And we are almost to 30 miles. So, 122... yes, for the new year, not the current year. Sorry. New year minus 100 miles. Sorry, new year minus 1900 is the amount of miles you have to do. The amount of miles you have to do, the amount of miles I have to do. No one else need ever do this challenge in their lives. That being said, I am going to attempt a coffee break, and I'm probably going to plug in the controllers. Do I leave the music on? Sure. I think I'm going to do that, but I also have this thing, right? Yeah. Speaking of copyrights that I don't have, some of those gifs, maybe. I think the food gifs were, not made public domain, but you were able to, like, I don't know. There was a weird licensing for some of them, but not all of them. I should probably get some nice looping gifs that I actually have the licensing for, but... alright. Coffee break. We're going to see if the game crashes while I'm out. In the meantime, I'm going to plug in the controllers to charge, so that's what I'm currently trying to wave my head around and do at the moment. See if I can't get these to like stay nice and steady in a seat. Like, I've got snacks and drinks and stuff over here, but not caffeine. I can't get caffeine, which was a mistake. Alright. Windows noises, because I'm plugging in USB devices. Alright. Here we go, taking this off. And hey, maybe I'll actually learn something about these crashes that I keep having. Alright, you can see all the, yeah, put these all in the chair. Make sure they're all still visible to the tower, the lighthouse. Okay. Quick coffee break. Well, you can't actually see the wires. I have put a BRB in the middle, and put on your headset to wake VR is... Okay, so it's already gone into sleep mode. Don't think it's sleep mode. Interesting. I'm gonna have to think more about that. After coffee.
Is the light green or red? All I see is the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun. As I find myself driving into the sun. Shimmering pieces of reflective glass fall from the mirror of the truck I can't pass in our haste to advance and our will turning numb. We trample ourselves raging against the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun. As I find myself driving into the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun. As I find myself driving into the sun.
This is delicate electronic, and I should.
Irony upon irony, so there is a car that I need to go at some point drive in order to keep the batteries up. Because that car does not often get use, but I do want to keep it usable. And that means driving it at the very least every other week, but I try to do it every week. And on Wednesday, I had a thing to do. Wednesday and Thursday, I had a thing to do, and my usual day to do that drive is on Wednesdays, so I'm currently... Can't remember if I did the drive last... Oh yeah, did I get the booster last week or the week before? I used that car to go get my booster shot, which I think was 2 weeks ago, because I was trying to time the 2-week period of most effectiveness of the booster shot to my trip to DC. Alright, back to that. But I don't think that car... I didn't take that car to DC, which, you know, the battery is already unreliable. Last thing I need to do is be tracking DC with said unreliable battery. But the things that I need to do to keep the battery reliable... let's see. Okay. Right. Oh. Huh. No, I need to unplug both of these. Oh. Yeah, you're still on, right? Good. Yeah. Alright. Both these need to be unplugged. Let's do that properly. I was about to say, I was kind of waving them around. Nah, there's... Well, we'll see if we need to. Okay. Gotta get some mileage. I means nothing, mileage is everything. Okay, so the idea is to try and get... Because here's the thing, too. Oh boy, depending on how long I want to do this for. Am I gonna be here in a decade? Yikes. Alright, but previously I was talking about a rule that I have to go at least New Year minus 1900 miles. But why not New Year minus 1800 miles? Why not the 200 mark? It'd be 222, which would be a fun mark to do, actually. That caveat is only as a, like, minimum spec New Year. Ooh, how superstitious do I want to get? Maybe, like, if you do it the whole way through, a good New Year for you, or, you know, if crashes happen before the... Okay, we can do tiers here. Why not? Okay, so if the challenge is failed, then yeah, if the challenge is failed, as in you just don't even get to it, or don't get to enough mileage. I don't know. That's got to be like catastrophic, but like that's already we've already had some pretty catastrophic years actually. I'm being real here. But then, like, you know, so this year going into 2022, we get to 122 miles, then that's, you know, maybe bad luck, but not catastrophic luck. And then 222 miles is okay luck. And then 322 miles is good luck, and then, you know, 360 ends it, so best of luck. 4-tier system like that. Hey, that's actually 30 miles now, right? Yeah, we are. Not quite to 10% there yet. Right, it's every 4 miles is a percentage point, so... what would that be? 24 would be 6, 28 would be 7, so we are about 7.5% through. Knowing that I'm rounding up from 3.6 miles per percentage point, so that it feels like we've gone farther than we actually have. And it will be a nice surprise when we're expecting, you know, no, it feels like we've gone not as far as we have. Because, you know, with the 4 miles per percentage point, we're going to get to like 350 miles, and I'm going to be like, oh, that's 20%? Actually, yeah, 4 miles per percentage point means 400 miles is the end point. I just have to divide the number by 4. Okay, so let's say we're at 280 miles. Is that divisible by 4? It should be. Oh no, what's divisible by 4? What's an easy number above 300 that's divisible by 4? 300. We get to 300 miles and divide that by 4. Okay, half of that is 150, 75. Really? Yeah, it'd be 75%. Okay. So yeah, math. Okay, second tradition. 1, listen to Pepper Coyotes driving into the sun, and figure out a way to license this so that even if it goes into the systems, it is either, if it's like... That is the worst excuse to go to a furry convention I think I've ever made for myself. That is, I need to, that's like an email. You don't have to go to a con to do that. This is an email at best. Oh, shit. That was a tracking error. I hope those don't happen all that much. I kind of wish there was like a, is there a brake button? I don't think there's a brake button. I think we've only got the accelerator. It'd be nice if there was a brake button just in case, you know, those issues happen. I gotta think about a good way of being seated, because I do like to kind of put the hand in the lap, or like... There's a great point in years gone by where I had everything nice and relaxed, and all I had to do was just kind of sit there, and which would be kind of cool, but the game part of this is actually making sure that you've got the buttons held and things are, you know, there's a way to get it so that you're just kind of going straight down the road and not thinking too much. even beyond, you know, not thinking too much when you're decent at driving. But yeah, a constant doing of math. Is that just... That's, I feel like I don't do that usually. Like, if I have to sit somewhere for, you know, an hour and be bored and, like, I can't do anything else, I don't, like, while away the time trying to figure out how much time has passed. So much so as I have done in this game. Because I feel like I have to calculate how many miles I'm going, because, you know, it's an 8-hour game at 45 miles per hour, so, like, all that math starts. Never memorize how long it takes to do. You always have to derive it. Nah, probably not. But, like, also, I tend to do that. That's one of the things that I just keep doing. So, could it be a tradition? And how would you put it into the tradition like that? I don't know. But I do like my 4 miles per percentage points. Then I could be like 36. That means we're 8 percentage, right? Yeah. No, 36 plus 4 would be 40, which is 10. Yeah, that's 9. 32 is 8? Yeah, 8 times 4 always bugged me. Because it's like 24 and then 32. Which, yes, the math works out, but like, the pattern recognition part of my brain has never really put together that 8 times 4 is 32. All of these other times 4s have to be like 24 or 28. I don't know. I memorized like one thing on my multiplication tables back in elementary school wrong, and it's haunted me ever since. 8 times 4 does not sound like it should be 32 for whatever reason. Fuck ups. Okay. And I just took a break and everything was fine. You know, now that I think about it. What causes those crashes? What could it possibly be? Okay, for the record, that I doubt I'm ever going to come back and actually listen to, but I put the headset and the controllers in the chair. Last year, I think I put the headset in the chair, but I put the controllers over on the desk, kind of out the left window here. And maybe that did it? Maybe if it like completely loses tracking, or I don't know. Maybe they fixed the bug and I'm thinking too hard about it, because I did have to go to a different license agreement, and whatever's going on with the mirror over there is happening, so this is a new build of the game as far as I can tell. Yeah, that's just... It's weird because if I just concentrate on the road, I don't notice it. But like as soon as I start looking around the cabin and, you know, getting bored... Like I really want to play with the door, but I got both my hands busy. I gotta do the accelerator on this one. You know? I wonder if I should start, like... trying to think of how I'd even do this too, because it'd be great if I could mod the game, use the pedals down there, or like find a key to accelerate and just pretend like I got the foot pedal. Because one hand free while doing this is one, a distraction. Oh, speak. One hand free, I say, freeing my hand and slowing the car down. One hand free would be nice. Even my left hand, which is the good hand, but, you know, I did a dumb. All my snacks are over there. I put all my snacks on the right side. And the right hand is very important. Wait, ain't there a button to switch this around? Alright, hold on, now I gotta slow down. And... maybe push some buttons here and see if I can't flip script here. Alright, we have slowed down. There used to be like a menu button? Should I use the old controllers just so I can put the, because this is the, yeah. Hello. There we go. Controller bindings.
Turning a corner on my short commute. Face north to west in the friendly pursuit of the welcome relief of one's work being done. I find myself driving into the sun.
Press, touch, click, pull. And
reaching above Foursquare on a hinge, swinging it down, try to block.
It's weird how it. I keep forgetting that you can touch a button and that counts, and then pressing it is different. Legacy, but okay, hold on, wait. Show bindings on controllers. Legacy bindings handed.
As I tumble along, I will not be
okay, hold on.
No, we've only begun. As I find myself driving into the sun.
It is. Oh, top there. Okay. Custom. Choose another. Or Desert Bus VR. Controller index controller edit. Ooh, wait a minute. If I can set acceleration to just touching it, that's gonna be hard to like. But like that'd be really cool. Okay, hold on. And also, I want to flip hands. I think because driving with the left hand would be a little better. I don't think I need to though. Okay, wait. Uses button system, no. Trigger, click, touch, pull. Right, trigger, okay. Interesting. So it has to do. Oh, and this is also on the left hand as of right now. Ooh, I can also do like B button? Okay. I need like a new. Alright, how do I do like a new. Yeah. Okay. That controller. Active controller binding is now index controller legacy defaults. Other. Edit this binding. Ah, boy, I hope I don't screw this up. Good, there is a saved personal binding. Okay. What if on the left controller I say the A button? Yeah, A button. Edit. Just touching the A button is a left trigger press. Oh boy. I guess clicking the left button is a left trigger press as well. This is... ooh, okay. Save that personal binding. Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay. Save Desert... sure. You know what, we'll not do too much right now because I'm in the middle of this whole thing. Alright, save. Cool. Alright, here comes... yeah, alright, so just putting my finger on the A button is enough to keep the... and then if I let go... nuts. Okay, let's do our part against, what is that called? Carpal tunnel. So now, all I have to do is rest my thumb on the A button, and we are driving. It is crazy that the amount of moddability in this controller is as such, but hey, that's kind of cool, actually. Now you just kind of let my left hand dangle. I'm still holding the controller here for the steering column. Not quite sure how else to do this. That lost so much time, but hey, comfort.
as I find myself driving into the sun. Well,
Smells like pine.
alright, it has to get
Okay.
better, at least
Windows are
I
still
can
wobbly.
swim
I don't think I
as
actually set up my, like,
tumble along.
headset
I will
properly.
not be
This thing.
deterred, no, we've only begun. As I
Yeah.
find myself driving into the sun.
Well, it's not all that blurry now that I think about it. I think we're alright. Could always be better, but honestly, I think the mirror is going to bug me more than any of this. I've leaned far enough back in my chair that the mirror is adjusting to see things.
I lift in my seat, urging my neck to grow out.
37 miles then.
My vision near none. Is the light green or red?
Yes, do I dare ask myself how many minutes it takes to drive the 4 miles required for a percentage point? And then how many? I think the last thing I did was calculate how many times I have to listen to the song in order to complete this, and you know, it's more math. I'll do that. Sitting here doing math and setup for an hour. Alright, let's wait until it is at 48 miles. It's now at 38 miles. Starting the clock at 15 minutes. See how many minutes it takes to do a percentage point. So at 42. So we started this at 38. At 42 miles, we'll need to check how many it has passed since an hour and 15 minutes. Approximately. It has to get better.
At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only
Yeah, this is the ending, isn't it?
as I find myself driving into the sun.
Nope, never mind. Just started tuning into the song.
At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun. As I find myself
It has been a minute and we have not completed a percentage points per minute, which makes some amount of sense. If there's 100 of these things going into 8 hours, then I don't know, we're calculating it in vitro rather than in vivo. Okay, we are at 39. We get to 42. Figure out how many minutes past 1 hour and 15 minutes it has been. Repeating it so I don't forget it. And maybe to fill dead air, I don't know. Mainly repeating it so I don't forget it because, well, I have an empty road in front of me. If I turn my brain off, I'm gonna, you know, lose some data. It's been 2 minutes. It takes more than 2 minutes to complete 1% of this drive. 2 minutes per, 200 minutes is already like 2 and a portion hours. No, 3 and a portion hours. 200 minutes is 3 hours and 20 minutes. So that doesn't bode well. It's already, you know, getting up there. That is 40. We have driven 0.5%. I am estimating that it will take 4 or 5 minutes to drive a percentage point. Which 5 minutes per percentage point, 500 minutes is how many hours? 300 minutes is 6 hours, right? No. Maybe? 60 times 5 is 300, so yeah. So 360 gets us to 6 hours. 7 hours is... forget where that particular thread of math went. It has been 3 minutes. Alright, I was thinking the math for if it's 5 minutes for percentage points. However, it has been 3 minutes and we are almost to 41 miles. Oh, do I want to do it with the 3.6 miles too? Nah, let's just do it with 4. Remember, you will be pleasantly surprised if you just do it with 4. Okay, almost to 31 or 41. Yeah, we're actually on the 4 now.
Shimmering pieces of reflective glass.
You know, the glass is shimmering, quite literally. But like, shimmying maybe? It has been 4 minutes. We are not at 42 yet. We're close. We're about half a mile away, but... oh boy, it looks like it's about 5 minutes per percentage point. I have to do 100 5-minute sections, but we'll see if it's actually 5 minutes coming up shortly. Yep. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that I did when I was really bored, was I tried to keep I closed one eye and I tried to keep the yellow line between the 2 stickers. Like, that keeps you on the road, and that's all you have to look at. You just focus in on that area. Good gravy, is that boring? Okay. That's it. That is 42. It is 5 minutes per percentage point, measured as we go along here. So, had I been perfect and kept my hand on everything, it would have been 4 5-minute chunks, 12 5-minute chunks. That'd be 16 5-minute chunks. We'd be 16% of the way through. 16 times 4 is about 80 miles. We'd be about twice as far as we currently are. Very quick estimates. I'm not doing the full math on that. But that's, you know, nowhere close to getting there, but hey, we're getting there. A fun experiment to pass 5 minutes of time. How far do you go? I am licking envelopes and seeing how many I can lick in 5 minutes and then trying to beat my record. I am principal skinnering my way through this particular challenge, and I'm only 20 minutes. I'm not really an hour and 20 minutes into it. I've done maybe 30 minutes of actually driving. So, boy, do we have some time to go.
As I tumble along, I will not be deterred. No, we've only begun. As I find myself driving into the
and it's funny too, because there are so many other things I want to play right now. I've been trying to put together a mod set for RimWorld that makes use of the like Pokemon RimWorld mod, because apparently that's doing pretty well. And like, they've got move sets and levels and stuff, so like, that's on my mind. I need to like reset all my mod lists and, you know, get things together, because the last challenge I didn't actually get to do technically, because what was it? I can't even remember. With more mod difficulties though, or I think I did a test run of that particular set. It didn't quite work, or the challenge wasn't quite there. Okay, it was the bar at the end of the rim. And the idea was, things are mostly peaceful. It's not a combat challenge, but it is a hospitality challenge. So, using hospitality and gastronomy, I think the idea was I could only use hospitality and gastronomy to make money. But there was basically I had to try and find every modded race that I could and put it in there so that there'd be weird and wacky things that you would have to make in order to keep things happy. Like, I know there was this one, I can't remember what the mod was, but it was like a bird kind of person who, if they didn't, you know, eat people or cannibalize things, they get angry over time. So, like, okay, so who's gonna take the hit of butchering someone so that you can keep your one guest happy? Because they are, you know, an obligate carnivore, and they crave the flesh of sentient beings. Do you even, like... Again, it would be that kind of hospitality thing. So, like, if you can serve, you could probably get a bunch of money from them. And so, like, yeah, trying to put all of those together, and then, you know, keeping yourself going. Only making silver through hospitality challenges. I guess no trade. That wasn't quite the rule set, because I remember I wanted to... I think I needed to trade for, like, ingredients or something like that, because there was a lot of caveats to it, and I think by the time I had figured out most of the caveats, I had kinda... I don't know if I lost interest, but I had to do other things, so I couldn't, you know... It wasn't my immediate idea to go back to the game, and that just kind of fizzled out. Yeah, I might try and do that one again. I don't know. Still want to play with the Pokemon mod, though, and that pretty much requires its own mod set. Holy shit, someone's in the bus with me. The fuck? People actually... Okay. Yeah, someone... Whoa. Are tumbleweeds supposed to be that quick? Holy shit. Halfway tempted to check Twitch or something just to see if there's someone actually, like, watching and being like, huh, this person... Nope. Just the one viewer, which is me. Huh, someone actually opened... Oh, I took my hand off the A button. Someone actually opened this goddamn game and is riding in my bus. I gotta figure out a better way of adjusting my headset, because that way... Okay. Holy shit, I don't think anyone... I think I had to, like, tell people to download the game and ride the bus last year. And now this year there's a dude who's just kind of... I think he's exiting. That might be him going... No? Gotta remember, I think they have to look down into... Yeah, they have to look towards the window to get the little exit thing. Crazy, there's someone in the bus. This hasn't happened for such a long time. I don't even think I got any of the people that I asked to go into the bus to get into the bus. I told them to get in the bus, and uh-oh, tracking, tracking, tracking. Shit, shit. Fuck. Were we really already doing this? Tracking. Nope, that's busted. That is dead. What the hell happened? God damn it. Okay, well... What am I? Yeah, we're going backwards now. Alright, that was 46 miles. God damn it. That has not resumed tracking yet. What the hell just happened? Controller is off. I don't know if I turned it off while I was trying to get tracking back, or... Okay, there's that. Fuck. Alright, well, how do I... Okay. First time I've crashed during an official CHRIMBUS. I guess there's a first time for everything, but that was definitely a... Yeah, that's a tracking issue. Wait, is it? No. Hold on. The controller shut off. Yeah, the controller turned off on me. Is the battery not telling me the correct amount of charge that it has, because this is... Yeah, that's not working. That is a controller that is turning off when it really shouldn't be. Well, I've got some time. We're going back about 40 miles. Let's see if... I haven't played with these controllers in a while, so it might actually just be the battery is incorrectly telling me it's charged at the moment. Does the game end when the tow truck gets back to the beginning, or are you just allowed to start driving again? Because I think tow truck. Alright, does plugging in the controller that fix the issue, or keep it at least connected?
Reaching above four square on a hinge, swinging it down, try to block the orange ball of sweaty white light in my eyes.
Seems to keep it on.
As I find myself driving.
Alright, I think the controllers are not reporting the correct battery charge. Alright, how... I don't have all that much room, but I don't think I can get on it. Okay. And officially, was that a tracking problem, or was that actually the... I think that's just the... Yeah, the controller shut off. That might have been a battery issue. And it's a battery issue because I didn't, like, charge this ahead of time or do anything, so... Not too surprised that... Okay, the guy's gone, so I don't feel too bad about taking the card, and... Well, shit. Yeah, alright, I need to probably... Is there a recenter? What? Wait, I could have done that the whole time? You can turn the wheel using the thumbstick on here, which is probably not great. It's like, that is a very aggressive turn. Right, how long am I gonna go back for? Because that's about 30 minutes, too. Yeah, if it's 5 minutes per every 4 mile, and we're going back at the same speed we're going forward, then that's gonna be at least 50 minutes? Really? I got 50 minutes of drive time in there? Yeah, I went 40 miles. I got 10 percentage points of the way there. Ooh, there's another question. Is it going to be New Year percentage points instead of New Year minus 1800 or New Year minus... That guy got back on the bus. Dude, I think I'm the only person who ever plays this game. Especially between the dates of December 25th and December 31st. Like, same bus, dude, we're going back. I'm honestly... Do I take the card, or is this the punishment? Or, I guess, not charging my controllers ahead of time. It gives me a chance to drink my coffee and rest my voice, so I will take the break. But, like, also, what does that do for the time going forward? Because now that it's about 11, I gotta readjust. So, if I start at 11, which is, it's like 9 hours, so that's gonna be... Yeah, I'm looking at ending at like 8 or 9 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. Oh well. Okay. Yeah. Someone has very recently downloaded this game for a lark and has figured out that there's only one other person who plays this. Yeah, okay, adjustments need to happen. This. Honestly, I probably need to like tighten. I never tabbed back into the game. Can I? I cannot. Okay. Can't do that with how the USBs are plugged in at the moment. Cannot believe I have not seen that until... It's supposed to be wibbly too?
Of the welcome relief of one's work
moves. Maybe it's just this.
I find myself driving into the
Well,
sun.
wonder if I gotta do my name again too.
Reaching above four square on a hinge, swinging it down, try to block the orange ball of sweaty white.
Yeah, those tumbleweeds are. I thought they were supposed to kind of like lazily go in front of the car, but they're. I guess, okay, if they're lazily going in front of a bus that's going at 45 miles per hour, then okay, yeah, that makes some sense. But, shoot, okay. Yeah, and I should probably actually, like, do some recentering or make sure. Yeah, there's a bunch of things I could do right now. One of them is liquids. Liquids into my body. I can't say fluids because I've still been breathing, but yeah, we're an hour and 30 minutes into this, and I have to, like, sit here for some time. Okay, actual time check, though. It is 11:30. It is not even 11. By the time this gets done, it's gonna be noon. Yeah, that's gonna be 8, 9, 10, 9. It's not a crash, though. Not a game crash, at least, so... at the moment, this does not count. But that was, yeah, that is official. This is CHRIMBUS. We're an hour and 30 minutes into it. And, yeah, controller just decided to turn off. And it was the important one. If the accelerator turns off, then you have to figure out how to get it back on, but you can still steer. Question, does the... Okay, while we're here, let's do some backup strats, because I just realized that you can use this on that, so what if I get... thumbstick. Yeah, we can do... use as joystick, but for the right. We can, oh yeah, we can edit that. Okay, the right trackpad, thumbstick, this is the press, so we need the right thumbstick, trackpad, press. This is right thumbstick, trackpad, touch, and second trackpad? Okay, right trackpad, thumbstick, value. Okay. Save. That should overwrite. Okay. So now, if I press the A button, the button's down here. Yeah, the A button is the left trigger press, and it can. So I can technically play the game with one hand should I need to. That is not turning the steering wheel as I thought it would. Okay, what did I... Thumbstick. This is the thumbstick, right? It's not the trackpad. That's up there. Right trackpad, thumbstick press, right trackpad, thumbstick value. Right? Value. Yeah. That should be able to use either in order to a legacy action. Oh. Right. This might be the swap thing too. So I should probably do this too. Left application menu button. Do I hold the A? Okay, this should probably be left application menu button. Should probably be. I hit the B button. Okay, no. Keep editing. Legacy actions. This. Action aliases? What?
I find myself driving into the sun.
Left skeleton? I don't know. Edit haptics, edit action poses. What a pose? What did I even just do over here?
Too quickly, it ducks down below. I lift in my seat, urging my neck to grow, while between me
Left system button.
my vision near none.
Yeah.
Is the light green or red? All I see is the
It'd be nice if I could get the A button to be
alright.
left grip button, left A button touch.
At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun.
I have controller.
As I find myself driving into the sun.
Pretend to be a Vive controller. Okay. There was like an extra menu button that didn't make it over here, which I'm wondering where. Application menu? Is that it? Action alias. What do I have to do with action aliases?
In our haste to advance and our will turning numb, we trample ourselves raging against the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint.
Wait, thumbstick, right trackpad, thumbstick.
I will not be deterred.
Oh, right, they're trackpad and thumbstick both, which is weird.
As I find myself driving into the sun. Well,
B button, use as... Okay, save that as right now. That's currently not working, but if I press the B... Aha! If I press the B button, switches once? Oh, I gotta press the B button on the accelerator. Okay. We can change this, though. And then the A button should still be accelerate. Okay, now I gotta do some extra things. Alright, B button over here is left application button touch. So, wait. If I press the B button over here, that doesn't work, but if I press the B button here, it does switch. So, the idea, okay, if the hand goes down, I should probably have it so that I can play one-handed if need be, which should be thumbstick. Wait, no, that's how I... See, now that doesn't do that. Okay. This game appears to be hard-coded to... You can only steer with the... Shit. Okay, hold on. Now, if I go over here and use this joystick... be nice if there's a reset to defaults, but we're gonna do left... Press, left touch, left thumbstick trackpad, value. As I find myself driving into the sun. Okay. Press the B button there. And now I can steer with that hand, or I can steer with that hand. Okay. So this application absolutely assumes certain things, and... Shit, okay, so how do I get it so that the B button on either controller is the B button on both? Can I do that? Can I just, like, add a second press? Use as button. Chord? What's a chord? Pick an action. I want it to be both the right application menu button. Good gravy, that one came close. And the left. No, so it's a single action with two. I want the right and the left application menu button to occur anytime I hit the B button on either controller so that I can switch hands in case one controller goes down. Prevention. Right now I'm doing just a whole shit ton of prevention. Add input. Oh, wait. Add. No. Shit. Alright, never mind. Delete that.
We trample ourselves raging against the sun.
That do nothing? Is it still saving?
It has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along.
Edit.
I will not be
It says it's still saving. Shit. Okay, just none at the moment.
Tumble along, I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun. As I find myself driving into the sun.
Is it saving? Did I hit the button? Thought I did. Being on.
Turning a
Keyboard go.
corner on my short commute, face north to west in the friendly pursuit of the welcome.
Okay, now the saving is taking its dear sweet time.
I find myself driving in.
Okay, so whichever hand you happen to be driving with is the hand that can also use the thumbstick. Very imprecise. But that's only on the controller, and the opposite controller is the switch hands controller. I just want to make sure that whichever controller goes down, I can hit the switch button, grab the wheel. Which would be great if I could do uploading. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun. As I find myself. Yeah, I'm making a new one each time. I think I just hit. Okay, there we go. Delete that one. Okay, edit the current binding. It says it's uploading. I didn't hit that publish button. Shouldn't be. System button. Trigger. Everything is clicking right now. Trigger press, left trigger touch. Who's this button? Weird. Can you click the... Oh yeah, you can click the trackpad. Weird. Yeah, tempting to actually use that as a secondary button for something else. Okay, hold on, trackpad. Trackpad click as the right application menu button. Sure, it's dumb, but... Okay, so that means left trackpad could also have this button for left application menu button. Yeah, left application menu button. Okay. So, save that one. Hope it works. We'll save it later. Okay, so now if I... Cool, I can press... Cool. Alright, so now, it doesn't matter which controller I have, I can hit the B button. If that doesn't work, I can hit the trackpad. That'll work. Okay, cool. That guarantees that I have at least one hand on the wheel. Okay, weird. The wheel was turning for some reason, and I wasn't sure why. Okay. But I have a backup, which is I'm going to practice this now, so in case of further road emergencies, I'm able to not screw up. Is B trackpad. B trackpad. Then, so my right hand goes out. B to switch. Happens over there. Trackpad. Well, hold on. If it's the driving wheel, if it's the driving, no. See this one. Oh, no, it's the accelerator. Okay, so it's the important one is the one that needs B. But you know, I got them both just in case. And yeah, I could probably do like a. If I had. Alright, whatever. I think I got this now. So, just B button on the accelerator will switch it to hand, no matter which hand it is. Yeah, I'm just hitting the B button. So that is the emergency stop accelerating and hand on the wheel until stop. Then sort out your controller issues. Okay. I now have a policy in place to prevent this from happening in the future. How much longer I have to go back. Yeah, with time on the line, let's think about a rule for this particular situation, because in general, I think riding all the way back is what you really should be doing, but specific, the longer I ride back, the worse things are going to get, because I should be somewhere at midnight to do New Year's things, but here I am, currently, and I've still got 8 hours to go. I haven't even started yet, and I am perhaps wasting time letting the tow truck take me back. I want to say, as long as you get past the threshold, which I almost want it to be the New Year's percentage, so it would be 22% for the upcoming year, and then going into 20... Hold on. The brain has farted in a most excellent way. What the hell is the year? It's 2021, right? We're going into 2022? Has that been 2022 this whole time? I think that's the case. Okay, so 22% is what we're going for. And if I'm not sure if I've hit that percentage yet... Actually, what is worse? Because... yeah. So the idea was 122 miles or 22%, or whatever the next year is going to be. 22 miles would be... sorry. 122 miles would be what percentage points then? If we're using 4, it's above 25%, so saying it is the next year's percentage points makes this a worse challenge year on and year off, but that's going to happen. Well, oh yeah, with percentage points, it's going to get way worse. But the mileage is harder. The 100 miles is about 25% already, so anything above 100 miles would be... It's actually pretty close now that I think about it, because it's 360. Let's actually take a fourth of 360. 90? 9 times 4 is 36, so yeah. So 90 miles is your 25%. So yeah, 22% is nothing. It's under 100 miles. That doesn't feel like a full run. Oh yeah, that's the other question too. What if we get 7 hours? What if we have but 12 hours to give? We get 7 miles, we get 7 hours into it. Fully, I should say. So, and then you have to tow back. Am I just not here for 2 hours? I should be like seated and present and doing things. Slowly counting the minutes of the life going away there, but yeah, that is a conundrum. Do I do the next year as a percentage, or do I do next year plus 100 miles or 200 miles? Halfway point at 360 is 180, so 200 miles. 200 miles minus the next year? Now we're just getting too complicated. Yeah. I guess the year is a percentage point. It's not great, but okay, I guess the caveat being you have to do it in one run then. You can't add the miles since we've got, 46 that we could be doing here. Oh well. That was a tracking issue actually, which I think it's just because I was holding these too weirdly. Right, so I got about 11 to 12% into this. Crashed, but that's 3 hours is still a decent amount. I might just do next year as a percentage. That's fine, and there will be a moment years from now, like 5 years from now, this question becomes less of an issue because adding 1 mile onto 100 miles is nothing. Adding a percentage point, which is an extra 4 miles, is more so. That's already on top of a pile of already 80 miles, so the gap will slowly decrease as the years go on. And I can always make it future me's problem, and I can always just break the rules. I could be done already. This could technically count as the run. And I don't want it to, and I want to make sure my tracking is better, because now I gotta think about how to do. Yeah, I should really think about how I also have the setup going too, because this is just unfortunate, but was there a year where I drove on the left side of the road to prevent this from happening, and it actually did work out? Don't know. I think there was, though. I'm pretty sure there was one of those. It might have been the first VR year, too, because I do remember one of these years I kept to the left because I knew issues were going to happen. We are in the middle of one of those said issues. If I'm going at 45 miles per hour, and I've been going for 45 miles, it's going to take me an hour. That 30-minute estimate was dumb.
Turning a corner on my short commute, face north to west in the friendly.
Well, shit. Okay. Do I ride the bus back as the punishment? That is, I guess, the question on the mind right now, and I'm gonna give myself the ability to see things outside of the game, because that's a question. Oh boy, that is a question. Yeah, here's the. I'm currently in the middle of the use case I need to think about for this, so that's good at least. And the use case being I have a strict amount of time that I can actually do this for, and I was already pushing it with 8 hours, and I have wasted 2 of those hours. It took me about an hour and a half to get to where I was, and then I crashed, and it's an hour back. I've still got 30 minutes feasibly sitting here. I guess do backwards miles count, because I gotta think if backwards miles do count, then I would have about the 22%. I would say no. That one's easy. But yeah, no, in future time crunches, or in present time crunches, I should probably stop doing this by 10, and at the rate that I typically do these things at, except for the one year that I just decided to go to sleep, wake back up. Yep, Stay Healthy Bot has now told me that it's been 2 hours. Yeah. Should do the refilling of the water. Not a terrible idea. But, yeah, here's the thing. Here is a thing. Do I take the punishment on the nose and miss activities in the future and make myself... Okay, the philosophical question at the core of this is how much should this be an imposition on? Because hell if it is an imposition. I guess I could skip the New Year thing, but I really shouldn't. Really shouldn't. Well, New Year's is one of those weird things where you can, you know, go celebrate in a different time zone if you have to. I think I'm gonna ride this one out, mainly because I'm still thinking about these issues, and yeah, just talking about how the rule set should even work for this challenge, for 2 hours of the challenge, basically. You know? Well, okay. Resetting the game and... I should at some point, like, reset the game and make sure the glass wibbling isn't a thing. At least I got the opportunity to do so now. That's a plus to starting over, is... Well, now all these little issues that you were like, nah, shit, I gotta keep going. Because I've already... Because, you know, I want to... If I'm making a certain time, and I need to be on the road doing that, well, it means a lot less when you're 2 hours in, and fucked it up already. And yeah, that really... The glass should not be doing that. I hope this is a temporary thing. I think I'm going to do a full, like, reset once I get to the end of this road here. Maybe. I don't know. Still determining whether or not I should wait for this. Because it should be an imposition, but should it be should it have extra undue impositions on top of that? Because sitting here for 8 hours driving is already a thing. And, you know, actually getting the breaks in and the 9 to 10 hours that it legitimately takes is there. That is not counting the 2 that I've already wasted here. I think I'm not too terribly miffed if I take that, but like, you know, I gotta use this time. I did set up a controller binding to make sure that I could switch over, and if something were to happen, now I have the ability to... That's a tracking issue. Maybe I should solve these tracking issues. while I'm sitting here with beeping going on. You know, it's been almost and wow, I've got some tracking issues, don't I? Are both of my hands, please? Both of my lighthouses are on and tracking, right? Yeah. What is going on? Is it the chair that I'm in currently? Would it be better if I face straight towards the lighthouse? Is it too low? I don't have a decent range. I don't know. Yeah, some amount of guaranteed tracking wouldn't be too terribly. I do have a controller too, now that I think about it. If I want a third option, the Super. Oh, right. And I could also use that controller, but nah, let's not go too far. There's like an Xbox controller that I could use as a third backup. But I hope I'm not gonna need. But all right. I have some tracking issues, not much, but a few. I'm trying to think of how best to remedy that, because I've got one tracker that about weighs, and then another tracker on the other side of the room that about weighs. It really stopped tracking when I looked around like that. It didn't. Nuts. Yeah, that's a bit to deal with at the moment. Alright, well. I think I only usually do this like in the center of the room. I'm trying to think of how best to do this, because now that I've got the battery issue, I am very much wired. It's almost not worth it to do it in VR, but
I find myself driving into the sun.
Almost is not like an official. Alright, and maybe a better chair?
Reaching above Foursquare.
Yeah, let's try to think of what chair I would even use. I do have another that I could use. They're trying to go for the comfy ones. Yeah, that's the other. Well, I think I'm gonna like redo the whole kit and or caboodle here, and probably move at least the tracker closest to me so that it's looking at me pretty much dead on. And I guess the other tracker back there can at it, but like, yeah, my room scale things are gonna be a little bit different. I could actually move the mic too. It'd probably be better for me to put my gain down on my mic. Move that, because that's got a pretty decently long wire. I think the shortest wire out of all of this is the controller charging wires. It might be worth it to go try and find like an outlet or something, or some way to get USB charging closer to but let's see. I can at least hit this button. Oh, hey, the chat actually still works. Who knew? Yeah, I'm gonna punch that there for a second. I put that down. Look at the back of the yes. Alright. Let's think about the layout, because I have a tray of snacks and liquids that I should have somewhere close by. Especially now that I can just kind of leave I think I can leave a lazy hand on the controller to keep accelerating.
Shimmering
Probably shouldn't. Okay, that snack I definitely should not have with controllers. Now, if I pick up the bag, I'm gonna not actually touch this next to the bag. That works. Um, yeah, okay, the lighthouse to streamers left, stream watchers left, but currently my right. That needs to be adjusted, I think. Now, where was I? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it is just out of range. That's probably worth an adjustment. So yeah, that's gonna have me going all the way out of VR, doing that adjustment, getting the room set up, and then coming back. Which is not a terrible idea. I guess the other question is, do I take a... I feel like the imposition... Okay, if the challenge part is complete, so if I've hit the percentage... No, see, that means... Alright. Trying to make a foolproof set of rules, so even though I wouldn't be the one to get to exactly as many miles as I need to and then immediately crash, I still like a foolproof set of rules. Yeah, we'll need to do the tracking adjustment. I'm gonna get water. Oh, right. I was about to go get water, but the thought was, what should the rule be about taking breaks while the tow truck is happening? Because if you take a break while you're driving, that comes with a downside. The downside is you're not moving the car forward, so you're not advancing. And is the tow truck supposed to be a punishment that you ride out all the way through? I think in the case of, you know, you made it a whole bunch of the way there, and something outside of your control crashes the bus, so you have to ride the tow truck back. I think you would have to ride the tow truck back. The brake rule is too much of an imposition, so I'm going to probably go get water while on the tow truck, and that's fine. But yeah. Now, honestly, the earlier set of rules that I was kind of going on, which is to say, complete it or have the game crash, it should be the only two, like, end results. The rest of this is just kind of... Yeah, I know. Why did I get started on this particular set of rules to begin with? There's a good question. Right, okay, the idea was if the game crashed like 30 minutes in, does that count as a run? To keep it simple, stupid, the answer should just be yes. You either complete the game, score a point, or the game crashes and is rendered inoperable. This is not a crash rendering the game inoperable. This is still a hardware issue, though, which, I don't know, do I want to delineate between hardware and software issues? Not particularly. Okay, CHRIMBUS is complete when you score a point or the Unreal Engine's crash handler pops up. That's how that, or I guess it crashed a desktop or something. I think I'm going back to that rule set because that's a little bit easier and I don't have to fidget around with math. As much as I like to fidget around with math, I get really bored. Like really bored. This is a kind of terminal boredness that I don't know, makes me think about things. Like, alright, I'm gonna go get that water since I have determined that taking breaks during the tow truck section. Yeah, I might just skip the tow truck section because it's not really part of the game. It could be a punishment, and in future years when I don't do this to myself, have things to do probably at 11 p.m. And right now, if I start right now, I might make that time, but it's, oof, boy. Yeah, this reminds me of the one year that I slept in. Like, I wanted to get up at, 6 or 7 or 8 and do this, and I slept in till like 1 or 2, and I was like, ah, shit, gotta go. And getting flashbacks to that right now because this is about the time I would have started, and I could have slept 2 more hours. Instead, my controllers had to tell me they had the wrong amount of battery charge, because that really felt like it was shutting off the battery. But, water, because Stay Healthy Bot told me to.
Turning a corner on my short commute, face north to west in the friendly pursuit of the welcome relief of one's work being done. I find myself driving into the sun. Reaching above Foursquare on a hinge, swinging it down, try to block the orange ball of sweaty white light in my eyes. It will run as I find myself driving into the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun. As I find
Yeah, I should think about my layout. Now I'm thinking. That tracker should be a little bit low. I don't want to lower it. I guess the other thing is I could just put the other lighthouse on the other side. And since I'm only going to be facing in one direction, I don't need the lighthouses on either side. Do the opposite corners of the room thing. Because you've got objects in 3D space and you can be facing one direction. The idea is to have no blind spots. The blind spot right now is I'm kind of on the edge of my play zone. I'm limited to the corner of my play zone due to the length of the USB. Interesting. Could I do this backwards? I can somehow get the game to start facing in the direction that it's currently facing. That tracker back there would be able to get everything. I'd have to face away from the microphone, which is a little weird. I have to face away from the computer screen and everything. Weird. But that keeps the controllers definitely within reach. So weird, but that puts the snack table on the left side though, which is way for the better. It also keeps the snack table away from the sensitive electronics that are... Okay, that kind of works. Other than the sensitive electronics in my hand. Yeah, spill on the right side is a lot worse than spill on the left side. I'm gonna flip right and left side. Okay, that means I don't have to move that as much. Probably don't have to recalibrate either because I'm not moving them. But it's gonna be weird to start it up like that because I want the game to face the other way. Oh, right. Is there a button to reset your facing? Should be. I think there is. Yeah, let's do a quick Google. Alright, Desert Bus VR reset. Password? No, reset facing.
Turning a corner on my short commute, face north to west in the friendly pursuit of the welcome relief of one's work being done. I find myself...
Okay, there's something in the OpenVR advanced settings. What just Okay. Something just beeped off.
Reaching above Foursquare on a hinge.
Alright, something has gone into... I think the controllers went into standby mode, which... Okay, so... Years past, I have taken breaks. And the short breaks, like I get up, do something, come back, didn't seem to do anything. But there was that one break at the end, right before I was getting into the long haul. Alright, so what if that was it? Just the controllers kind of auto-turning themselves off. Am I going to get an error message? I have put this back on and... Or did it air out while I was gone? I don't know. Seems to still be working. Like, let's put things all the way on. Let's switch hands a few times. Oh. Excuse me? Is this one not tracking at all?
Lift in my seat, urging my neck to grow, while between
on?
here and pleather, my vision near none is the light green.
Oh boy, this controller's gonna give me some issues, aren't you?
Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no evil.
It appears to be on. Oh. Yes, okay. It started tracking while I wasn't paying attention. Okay, weird. That's... Yeah, this game... This game's gonna get interesting, because it is trying to do its best to screw me up now. Okay, the circle's down there. But the arrow pointing towards which way. Alright, let's see if I can do that right now.
Fall from the mirror of the truck I can't pass in our haste to advance.
Okay, cool, got a custom binding there.
We trample ourselves
Alright.
against the sun.
Advanced settings. Let's see.
It has to get
Play area.
At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun. As I find myself driving into the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along.
It didn't seem like it went anywhere. Anyway. On render resolution. Okay, brightness. Does that need to be at 130? You know what? For the sake of my eyes, I'm going to turn that down. Okay. Where is the change? Reset standing position. Okay, wait. So if I do... Okay. I'm going to flip around like this. The other... Doesn't it usually show you where your lighthouses are when you're paused like this? Make sure that I am pointing towards... That is the approximate direction. For the other... Keep tracking. Reset standing position if I... Aha, there we go. Oh, it does flip everything over. Okay, interesting. Can track a little better. Now I just gotta make sure the fires are a little more... Yeah, now what I'm going to do is back the chair up. Make sure I do not run over my wires. Right. Quite enough space there, so I gotta back it up once again. Push this all the way back that it can go. should probably take my headset off while I do all of this because you should really tighten that headset to your head every time you do that. Okay. The closer I get to all of this, the other part of that is less the mic has to travel too. Now I'm facing away from other things so that it's not too quiet. But yeah, that's where I'm gonna need to sit. This is gonna get a little nutty. Oh boy. Yeah, okay. It's going to very generally place on the table.
Shimmering pieces of reflective glass fall from the mirror of the truck I can't pass in our haste to advance and our will turning numb. We trample ourselves raging against
Alright,
the
let's
sun.
see.
Well,
Alright, first I gotta figure out exactly how long. This is a decently long USB cable on the mic, and I think it'll be just fine. I have to be careful not to hit this table or anything, but lower. Right, this right, that's good. Slack there. Alright. Gotta figure out how I am to be seated. Because all of these wires are now kind of running through the chair. Right. The other question is, how in the hell am I going to access the computer should I need it?
Turning a corner on my short commute.
Of course, all the wires are the wrong way around the wire. Alright.
Friendly pursuit of the welcome relief of one's work.
I'm definitely outside of the play area though, which is
myself driving into the sun.
alright. Good amount of slack there. I think the tracking is gonna be better. Tracking should be better.
Try to block the orange ball of sweaty white light in my eye.
And hit that button again.
As I find myself
Perfect. Except all the tracking issues, of course. Does it need two lighthouses to... One lighthouse over there should be able to track all of this, right? Right? Oh! Oh, I know what's going on. I forgot to cover the mirror in my room. There's a huge door-sized mirror in the corner of my room that I usually have a blanket over, and the blanket is not over it. Oh! Big ol' mirror confusing shit. That makes much sense. Alright, let's go. Oh yeah, and I was gonna reset the application anyway to get the... Let me make sure I got a good... Okay, yeah, all the control.
Urging my neck to grow while between mirror and pleather my
okay.
None is the light green or red. All I see is the sun. Well, alright. It has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred. No, we've only begun. As I find myself driving into the sun.
I gotta survive. Doesn't have a hole in it. Probably should.
Shimmering pieces of reflective glass fall from the mirror of the truck I can't pass in our haste to advance and our will turning numb. We trample ourselves raging against the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better.
I don't think that's going to stay up, but that is one less giant reflective surface in my room.
I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun.
That should take care of a decent amount of tracking issues, especially looking this way.
It has to get better, at least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only begun. As I find
Should have done all this setup beforehand, but hey, now that I've already crashed the bus once, might as well actually get it together. Alright. Might need to turn off the chaperone lines because I have moved. What? Excuse me? What?
turning a corner on my short commute, face north to west in the friendly pursuit
Okay.
of the welcome relief of one's work being done.
Okay.
I find myself driving
Yeah,
into
the
sun.
that was okay. I didn't realize that's what happened when the tow truck gets back. Oh. Oh.
Swinging it down, try to block
Okay.
the orange ball of sweaty white light in my eyes. It will run as I find.
Alright, the glass is still weird. Wow, yeah, that is, as an emergency way of steering, that is not great.
It has to get better.
Okay.
At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred. No, we've only begun. As I find myself
Okay.
driving into the sun.
Yeah, we're going to solve all of my issues real fast. Okay. I had the AFK thing still up, and I don't think you particularly saw the fresh hell that occurs when the tow truck gets you back, which is probably for the best, actually. Glad that is not recorded. Posterity needs it not. Okay. Or the thing that says room set up. We're going to do other room set up and we are stuck normally. Do that. Cover your space, middle of your cleared space while holding the headset that is facing the default direction.
Shimmering pieces of reflective glass
Locate the floor.
fall from the mirror of the truck I can't pass in our haste to advance and our will turning.
There's the floor. You're still listening to music. It is the same song over. Okay, done. Alright, let's launch her again. Straight into your car modes.
I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred. No, we've only begun. As I find myself myself driving into
I shouldn't play with the controllers plugged in. I have taken the necessary precautions, I think. Alright, tabbing out so I can get
on my short commute.
this. There we go. Alright. Oh, I probably shouldn't have left it on the floor when I started up the game. Oh well. Yeah, that was an issue. Alright. Once again.
Swinging it down, try to block the orange ball of sweaty white light in my eyes. It will run as I find myself driving into the sun.
Yeah, there it is.
Well,
good.
Alright, it has to get better as I tumble along. I will not.
There we go. Roller please. Of course the music is super loud right now, so I can hardly hear myself think, and I cannot quite reach to. Alright. Just for the name, we are unplugging the controller, fully unlimbering it, and what in the world is that? Right in the middle of my name there. Oh, that's the mic! Oh my god, did I almost knock into the mic trying to write my name? Yeah, that wasn't the rumble, that was the... Oh man, that must have sounded absolutely terrible to the people watching. This is probably 0. Oh. Yeah, I didn't set up the table right. Oh well. That should be a little bit closer, but okay, let's... That's just right there. It's hard to like... Almost... They're erasing? No. Okay, well... We're just gonna do a tiny over here. Is that the mic again? Yes, that's the mic again. Okay. We'll at least get this part right. Anything we can... Oh, you have to actually look at the paradise in order to... Okay. We're gonna try this one more time. This time, we're gonna be looking in this direction. So, 15 degrees off center there, or however much that is. Okay, now I'm not gonna slam into the... Yeah, That was a snack I just knocked over, but okay. This will do. And you know what? I'm gonna go with bubble letters. Bubble letters. Good enough. Okay. Right. The punch card, I forgot. That really better not be the actual time. Okay.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn. We're talking today about your work with Vera.
Excellent. Alright. Plug back in. Let's reorient the mic so that it's not too terrible. My liquids are elsewhere. Okay, take two. Hope the glass isn't screwy. I did reset the application like 5 different times. Glass is still pretty screwy. Okay, can't do much about the glass. Yep, just gonna have to deal with it. Alright, here we go. Take two. I am so behind. At least I stayed for the entire, cannot fault me for skipping the tow truck because I didn't. Alright, last minute check. Yeah, last minute check. Yes, everything is good stream side. I can see my name. It's got nice bubble letters because I got tired of just writing it. And I think all I'm going to... alright. I think I'm going to miss the song if I go... Alright, I probably shouldn't... Yeah, you know what, let's close that out actually, because I gotta say I think I got all the streaming things over on the other screen too, so... Alright, let's just pause that for now. Yeah, I'll try and be better about that, but alright, here we go. Right, and I can lazy hand the left hand now, because it just requires me to hold my finger on the B button. Oh, the tumbleweeds probably go by when you're not driving. That might be it. Or the tumbleweeds constantly go by, but since you're moving, then not to hit you. Alright. Let's see if I can get past the 1 hour mark in miles. It's different when you're 50 miles down the road versus when you're 0. I want to say I have done a mile. We're not quite at a mile per minute, and I think I've held this down for more than a minute, but... Alright, how hard is it to drive with thumbstick? Because it is a bit lazier to just kind of hit that every now and then. Yeah, for the least amount of effort, I think the idea is sit back, relax, have one of your buttons just be finger on the button is enough to accelerate, and just a quick flick of that every now and then. Which if I do a time lapse like I did the first year, it looks terrible, but like this is kind of the desktop way of playing. Weird that I'm defaulting back to this. But, you know, the other option is, like, holding down a trigger for 8 hours. Which I might go, you know, back and forth between. This requires a little bit of attention every now and then, just to, you know, cognize that you are on too close to that side of the road, and then flick it over, make sure you don't oversteer or anything like that. But yeah, here that goes. I already did the math in the first 2 hours. We have not had a crash to desktop or a Unreal Engine error message dialogue, so the bus still crims. It's CHRIMBUS. Ain't that great. I feel like the glass has only gotten worse, and I don't know how to, like, even begin to diagnose that one. I just got to deal with that. Yeah, that's the weird thing about, like, just sort of the amount of mental, I'm trying to keep the mental toll of driving as low as possible. So, like, right now it's just a rest hand on controller, and with the thumbstick, I had to, like, actively tell myself to, okay, press and go over a little bit. If you have the driving is pretty much second. I'm trying to think of how long I have been driving, because I think I'm getting to the point where that's more or less second nature, and I don't have to, like, actively think about keeping to the center of the road, because the hands just kind of, you know, quietly guide it, and then slowly become a, like, subconscious process rather than a conscious one. I think gripping the wheel like this, while it is taxing on the fingers to actually hold the button down, it is less taxing on the mind, because it sort of defaults to driving mode, because, well, I'm driving right now, and so the minute adjustments to keep it between the lines, or I guess on the line as I'm currently doing right now, is less than having the thumbstick need rest every now and then, which is weird that I'm thinking of, like, the distinctions between those two for such a, it's such a small thing, but 8 hours from now it's gonna be, you know, mentally taxing is harder to recover from than physically taxing. Because physically taxing, you can just drop the controllers for 10 minutes and you're fine. Mentally taxing is like, I need a nap, which on a good day is 20 minutes, and on a bad day, or 4 years ago when I first did this, is just a full 8 hours of sleep in the middle of your thing, and that would make me miss New Year's, which would not be great, because I'm trying to do this before New Year's. I have a time limit. We've gone 4 miles. We have made it our first percentage point. Gone a little bit more than a first percentage point. That's actually 5 miles now, but 1%. 99 more to go. It took me 8 minutes to get to this first percentage point. That does not bode well. Yeah, but right now I can actually, like, spin my... So, how am I seated right now? I have to... This is a good DM exercise for people who play tabletop games. Describing things that you can kind of see in your mind's eye to someone else is... especially for mundane things, is harder than it sounds. And trying to, like, dress it up and make it dramatic. You know, describing a city on the way in. Like, in the back of my head, I try to do the 5 senses. So what do you see? What are the sights? What are the the sounds, the smells, the feels. You can describe like texture or kind of how the crowds can sort of feel out. There's different ways of doing feel. And then what's the last one? Taste. You don't necessarily have to do taste, but like if they're going to a pub, have a menu or something. There should be some kind of a local fare, just to dress it up a little bit. And that local fare should probably be based on like imports and exports or what have you. So if you're in a trade city, of course there's going to be all kinds of things, and maybe a spice market or something like that. Expensive flavors may dot the air every now and then. But you know, making love in a canoe as the beer washes down the player's gullet is also a thing you could do. The taste is the one you can skip. Feel, you can do like the cobblestones under the shoe kind of a thing, but there are different ways to get the feel of a city. So think about the feel of a city, not like literally feeling the city, but the feel of it. What are the crowds doing? Are they out and about in throng and you know, making their way this way and that? Are people more relaxed? Is it a more Parisian atmosphere where it seems like everybody's on lunch break and it's 4 p.m. and there are cafes everywhere. Everyone's just kind of sitting out on a patio somewhere. Is it more of a New York atmosphere? Everyone's too busy walking around and carriages are darting past and to and fro and horses doing the same. I'm trying to think of other good, like, easy to recognize city atmospheres. Because there's the vehicular kind of New York city atmosphere where probably a lot of trade carts going in and out, so you've got like vehicle traffic. But then there's also kind of the Tokyo sort of atmosphere where it's just people. The throngs of people are kind of that, like, there could be cars on the street, but the street is too filled with people for that to happen. That's sort of a dense atmosphere, you would call that. There's tons of different ways for cities to feel, and you want to make sure you describe that and sort of replace that in your sensory inputs. But yeah, no, describing mundane things. So I was going to describe how I'm sitting in the chair right now. I've got the legs as far forward as I can get them. I'm kind of like on the edge of my seat, but that's because I have sort of pushed myself back in my chair, and I'm reaching forward with my legs just to give myself like a platform to place my hands upon. Not exactly planking, but kind of trying to be sitting back, relaxed, as far back as I can get it, and have enough of a lap to just, you know, slap. Right hand is currently on the right thigh, just kind of, you know, making minute adjustments as it needs to be. I was also thinking about, like, pivoting on my heel, because I am in a office chair, and I can sort of rotate left to right, so with my heel as a pivot point, I can kind of roll my foot back and forward to steer and not have to move my hands at all. Left hand is just kind of sitting in the lap, not doing anything. Weird when I think about it, and like I'm actually actively putting thoughts into how I should be positioning the parts of the body. When you have to like actively tell your hand not to do anything, it kind of feels like now I'm getting like stressed, and there's tension there because I'm telling it to not do anything. But what does not doing anything mean? It means don't do anything. What's the position I have to take to not do anything? The position you're currently taking because you're not doing anything. But I have to hold a position. What is the position? No, there is none. There's kind of that nervous energy going on back and forth when I think too hard about what I need to be doing with my left hand. Because the left hand needs to do literally nothing. It needs to be where it is currently right now, not move. Everything else has to make minor adjustments to keep onto the road, but those are minor. 2%. Yeah, that looks like we are actually beyond 9 miles, and we are going on to 10 miles. 98% to go. I just have to make 98 other interjections like that. No one is on the bus. I'm surprised I got someone on the bus last time. Or last attempt, I guess I should say. Couple letters. How long is that song? Because I remember when I had that song on repeat. Pepper Coyotes, Driving into the Sun. Was it last year when I had it on repeat? It might have been the year before. I can't even remember. When was the song written? Because if it was like a 2017 song, talking about the 2018 CHRIMBUS, how many CHRIMBUSes have I done? It's 2021. Did one in 2020, did one in 2019, and 18. Okay, no, I think I've only been doing this. 18 was the non-VR one. 19 was the first VR one on the old headset. 2020 was the first one on the Index that got to 7 hours and then crashed out. And this is 2021. Gotta get to the end of this road to bring in 2022, and we are not super. Although 15 minutes and 10 miles ain't bad. 60 miles per hour means you're doing a mile a minute, and we're doing 45, so 3/4 of a mile per minute means, no, 3/4. Okay, it should be at 20 minutes. If I'm at 15 miles, I'm doing perfectly. If I'm at like 14 miles, it's good enough. Yeah, the 10 to 15 is 2/3, which is not quite 3. Boy, am I doing 2/3 here. Efficiencies. I've gotten so bored I've gone back to calculating efficiency. Ain't super. And I have let go because now I'm trying not to do the single finger. I'm trying to use my middle finger and my pointer finger to hold down that trigger, because less pressure on the fingers and less pressure on the joints, the longer I can go. And you want to make these adjustments before things start hurting, because once you're 6 hours into it, you don't want to have to take a break every hour for 10 minutes after that, just because it's, slowing you down there. And you'll probably have another 3 hours to go instead of the 2 hours. But yeah, less pressure on just one finger and trying to distribute the pressure of pulling the trigger over 2 fingers. Get a nice wide area of contact. I'm only 16 minutes into this. This is disastrous already. The controllers are plugged in, so they shouldn't run out. I have, if tracking is to go super wild, I have the ability to. Oh yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, I'm gonna wear out my right hand first though. Now that I'm thinking about it, I do have the ability to switch driving hands should need be. And right now it's on the right hand, but I do want dominant hand's the left hand, and I'm probably going to want to keep on to that for the second half when the right hand is tired and wants to do nothing. Now I'm adjusting my legs because they're already tired, because I think stretching out to give myself more lap room was a mistake. Stretching is tension, and tension over time is bad. Oh, I really should have actually stretched before this. I'm going to be seated for the next long period of time. Yeah, that's not super. I've already been driving for 2 hours, so it's not even, oh boy. Well, here we are. Probably no. I'm on continuous on TeamSpeak, so I shouldn't have dropped from TeamSpeak either. The only thing I did do was I did not turn on notifications from TeamSpeak, so I'm not going to get a user joined your channel. The user joined the channel, so people could legitimately sneak up on me right now. I should probably get this finished sooner rather than later. I don't know. It's fun with people, maybe? I don't know. Having something to discuss about, or like someone to talk to besides myself, apparently ain't stopping me since I've been able to talk nonstop for 2 hours, but I gotta do something besides further refinements to my efficiency math on how I'm doing right now. 13 means we have crossed the threshold of 12% into 12 miles into 3% done. 97% to go. Am I really going to do that 100 times? I might. Yeah, good gravy. Also, you don't have to push the trigger all the way down. You just have to push the trigger a little bit. But holding the trigger at the halfway point versus holding it just all the way down is one of those mental versus physical things again. Holding it at the halfway point, it's harder, but you can kind of turn off your... You can hold it long enough to turn off your brain so that it just kind of keeps going there, but the idea is to not let it go. But holding it all the way down is easier on the mental. On the physical, though, not great. Okay, 20 minutes, 14 miles? Yeah, okay, about a minute behind. Doing decently well to keeping up that, three-quarters of a mile per minute since we're going 45 miles per hour. About a mile behind at the 20-minute mark. I should be at 15 miles is not terrible. 20 times 5 is 100, so yeah. We're a mile behind. We are we're at 95% efficiency of all of the miles we could have driven. We drove 14 out of 15. No, hold on. What's the percentage off of that? It's not quite. Okay. 1.5 at 15% is 10% of that, so that would be 90% efficiency if we made it 13.5 miles in 20 minutes. Which we were kind of at, but it was a little bit above that, so maybe like 92% efficiency. Not quite 95% efficiency, but it's not quite 90% efficiency. I'm still just doing efficiency math. I'm already getting the thoughts that I don't want to do this. 20 minutes in. Technically 3 hours in. This is the 3rd hour. This is normally when I am supposed to get the I don't want to do this thoughts. Those usually do come in 3 or 4 hours into it. I have to banish those thoughts extra hard. Oops. You're off the beat button for a moment. Ah, boy, do I have to banish those thoughts extra hard. And the glass jittering is not doing me any favors, too. Now I gotta think about, like, simulation sickness and headaches, too. Because I did not adjust the straps to the headset all that well. But they're not overly tight. I don't know. I feel an extra pressure point on the forehead that probably shouldn't be there, and you want to fix these problems sooner rather than later, because... Okay, well, technically after 3 hours... I gotta remember that I'm about at the... I don't want to say I'm at the 1/3 point, because I have barely started. It's not good. Okay, do I slow down and adjust the headset and hope the headache goes... It's not like an actual headache, it is a head bother. Alright, let's not let go of that trigger, let's let go of that button. Slow down and adjust as I can. I don't know if the melting glass is also going to bug me too. Alright. adjustment here. Funny. The eyes already kind of hurt, which is normal for 3 hours. It's just I have the progress of less than 1 hour, which is not great. I should probably get like liquids and caffeines too, because caffeines will help with head issues. But I put the microphone on the table next to me. Mainly because that table is within arm's reach, so I'm gonna knock some shit over. And I don't think I took extra snacks and probably skipped breakfast, which isn't great either. And I should have on the tow truck break did that. So let's do some physical braking. Ugh. Okay. Dismounting the chair is going to be okay. What if put rollers? Like, okay, that's probably the better way. Dismount. It's a great time. This is a great time for an official break because I am 3 hours in, but I don't have the progress of 3 hours. Bug me because I said the progress of 3 hours like 5 times, so of course it's bugging me. Okay, it appears I have dropped some frames along the way. That is to happen. It seems like I have not had any viewers whatsoever except Stay Healthy Bot, who just came in and told me to refill the water, which I did, and then I didn't drink it. I had like a sip and then sat back down. Okay, something that I should have done last year and then tried to do this year and then didn't do was the what was it? I did want to make it a drunken recap. Well, last year I tried to recap the D&D game that I had just finished that year on 4/20/2020. Great day to burn into your memory. And I did some good shit on that day too. I actually finished up a 4-year long campaign. And last time I did the CHRIMBUS, to pass the time, I tried to explain that. And then a friend popped in the middle of that, so I only got half the explanation out. So that might be something I do pass the time. Just completely destroy my voice. Because again, I'm 3 hours into this already, and throat is already a little bit sore, head is already a little bit achy. These are the minor issues that, you know, when you're halfway through a run of Desert Bus, you're like, just power through it. You're already halfway there. But I'm not. I don't have the progress, so that's going to be problematic. I have to banish these issues as soon as possible because now we're looking at like a 10-hour or an 11-hour instead of an 8 or a 9-hour, which ain't super. And I haven't had breakfast today, so I need to open this breakfast real quick and get at least some of this granola in my body. Well, it's, you know, I probably should have. I do have a pair of scissors around here. Let's get a pair of scissors. Yeah, I still owe like because previous campaign I did a recap. That was great. Well, kind of. I don't know. It was like 2 hours of me rambling while drunk, and that seems like a good enough tradition to do for each campaign. Oh yeah, this is nowhere near the open line. I don't know why on these bags in particular they don't have part you need to open. Like, you have to like chop the top of the bag off in order to get to the like Ziploc part of it. But the little cut on the side of the bag that allows you to start ripping the top off is not at the part of the bag that opens up into the Ziploc part, it's like in the middle of the crimped part. It's in the middle of the part that you need to get past in order to get into it. So you you use your little you lose that you use the little notch to open it, but it's not actually open after you do that. Okay, and now I'm probably gonna mute the mic so that eating noises don't come through. That is annoying. I, in my infinite wisdom, just took a handful of dry granola on a sore throat. This was the smartest thing I think I've done all fucking year. Ouch. Actually, do my chewing noises come through on the mic? I think I'm far enough away and I turned the gain far enough down that that might not be an issue. I'm also curious if that's an issue on the TeamSpeak too, because no one's been in here, but something turned off. I think that was a controller. Well, other than the bag noises, I don't think the chewing noises are coming through. So, I guess I'm gonna add some full scowls as I try and throw oats and fruit and what else is in granola? It's like oats, fruit, oats, honey, cane sugar, almonds, canola oil, dried apples, flax seeds, cinnamon. Okay. Yeah, let me just throw these nuts down my throat real quick. And it's dry kernel. Yeah, let me throw this nut down my throat dry, and if you hear any pained squeals, try not to try, I don't know. There's a way to finish that sentence to make it funnier, but it's just Alright, that looks like both controllers have gone. Headset might go into sleep mode. But yeah, no, this is the first official break, I guess. That last break, I didn't make it count too much because I was mostly fiddling with settings and trying to make things not happen again. And I said I would eat out of the bag because now I've got granola in my hand. I got a controller to pick up. Then I feel like washing my hands, which wouldn't be the worst. Wouldn't have been the worst idea to do that beforehand. Just, whatever. I'm on break. I will probably go do that. This has to be riveting content, by the way. Just already screwed that up. I don't think I have anything to talk about other than maybe that D&D game that I tried to talk about last time. So I'm using last year's ideas. Probably not going to do that either. Alright, I'm gonna shove the granola in. Let's go. Huh, the chewing noises aren't coming through. That's nice. Yeah, I'm really crunching it up over here, and I'm not seeing anything on the mic coming through. So that's decent. All right, cool. I don't have to worry too much about, well, other than talking with my mouth full. I don't have to worry about the crunchy noises making it in. Sound of mastication. Eh. Okay, it is 28 grams per serving, and I should probably put 2 or 3 servings into me. Forget how much a gram weighs just from hand measurements alone. It's got may contain soy. Let's put a soybean in there. That wouldn't be the worst idea. Protein, like a dried soy, maybe like a piece of a dried soybean. We got piece of dried nuts in there too. I could see it. Yeah, that's making a lot more noise. I think the bag noises are coming more through than the other shits. I don't know. Alright. This bag is going on not the snack table. I'm putting this like way over there because I cannot get it closed. I'm trying to fiddle with this Ziploc. It is not zipping. It is not locking. I'm trying to rub 2 pieces of plastic together in order to see if they'll stick. And okay, just got it. Yeah, still gonna put it on the table over there. I still fear that I'm gonna like sweep my arm to the left for some reason and knock my mic over, which is already a big ol' issue. And honestly, I'm gonna move the mic closer to the center of the table, so if I do knock it over, it just knocks down onto the table, not onto the floor. I'm gonna go get a pillow and put it on the floor next to the table because I already fucked up 2 hours of this run. And more failure is not an option, especially if it's like failure that extends to outside the game. Dust in my mic is not going to be good. Good for a lot of different. That pillow is approximately where the mic would land if I just smacked it straight off. And there's carpet under that. I just need to make sure it doesn't hit bare concrete to give it the best chance. But better idea would be to not just sweep the arm. Earlier, I had the microphone out of arm's reach, and technically, if I am sitting in the chair exactly like I am sitting right now, it is out of arm's reach. But I'm going to get lazy. I'm going to lean forward. It's going to go, yeah, I just pushed my hand out towards the mic and just raised it a little bit because in certain positions, I cannot touch the mic. But in others that are very easy to get to, I can. And this is all the setup I should have done beforehand, but you know, you just want to press the button and get things over with it, especially if it takes 9 hours to do. And oh boy, we're not even close to that mark anymore. This is definitely going to be at minimum 10-hour affair. Like if I just sit and do the rest of the drive, which is not going to happen, I'm going to need another break between now. It's going to be 10 hours minimum. We're actually passing the point, and it's 3 hours and it's into it right now. That would be, to make it a 10-hour thing, would be 7 hours and 45 minutes, which is about how much I need because I've only driven 15 minutes down the road at almost peak efficiency. So, like, if I get started right now and have perfect efficiency, this is going to be a 10-hour affair. And if I start right now, and oh boy, I think I might be missing midnight. That's not good. That's like, now I'm gonna bait the game into giving me a fucking crash at this point. Yeah, no, I think I have officially used up all of the wiggle time that I did have to finish this in a proper amount. So, like, the amount of time on either side of what was I even about to say? My wiggle room. The buffer time. I started early enough that I could have, maybe 3 or 4 hours to mess around and still get things done. And unfortunately, used up all of that time, like crashing the bus once and having the controller cut out on me. So there goes all of that, and I'm trying to make this break count because I'm probably just gonna sit and do 4 hours all at once, which ain't great, but that'll get me somewhere. That'll get me to the designated point of it is okay if things go wrong. And could probably turn it off by then. I guess if I get past the halfway point and the bus crashes and I ride it all the way back, that could still count. I don't know. The point or the error screen is the good end of CHRIMBUS. I don't know if I should add a third one in there for just in cases. But here I sit stewing and not driving. So I'm going to do a quick check on Twitch just to make sure played out correctly and looks like it's the right thing. Yeah, just get my own real fast. Notice that I'm streaming the bus. There's where I click to get profile. I actually have to click on the channel button to get the channel, and there's where I'm at very quickly. Good, we're still there. We're still 720p. It says CHRIMBUS. CHRIMBUS. Cool. All right, that all is working out. And we'll go from 2 viewers on the same IP address to 1 viewer. I think I can tell the difference between that. I think I remember many streams I have 2 viewers because it's like desktop preview and phone preview, because sometimes the phone on your desk is easier to notice than the screen on the other desk. Typically I have a 3 screen setup, although one of the screens is to sit on the desk over to the left. So there's 2 screens kind of centered on the center where my vision is, and 1 screen off. That is what many people call the Netflix screen. Basically the screen that just kind of gives you like start driving and talk about these things. I love these nice fireside chat kind of things where I can just kind of go off on about nothing. It's like a diary almost for me until someone, barges into the TeamSpeak and starts talking. But like right now, I'm just, putting my ideas out there. Yeah, you know what? I should go on about these diary things, but I need to finish this coffee really quick and then start driving and talk about the diary thing. Progress helps, especially when I've whinged on long enough about how little progress I have. Okay, put that down. Let's make sure this water is empty. Good. This stream off of the AFK state. Make sure that is there. Make sure we have some bus noises. Bus noises are happening. Okay. And of course I lifted up the headset with thumb on the faceplate so that immediately popped out. Still there. I like the wire from the headset across the front of my chest, because it goes in on the left side and it's plugged in on the right side, but it just feels like a seatbelt to me, and that's funny. Okay. Alright. These two. One is still tracking, 2 is off? Yeah, alright. Oh, I have sat back in the chair a little bit, because I think I'm further away from the... Hello, We're here. I can push to... Okay, there we go. tracking was off, but I pushed the button and it was there. Alright, well, let's get her going. Come on. Maybe I'll just go with the triggers for a bit. Or thumbsticks, I should say. Yeah, thumbsticks makes for a much more violent bus ride, but... we're here. Alright. A long time ago, this is something that I can whinge on about, but talk of this being something of a diary got me thinking once again. A long time ago, I did used to keep a, like, online and public diary. Like, I would not sign things, and I would try and not put people's names in there, but I would legitimately just throw the day's thoughts, as anonymized as I could make them, into a diary, and I just threw that on, like, yeah, it was a Tumblr. It was a Tumblr somewhere that I don't think anyone gave a shit about, and I didn't try to do anything to, like, SEO it, or monetize it, or get anyone's attention towards it. It wasn't playing any algorithms, it was just kind of there, and posting it out in the public. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. I doubt anyone's ever going to watch this. I doubt anyone's going to come to the TeamSpeak unless I quite literally invite them. So here I sit, just kind of letting those thoughts go loose. And, there's something to a... what would you call that? It's not exactly a catharsis to it, but it's one of those big Greek word feelings to, you know, throw that out there, as it were, or, but it's not like it's not a reactive, it's the process of doing it. It's, you know, having that outlet, I guess. At least for the Tumblr, it was trying to describe an incredibly nebulous feeling, and it's already failing at it because I can't think of the particular Greek word that it may or may not be. But, you know, with the medium of writing in that one, call it a microblog, because I think Tumblr did a thing, and I think, oh yeah, was it the Tumblr porn thing that made me, like, stop doing that? Because I was thinking, oh, people... Because one of the ideas of having, like, a public diary is that there is this slim chance that someone might come across it and find something in it. It's kind of that, like... There is an artisty feeling to it. You're putting that out there because it may evoke a feeling in someone else. It's kind of like what some artists do in order to, like, maybe not inspire the art, but inspire the self to make the art, is someone may view this and kind of doing it for them rather than yourself. And in a lot of different ways, I kind of feel that, like, doing something just for myself is usually not enough. Like, it's probably why I haven't written a book yet, and yet I have been DMing for a decade now, is because there are other players. Like, a book, if I write it, I gotta, like, publish it and get it onto some kind of service before it then gets out there. But, like, you know, DMing, you got that, you're already publishing it, there it goes. As you speak, as you orate, the publishing is happening. You're fixing it in a more intangible medium, but that intangible medium is being broadcast. So that idea of broadcasting, I wonder if that, like, I don't remember what the difference between Marshall McLuhan's definition of hot and cold media is, because I think there might be a difference between the, like, because I'm wondering why I haven't written a book yet, because I'm sure if I sat down and actually did it, that would be, if not productive, fun. And back when I was, doing the diary thing on the microblogging site, it was cool to like sit down and try and describe things and write them out, because when you're thinking about something, you have the thoughts that aren't speech patterns. You're like, oh yeah, that is how that feels, and you know how that feels because it's in your own mind. But having to explain that feeling, or having to explain the picture in your head to someone else, requires a couple of medium changes. Like speaking a different language, you have to go from one language to the other. This intangible language of your consciousness and how you perceive something, to words that can maybe evoke those same perceptions into someone else. And that challenge is kind of where I get the idea of artistry from, or why I do half the things that I do. Is that challenge, I guess. So, doing art for the art's sake, or doing something that you like rather than what the audience likes. There's a lot of different motivations to do things. One of the ones that I like is trying to, I guess, give birth to this idea, essentially, or take the thing in my head and make it real, or realer, or perceptible. Coding is fun, and programming and stuff is fun, because you can also do that in the game. Like, game programming is, modding a game and then having that run, and the machine interprets the code, and then it pops up, and then there's that second layer of interpretation of the game part. Like, is that game part fun? Does it hit the certain, what would you call that? What's MLA again? It is mechanics something abstractions. Fuck. No, was it MBA? Mechanics, dynamics, MDA? Mechanics, dynamics, aesthetics? Yeah, was it? I think it was 3 ICS words at the end. Mechanics, dynamics, aesthetics. Because yeah, you're trying to bridge the gap between the mechanics and the aesthetics. So yeah, having this aesthetic sense of, oh, I had this kind of day, and these are the thoughts that I had about that. Trying to make a dynamic that a player or a reader can enjoy with the mechanics of the words you put together. Like, that kind of interplay is an interesting challenge that I like to put myself into, because I think of it as being a constructive use of time. Even if I'm, doing another Arma mod where you eat glow sticks or smoke glow sticks or something stupid like that. By the way, I made a script, not quite a mod yet, but a script for Arma where you eat glow stick. You just take out a chem light and you eat it. Yeah. But that was, I don't know why that was so rewarding for me. It was stupid. I just had this stupid concept that you should be able to eat glow sticks in Arma, and that might be kind of funny. And now you could do that. You can go into the game and eat the glow sticks, because I put that a large amount of effort into making that happen. And yeah, and seeing how the dynamics work with the players who play in the Arma missions and can now eat glow sticks. So what does that mean? Well, that means a lot of people are going to eat glow sticks every now and then. If it gets dark, maybe someone will eat a glow stick just to light things up, even though you're probably throwing it. But then, with everyone eating glow sticks and, kind of making fun of each other for eating glow sticks, and, now there's kind of like the space marine, kind of like, because Marines eat crayons and space Marines, I guess, glow sticks or something. But now, like, I'm playing with that idea further, and there was a farm on a map, and I was like, what could be growing on the farm? Well, maybe some space weed, because I got space weed in the game. But what else could be there? Like, are they growing blood or something? I have a list of items that I could potentially give the players, one of those being like a bag of blood. Of course, it hit me. Oh, glow sticks are edible, so this is now a glow stick farm. And now I've got glow stick farms as part of this greater story of sci-fi and space travel, because, I'm building on these ideas and been going. So, this kind of motivation is what led me to keep like a diary for a whole bunch of years, where I just publicly posted my thoughts, and that died a while ago, a couple years ago, when Tumblr did its own did its own thing, and I was like, maybe I should think about how else I could do this. And I've been sitting on that task for like 2 or 3 years, because for a while it was easy enough just to kind of do it. But trying to limit the amount of social media that I get onto, I've already quit Facebook and a bunch of other places. I really need to probably get off of Twitter, but like, I don't know. Twitter is kind of the premier advertising platform, so if I ever do anything that needs to like attract a following or otherwise keep track of people, and at this point I am keeping track of... I actually do need a better way of keeping track of content creators, because the second best thing to Twitter to doing... Well, actually, Twitter's not that great either, because I usually miss the big things, because people typically don't sort out their... Especially the content creators that I like to watch. There's a lot of content creators that do not sort out explicit, like, I have released content, here's the content messages from a myriad of other things. So Twitter is terrible in that regard. Okay, so I guess the best thing I use to keep track of content creation is just the YouTube subscription feed, because that's where most of that content is, and a lot of people will post a YouTube video if they have posted something else or something similar. I don't know. There is no good way of keeping track of the content that you want to keep track of on the internet, because there are so many like different things. And I really hope that like Twitter suffers some terrible malfunction that makes people double think, or that makes people think again whether they want to actually use the service, because that might actually bring some more idea to more federated spaces. It would be cool if I had a Twitter or YouTube like feed, but that took feeds from whatever RSSs or whatever YouTube feeds or whatever Twitter feeds that people wanted to post to, just kind of throw it all in the same website. But that requires, like, you know, APIs to be able to talk to each other decently well, and I think people have done something like that. Because I know Mastodon is like the federated Twitter replacement, and I think it talks to a couple other services natively, so you never have to update the APIs, or there's never like an issue where Twitter updates how they post tweets, so now everyone's got to go into their Mastodon clients and change that. Like, it'd be great if there was a like a code base that could work for a more federated and kind of split up and decentralized internet that could also still talk to each other, so that, again, the RSS feed was a great idea, it's just no one publishes that to an RSS. I don't know, some podcasts do, maybe. And I think, actually, I do wonder if YouTube subscriptions still have like an RSS feed that you can hook into. It would be cool if everything just had like a little RSS feed for your like high priority and low priority messages. High priority being I have released content, and low priority being literally everything else. That would actually keep track of all the shit you want to keep track of on the internet. Because I have missed so much shit this year because it's from that one musician that may have posted something one month, and it's like the one video on the one YouTube, but like it was like a whole album, so maybe if I was, you know, more tuned into like a music service, I would have gotten to it. Are we at 10% already? No, 27. We're not at 30 yet. Not yet. I made that mistake earlier. But yeah, no, it would be cool if I could go to a single website and have, you know, like the list of content. Then for the people who post content like every day, because I can only really like check that list once a week. I try to check it multiple times a week, but on bad weeks I can only really get to it once a week. And I want to see there are some low. What is it? Okay, how would we solve the question? How would we solve the problem of low throughput content creators? Because there's all these content creators out there that only post like once or twice a month, maybe even fewer, maybe like once every 3 months or something like that. And I always want to see their videos because they're always good. They just have a low throughput. They can't always post constantly. There are some content creators that I'm only following like 1 or 2 things that they are doing. They are posting every day because algorithms force them to, or they have multiple projects going on, but I don't want to see all of their projects. I just want to see this one project. So how would you further refine that in sort of a... the answer is you got to do something for each service that you're grabbing off of, or have a centralized code base that allows for a decentralized environment, or federated environment, as I was saying earlier. But like it would be nice, but what's the one XKCD? There are 10 competing standards. We should use a standard that combines all the other standards together so that we don't have to use these 10 different standards. There are now 11 competing standards. Oh my god, I'm already an hour into this. Okay, technically driving, not that long, but what is that, 3-4 hours now? But yeah, it would be cool if there was a way to keep track of, and like even if like a Netflix, that's the other thing too. I keep missing the releases of like, I don't have a Netflix account, so when something is released on Netflix, and I'm not like, I'm checking Netflix less than once a month, probably even less than once a quarter now that I think about it. Have I even opened? I've only really opened up. No, I don't think I've ever opened up Netflix this year. I think I have watched other people watching Netflix, or like gotten them to stream it or something like that, but I haven't opened Netflix to watch a thing, just because I don't have a Netflix. So some of the shows on Netflix I do want to see, but like, how am I supposed to get, like, other than the one Twitter post when it first comes out, like, oop, new season out, and hoping that other people that I follow post about it. Like, there's not really a way to... Yeah, Twitter is also terrible for getting anything more than, like, a day or two away. Mainly because people who post content that I like also use it as a personal blog, so there's about 1,000 of their posts when they're interacting with other people on the site and, you know, talking about things, which I don't mind, usually. There's always the horny on main posts that will sneak their way onto there, but, you know, you learn to deal with it, I guess. But, like, yeah, you're clogging up the tubes at that point, and while I want to see your high priority stuff, I don't know how to filter out your low priority stuff. And at this point, I'm gonna sit here and code up like a whole fucking website if I'm not careful. I'm trying to think of how to solve these issues if there isn't already a service that exists to solve these issues for me. 'Cause that's kind of great when you're looking up a library to do something and you're like, oh, this service already exists. I just need to go to this one website that I definitely could not have Googled for, because how do you Google, you know, how do I keep track of all this shit together? Like, does that Google search work, or do you have to do like multiple content streaming platform where you can keep track of it? If there's, how do you affix into an intangible or tangible medium this thought in your head that you need something in order to keep track of your online content creators? And that's already too many words for a Google search, so you gotta get the right words together and post them so that this algorithm understands what you're talking about, so that it can provide the things to you that it may be able to provide for you. If it can, who knows? Maybe it can. That'd be cool. I'm trying to remember if I was going off of the diary thing. So yeah, the idea of having this kind of diary is something that I would like, because it's, you know, it's mostly constructive because Santa Claus told me about it, and he also does that, and to explain that last sentence is going to take a while, and in my typical, I need to gussy up that last sentence and turn it into a bit of a story. Because, yeah, do you just want to... Yeah, Santa Claus told me to keep a diary. Is that a sentence you just want to kind of leave there, or that does necessitate extra explanation? But I'm trying to think of a fun way of putting it. I'm trying to remember the book that everyone was reading this year, where it was someone was volunteering for the Saint. What was it called? It was Santa, because it's the Macy's Day Parade Santa. It's the one Santa in New York City that's kind of the one that gets the most. That guy. That guy is a family friend. And I think the last time they were kind of low on volunteers, I was invited to go volunteer for that, but I was not in a good place mental health-wise, so couldn't do it, and kind of regret not doing it. But then I read about, I can't remember who authored this book, but they wrote a book about their time. I guess I can't remember what the whole book was about, but I only got read a couple of excerpts from one chapter where this person was working with Santa, and that's how they delineated, I guess, like your mall Santas and your other Santas versus that one Santa. And yeah. I'm formulating the story in my head right now as best as I can, because I also forgot where I left off on that before I went off the Santa tangent. But someone has already written about this, or at least their experiences in that particular volunteering position. Is it volunteer? For some, I guess when I was offered it, it was a volunteer thing. I don't think I was going to get paid for it. Actually, I kind of wonder how that worked out. I should really ask the people who did go do that, because I just kind of put it out of my head and didn't think about any of the logistics behind that. But yeah, don't you have to, like, I assume you get put up in a room or something if you're, like, volunteering, you might actually get paid for it. Who knows? Does Macy's do the meet and greet for that, or is there, like, a different company that maybe... Does Santa have an agent? Because, like, if Santa has an agent to be in the parade and then go to... There's probably a shit ton of different events, too. I'd have to think Santa has an agent. He really should. If he's doing that all on his own, he's probably contracted through Macy's, and Macy's probably did. I think Macy's is his agent, but I really don't know. I could probably ask. In a while. I think he stops getting busy around mid-January. Like, don't expect to get a phone call answered anytime in December. Maybe even November, too, because, like, it's the Thanksgiving Day parade, so... He's busy pretty much. Yeah, I think November, December, maybe even October too. But yeah. But any other time of year, yeah, he's basically got nothing. And this is sad stories from Santa Claus, but like, dude's just kind of alone up on 103. I can't remember where he is, but like he doesn't do all that much. The big part of his work that can. He's got like a year-long contract, so as long as he keeps up the appearance, he has to stay, overweight, has to keep the beard, has to, I don't think he has to always be in character, but that's one of the things that, sit down with Santa, the entertainer, and get an idea, how did he described it as being always on. It is... It's something that pretty much everyone should do, because he gave it as general life advice. I'm trying to remember this discussion too, because at least the always on part of it stuck to it, but like, it's like you've got your how you present yourself to social media and online spaces, how you present yourself to friends, how you present yourself to family, and your actual self. And this idea of being always on is, well, merge a couple of those characters together. Don't always try. I don't think it's a try not to be two-faced about it, but it is trying to, like, because Santa Claus is a character that he's got to play. That is an exuberant ho 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 kind of. But like, if you want to emulate some of those things and have that be part of your personality, and you want to be a good person, that sort of thing. So Santa Claus is at least what this person has decided. I'm going to try and not use names. He's the Santa. He is the Macy's Santa. He is that guy I know. Actual Santa. Real Santa. But yeah, no. But the concept of being always on, it's one of those things that is a feeling that I know in my thoughts and in my head that I now have to present to the audience and try and figure out how to, untangle the wires and put in the mire of what the hell am I actually talking about. But yeah, no, trying to stick to that kind of person you want to be, and then always being on, because the point about being always on is that it's hard to do. Santa is, in his own word, at least in his own words, he tries to be always. He says he has gotten good at being always on and can be always on because, well, if someone sees him in the middle of March and he's not in costume, but old guy, white hair, big, body type correct beard there, kid might be like, it's Santa Claus. Can I go talk to Santa Claus? And there's two kinds of people you can be in that moment. You can be, oh, no, sorry, I'm not Santa Claus, even though you are quite literally the Macy's Day Santa. You are that person. You're like the most Santa Claus that anybody could Santa Claus. You are the one that the movies are made all about, and a bunch of other stuff, too. The one that Macy's pays you to be Santa Claus all year to keep up that appearance. So you can kind of, you can be dismissive of that, or you can, you're always on. The camera is on me. I am now Santa Claus. And you can just go instantly into that character and be that person. That is a skill that requires cultivation, which is kind of the most important part about being always on, because, some days you have to be that person for other people, and not necessarily Santa Claus, a literal character. You kind of have to be you, or at least the person other people think of you are. If you want to be the dependable friend, it doesn't matter how bad of a day it's been. If someone needs to depend on you, you gotta be always on. You gotta get into that mindset. If you are the funny one in the group, or you think of yourself as a funny person, you gotta be always on. You have to be funny at a moment's notice. You have to have that ability within. And figuring out what you want to turn on and figuring out about yourself, and then being yourself at a moment's notice. And when you get to the point you are always on, when you no longer have to snap and then be that person, you're just kind of always that person. You go to sleep and wake up as that person. You don't ever turn it off. Again, always on. Because there's this idea that, he can, at the drop of a hat, be the Santa Claus character. But what if he's just always kind of that way and doesn't have to turn it on? You don't even have to drop the hat. Before the hat even touches the ground, before the hat leaves the hand, he is already Santa Claus. Because he never turned it off. He's always on. He's staying in that character. He's doing the thing. And he really likes playing the character. You don't be the Macy's Santa. You don't be the #1 top Santa Claus that everyone can think of as like, oh, the literal person who would be the best Santa Claus. You don't really get to that spot without having this idea that, like, you kind of have to inhabit the character in more ways than just acting. You kind of have to be Santa Claus at that point. You have to quite literally don't stop being Santa Claus. And yeah, no, like, he's got, I'm pretty sure he's got a carol on hand at any point in time if he needs it. I'm trying to think of like other things that he could just kind of do, because he's got that like inspirational quote. He's got that like caring personality at the drop of the hat. He embodies the Santa character in more ways than one, and that's because he kind of like meshes it into his personality. His ideal is to be always on. Doesn't matter if he's sitting alone in his apartment, or if he's in the middle of a crowd, in the middle of, the Macy's Center in downtown New York. He is still the same Santa Claus in both of those situations. Because if you drop character, you gotta pick it back up. So, don't drop it. And when you realize that you can, expand this to more than just the character and other things you want to be, like the examples I gave earlier with being the funny person, being the dependable person, etc., then, you have a better sense of who you are, because you're not really trying to pick up this new trait and act with it. You are just being it. And that's, as long as you can keep that in mind and one of the ways Santa Claus told me that you can do that, or like, you know, find yourself better, or something that he likes to do and encourages everyone else to do, is keep journals or diaries. And I think he's going to have his posthumously published. I think he's keeping it to himself until he is no longer around, and then, but I know he's got it written down somewhere, and he's gonna ask for someone to do that transcription and publish it at some point. And you know, he's not got all that much clout. He's a Macy's Day Santa. Like, he is the top Santa, but he's not the only Santa, so he can't. I don't think he can publish it as Santa, and I don't think he is going to publish it as Santa either. He probably shouldn't, you know, all things considered, all that there. But yeah, no, that is what he is going to go for. That is almost 40. We are 0.2 miles from 40, and that is 10%. I have talked about Santa Claus and keeping diaries. But yeah, no, I don't know if that's exactly a tool that he used to keep in character, but that's just the second piece. The two biggest pieces of advice he gave me were pretty much right back to back, and that was always on and keep a diary. And I tried to do that for Santa Claus while Tumblr was still nice or better about things, but yeah, haven't been able to do that as much lately. And I've been off of it for like a year or two now, and I really need to get back into it. And this is part of it. This counts, I think. I'm going to try and make it count as much as I can, but here we are. Yeah, see, it's interesting. It's interesting piecing together bits of a story to make a whole complicated. Because like I could have just said like, yeah, you know, I would like to keep a diary. Period. That's it. But I would like to keep a diary because Santa Claus told me to, and then all of the extra information to get that in there. That is how you waste an hour in a bus. Oh boy. And it's not even an hour. I think that was like 30 minutes because I did 15 minutes and then 30-minute break, and I'm already getting, the headband is on wrong or something. I'm already getting a tension headache, and that's not boding well. Oh boy, is that not boding well. I am not even 100 miles into this, and yeah, I gotta do something about that. Alright, not good, but let's start the slow roll. Although the thumbstick is a bit easier. I think holding something down that isn't like just the barest touch of the B button is, I think, how I'm gonna go about this. But oh boy, something is digging into my forehead, and that's not good. And I got like a single solitary hair and like the nose piece, so let's slow all that down. Alright, try this. Alright, reset. Bus noises, idle. Okay. We go into the black zone really quick. I don't want to take more breaks to bait game crashes, but I also want to take more breaks to bait game crashes, because I'm 4 hours into this and nowhere I'm like 10% done. And 4 hours into this and 10% done. This isn't great. It's 8 hours. Oh boy. Yeah, this is supposed to be an 8-hour venture. Oh, this isn't good. I'm getting into that procrastinator brain of I need to do the thing, but not doing it sitting here because head hurt. It's not a headache. It's just the band is pushing into my forehead weird. It's a literal hurt on the skin of the head and not a headache. It is aching. The head region, but not that kind of headache. Shoot. Okay, I'm gonna try and keep this to 5 minutes, but, yeah. Is the cushion? No, the cushion's still good on that. I put it in. It's adjusted properly. Maybe I don't want to loosen the head straps too much, but I probably should do like a full loosening and readjusting of everything on there, just to try and keep it together, but ugh. More water, yeah. Oh, the throat has, despite talking this entire time, throat has started to hurt less, but that might be because of the liquid, so I want to keep that up. Yeah, 4 hours. 4 hours. This is not where I wanted to be 4 hours into. Okay. Quick break. Go. To get more water and do things. Speaking of the quick break, I should probably put you on the VR. Click on it. If I could click on it. There we go. Okay, once again. Been gotten with the, I think it's gonna help with the headaches as are, but one more. I'm already out of taking like 3 or 4 minutes here, not great. Oh no, 2 viewers. Shit. Oh well. And let's get the break done earlier. And then I can go continue talking about Santa Claus and diaries and other weird things, but yep, nope, we'll need another second. Okay. Of course, the viewer went away because I was not actually driving the bus, but that's fine. Maybe they will be back, or where did my... Okay, there's the coffee. Right, I kind of picked out another topic to talk about, and I'm gonna think about that real quick, even though I should just put the headset on driving and then think. But oh, gotta do things. Yeah, I know, 4 hours. Yep. Luckily, I have been ahead of Stay Healthy Bot. Oh, maybe that was the viewer. Bot work like that? I think it should. It's like an IRC bot, right? I think Twitch is built off of IRC as their chat. So just put an IRC, like every Twitch channel, you can actually just join the chat channel itself, which is just an IRC room somewhere. Maybe it's a fork of it. I don't know. Right. Oh, New Year's resolutions. It's like I always get contemplative of how constructive I've been over the year and what I've done over the year because I'm thinking about New Year's resolutions to make. I should talk about them while I'm driving instead of coffee because speaking of things I do every year, this one ain't exactly getting done at the moment. Fuck. All right. Let's not put the game audio back on. Let's put the stop the birds spinning, let's stop the drinks fizzing, and actually try and get back into here. Alright. Yeah, good gravy. It's been 4 hours and I have not gone 100 miles yet. You all fully charged, and I really shouldn't need to do much else there, but okay. Seatbelt on. And okay, hopefully that will not fatigue the head. Yeah, the fatigues are starting to drop in, which ain't super. Okay. New Year's resolutions, other than... Oh, am I gonna hit it? Am I gonna hit it? No, I'm not. Well, I was close. I might have hit it. I don't even know if you can hit it. I think... Could you catch a Oh, no. I got an achievement to do later on, and that is try and catch a tumbleweed with the bus. Try and get a tumbleweed to get into the bus. Ooh, I have not thought about that. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, how would you even go about doing that? Challenge for later. The current challenge is to try and keep myself entertained for the next 6.5 hours at least. I don't know, I gotta do like I gotta do a good sprint where I'm not really thinking about taking breaks or anything like that, and hopefully be... Okay, good, I do not have a hair in the nose area, so that won't be bad. But, yeah. I always get contemplative around the Christmas and the New Year's area. One, because the earlier talk about how it's your self-introspection that was caused by Santa Claus and everything he said about things, but yeah, kind of that always on is maybe an extension of being true to oneself, or at least finding one's true self, or, you know, having an idea of what you want to be. Because, you know, who doesn't want to be quite literally Santa Claus, bringing joy to the kids and all that other stuff? Like, positive aspects of that job and the kind of person needed to bring those positive aspects about is, you know, something to strive for. And, yeah, no, like, thinking on that, and then, New Year's is coming up, I should have New Year's resolution. And a lot of people do not care to set down New Year's resolutions. I have, like, a list. Like, I've got a very specific .txt file on my computer that is the big to-do list. And it's what I want to accomplish in the upcoming year. And I have basically failed at 90% of the tasks that I put in there. The biggest one being stable employment, which I think has been on that list since good gravy, I don't know, like 2017 maybe. I've been doing a lot of remote work and I always forget the word when it comes up, and my friend seeded the term per diem in my head, but it's not really per diem work, it is freelance work. I've been doing a lot of freelance work since like 2017, and it's not great. I thought I would be making more money doing freelance work than as a teacher, because, you know, teachers are barely making more than 30 grand a year, and the freelances come and go, and now that everyone's online because of the pandemic, you don't have to remote in some other guy to do the work now, you just promote in your employee. Like, the people who had things set up to dynamically adjust team sizes have now just put their permanent employees on that too, and I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. I don't actually know. I've been meaning to ask a couple of people who I can no longer get work from why that is not the case, just to make sure it isn't like a me thing, because it could be a me thing. Definitely do not communicate as much as I should, kind of the work that is done. Because, yeah, I don't know. That is a good question, just freelance-wise. Do people chat? They're freelancers, or is it all, like, I imagine it's all supposed to be professional, but I don't know. There's a point where I think I'm coming off as way too, but yeah, okay, whatever. On the list of things that I should be doing on a year-by-year basis, one of those is employment. It's like more stable employment at a price point that makes sense, because, like, you work your way up the freelance ladder, and you're like, okay, starting at, you know, $20 an hour doing that kind of, I can actually get $32 an hour. That's actually nice if you can get the hours. If I had, like, you know, part-time hours at $32 an hour, that'd be pretty decent. I'm definitely falling lower and lower as the years go on, so I am more and more incentivized to grab work in spheres that will pay you for sitting around and doing nothing and not having a task, but, like, you know, employment is they're paying you to be there and do something for them. And at least what is it, like salaried? I don't know, per hour salary employment. There's a whole bunch of different ways of doing that, but like getting something that is not currently what I am doing and better stability would be great, and that's been on the list for a while now. It's kind of hard to put projects that you've either signed NDAs for, otherwise can't really talk about, or I don't know. I'm trying to remember the last couple of things that I've been working on, because they've been like really weird and niche sort of thing. And I guess the one thing was like the database thing. Yeah, there was the one thing with the databases that you could honestly, they just wanted trends from certain things on the database, and their database was huge, so you had to download like a terabyte of something, search through it, and know your sequels and your requels and whatever, and then grab the raw data and interpret it and make sure that it makes some amount of sense. I can't remember if they wanted a graph or not. I remember trying to pick up that one, like pie chart or something. It's the Python graphics engine that a lot of people use for charts and data analysis on, like, it's a subreddit. Data is beautiful. I think a lot of people use, or what is that? It's some Python library that allows you to make nice looking charts. I think I picked that up for a bit to do that. Some of that database work, not all of it. Because I think they wanted more words, or they wanted, like, I don't know how far I want to get into this, but I think they wanted zip codes for things. They wanted points on a map, and I had already done earlier projects with Google Maps, so I was able to be like, yeah, I can put some pins on a Google Map thing for your average position of things, and I'm not going to go any further than that with any details, because that was one that I really shouldn't be talking about, but they were trying to do address points with something. Don't worry about it. But yeah, no, like picking up a whole new skill set, putting that together and presenting it, and then getting paid. Getting that to happen every week, at least 40 weeks of the year, is harder. And it's getting more harder as more people are realizing that, oh yeah, there is just this online space in which work can be done. Your outside guys going inside, I don't know. I should probably also open up more avenues, because most of that freelance work was people that I knew or people in the immediate area. Like, I tried to build like a little network of, okay, maybe I can do things within this little network, but it's either expand that network, reach outside of the network, and be more of a freelancer, and I don't know, I'm trying to avoid the freelancing websites like Fiverr and Freelancer or whatever. Phones. Trying to avoid those websites because there's the competition on there, and other people that you are listed besides who set unrealistic expectations. I don't think I could do $32 an hour on those public-facing websites, because there is a minimum spec expectation that all of those hours are going to be exactly... Oh, and all of those websites have like tracking software too. That was the other big thing. Like, if you give me a week to do the work, I will get the work done and bill you for the correct amount of hours. And it's usually not many. But you've got like all the tracking software suites that you got to install, and like there's this, everything is recorded constantly, and that's again, I want to be able to like Google something without having a client email me and be like, why are you Googling that? The answer is because everybody does that, and that's how this work happens, and I can't be expected to memorize every single facet of everything forever, especially in coding, because everyone knows the Stack Overflow meme. You just go there to look up even basic things so you can just remind yourself how to do anything. But clients, it's just getting as far away from the client as possible, doing the work that they want, and making sure it's what they want, because the over-the-shoulder aspect of a lot of other websites is off-putting, and I want to avoid that as best as possible. Which is why I cultivated my own little thing, and I can work with people who are local. So, like, worst case scenario, I have emailed the guy, I have tried to call the guy, and I can't get in contact with him. I can go over and knock on his door and be like, hey, I have to, like, that freelancer you hired, how's it going? Like, I don't. Most of these people I've met in person at least once. I can just be like, yeah, hey, I got a question for you, and you're not picking up your phone. And if like there's a whole bunch of cars out in front of their house or something, I could be like, oh, they're busy. Look at them. I'll call them later. Like get an idea, or be able to better communicate and not just do that thing online. I think I've only done that once though, and that was interesting. I only did that once. That was because of a payment issue. It wasn't even a work issue. Most people are cool with the work that I do. I usually have to grab more, like, what is it? I have to get specifications out of them, like, how exactly do you want this? But usually I just give them an update and they're like, oh, that's really great. I'm like, no, this is an update. I'm only halfway done. It's not finished yet. What else would you like? Is this good so far? But clients, good gravy clients. I'm going to try and not talk too much. There are stories that could be told right here, but I don't want to tell them because they are 1, strange, and 2, terrible, and 3, I think I have the legal obligations not to tell half of them. But yeah, no, this was initially a talk about New Year's resolutions and making them and keeping them, and had a good segue off of the Santa Claus in the Diary kind of a thing, but yeah, where else is I go? Okay, so other than the like list of things, maybe I can like think of things that I want to do in this next year. I don't know. 9 out of 10 things that go on that list don't get done, and oh yeah, following up on the Bitcoin thing, that technically got done. The time-sensitive parts of that, because the Bitcoin thing had to be done this year because one of the miners that I used to be a part of was closing down, and I had like 1/100th of a Bitcoin sitting somewhere, and I think I managed to get like half of it. It got weird because transfer fees are actually like a thing now. Back when I was mining Bitcoin in 2012 or 2013 or 2014, I think it was 2013. Back in 2013, the transfer fees were nothing, less than a penny. No one really cared. If you needed, you could put your transfer fee on 0 and it would go through eventually because Bitcoin can only handle 6 transactions a second, and there's a bidding process to see who gets the next transaction. But that's a fixed value, and that's not going to go up no matter how many people use Bitcoin, so that's going to get worse as time goes on. Also, Bitcoin is limited too. I think there's only going to be a number of Bitcoins and people can lose them. So, why do we attach value to this? This is a nice experiment, and people are taking it too seriously. And now there's all this other shit going on, and people are actually trying to make a thing out of it. It really should not be a thing. I should not get started on Bitcoin. One thing on my list was getting all of my Bitcoins together in one place, because I definitely lost a wallet code at some point. I was not able to reacquire the wallet or whatever it was. That was like the big goal, was to get all of my Bitcoin into one place, and it was spread on a bunch of different things. And I think on the 3 or 4 different things over here, but the main wallet that still got, it was like, what was it? So a long time ago, there was a website where if you mined enough Bitcoin, you could get a $60 game, and I was like, that's cool. I'm gonna try and mine some Bitcoin to get that. I think it was just a site that traded Bitcoins for games. So like, 2013 Bitcoin is, I can't even remember. It was like, whatever amount I had in my wallet was about $5 to $10 worth of Bitcoin, and that was because I tried to get $60 or $50 for a game, and after a month of mining, I got $10. I was like, I don't want to do this for another 6 months, so I'm just gonna kind of leave it at that. And fun experiment. Bitcoin's got a lot of issues, but like, neat. People can do this, and maybe I'll put the money in. Like, I don't know why I would put $60 in there. I had computers, and I had electricity from my university for free, and I was wondering how I could turn that into video game instead of putting money in and getting video game. So that was the That was the thing, and I did it for a month and got $10 worth of Bitcoin, and I was like, huh, okay. And then just let that sit. Apparently, that's like $2,000 now, which is stupid. It should never be that way. This is dumb. This is, it's like, as a store of value, it's, I don't know. There's a lot I could say here, but I don't like to say it because the last person I wanted to try and talk to about this didn't like me doing that, so I get bad feelings talking about this. And we were also both drunk and both not listening to each other, so it was one of those conversations that was already destined to never go anywhere to begin with. There was not going to be a nice outcome to that conversation because it was like starting on the argumentative path, and it was like, yeah, no, again, both participants drunk, both participants trying to say something, neither of the sayings of some things going into the conversation were going to be productive or build on each other. We were talking past each other. That's a frustrating conversation to be in because you want them to listen to one thing that you have to say, which is just, in my opinion, Bitcoin is not a good storage of value, and they have other opinions about the definition of a storage of value and other. I don't want to talk about it. Like, one, that's not the thing that I wanted to talk about, and two, I think I was like, it was supposed to be, I sit down and I make fun of NFTs for a while, but to get to that point, I had to talk about some other things and why it had value in the first place. I think I'm not going to put words in other people's mouths. They had something else they wanted to talk about and talked past me, similar to storage of values and other things that go into currencies and what have you. I wanted to talk about NFTs, and I was trying to get to, NFTs are dumb, haha, let's make fun of NFTs, but we never got to that point. Because I like to expound upon things, as you can probably tell by the fact that I've been sitting here talking to myself, and maybe one other viewer for 4 hours now. But the one other viewer left, and it might have been the hydrate bot for all I know. So, that is 54 miles. That's not too bad. It's bad for where I'm at right now, but like, in general, not too bad. Yeah, 54 miles is like 13%. Okay, so going with the old rules off of the next year's is the percentage that I have to do. 88 miles. 88 miles is what I have to hit there. Oh no, it's the VOR number. Oh no. 8 miles. Shit. Oh well. Yeah, 22 times 4, that's where that would be. Super. Oh yeah, June of this particular year it could have been more interesting. Kinda was hoping it would get more interesting, but furry things. Do I sit here and talk about furry things, or do I go back to the New Year's resolutions? Let's go back to the New Year's resolutions. Right, so there's the Bitcoin thing that I got like 3/4 of it done, but the big payout, the idea was to get whatever kind of Bitcoin that I had that was actually worth something, because I got the little scraps from the rest of the miners that I didn't care about. So like I got a couple of cents there, a couple of cents there, because like when I stopped mining and didn't think about anything, so I just kind of left all the things that I did on the other things, just kind of left them there. Didn't really think about it all that much. Actually, hold on. Completely off topic. I do have like a thing that I could put over here that could have Twitch chat in it. I'm wondering if I should do that, because I could pop that window out and run. I paid money for that software too. Like, I should probably start using it. It's like an overlay software that allows you to put windows up. Man, that'd be cool to just like have a screen over there or something. Or, I don't know. Maybe when I get less talkative, I'll do that. But yeah, putting like at least chat over there so I can kind of look over towards the window, and whoever's at the bus and the chat kind of scroll from the bottom of that. That would be cool. That would be another setup period, but like, should think about it. let's go another 15 minutes before I think about it. Let's try and get to like 60 miles or something. Let's set a stop point. I do every second I don't have my finger on this accelerator is another second digging into the time that I really don't have, and I honestly have to think about how I'm going to do tonight because I am 2.5 hours late because I crashed in part of this, so now I gotta think to myself, oh no, how do I either A, make up the... Alright, question. If I go into, like, cheat engine and make the speed faster, oh no. If I hack the game to go faster, does that count? If I go through all of that effort just to do that, maybe. I don't know, I would love to set the vehicle to like 60 miles per hour or something. Look, the speedometer goes up to 70, and I think it's an 80 mile per hour. I'm trying to remember how the highways around Arizona are, but like, I think this is a road you can go 80 miles per hour on. I don't think it's one of the 90 mile per hour roads. I think those are only north of it. I think... I'm trying to remember the one of my friends drove from somewhere on the East Coast. I'm going to try and keep myself anonymized right now, but somewhere on the East Coast to Las Vegas. Drove it. Road trip that I kind of want to do, but also I kind of want to do a train trip from East Coast to West Coast. Still thinking about that. I should put that on my list, but that's like a maybe 2-year list. I got to see how COVID goes. Everything right. But he drove from the East Coast of the United States to Las Vegas and had a good time in Vegas. And somewhere on that road, he got to like an 80 mile per hour zone or a 90 mile per hour zone. And he was like, hell yeah, I'm going to go really fast on this road. But he did the thing that everyone does, and he goes, 5 or 10 over, because when you're on a 60 mile per hour road, no one really cares if you go 65. And in fact, most of the traffic around you is probably going 70, 72. So keeping pace with traffic is actually safer than going the speed limit on those roads, because if the speed limit's 65 and everyone's going 75 around you, you want to go 75 with everyone else to like minimize, like there's some weird safety things. Like going 20 miles per hour below what everyone else is going is more dangerous than going just the same speed they're going at, even if it's like 10 or so miles per hour above the speed limit, which is not something I should be like advocating for here. Please follow local laws and do not get arrested for speeding, because the limit is there for a reason. And hopefully it's an engineering limit and not a political limit. There's a difference. On some roads the engineers set the speed limit, on some roads the politicians set the speed limits, and the politicians should be taking the engineers' advice on the speed limits. Okay, the city planners fight and argue, and the politician has to be the one that decides, okay, that's the speed on this road, I don't care about what everyone else says because there's a difference of opinions. But sometimes a politician sets the speed limit higher because constituents ask for it, and engineers say, good God, don't do that, you're going to kill people. And you just kill people because faster speeds make the votes happen and make people happy, so who cares how many people die? If the amount of people killed is less than the possible votes from constituents, then profit margin, baby, kill them all. Politics. Anyway, but yeah, so friend driving to Vegas gets to a 90 mile per hour road stretch and is like, hell yeah, I'm going 95, because he just didn't think that maybe I should go exactly the speed limit on this particular road, because anyway, story is, cop pulled him over and was like, and he was straight up with the cop. He was like, yeah, no, I was going 5 over the speed limit because that's just my default state of mind. And the cop's like, do you need to go any faster? The speed limit is set to 90 miles per hour. Do you honestly need to go faster? Like, 90 miles per hour is a pretty fucking fast place to, pretty fucking fast on its own. I don't think you need to go 5 over. And yeah, no, they kind of agreed. He got his ticket, and off he went. But the one positive police interaction I have ever heard from anyone, everything else has been nightmarish. But that one was just kind of like, yeah, do you really need to go? You really need to go 95 and a 90? Are you not already happy enough going 90 miles per hour down this particular road? And yeah, sheepishly looking down, looking at his feet and all of that. But yeah, still a bastard, but also like, yeah, when the engineer sets the speed limits, I agree that that is, the anarchist in me is like, all right, is this a justified hierarchy? If the engineer built the road to be driven at 70 miles per hour, then the speed limit should probably be 70 miles per hour because that is the safe speed that an engineer with a degree who knows how to build roads and has oversight from other engineers who also have degrees who have also built roads, maybe more roads than that engineer. Like, there's oversight, there is layers there. These are justified hierarchies because, someone has to have a good understanding of physics and how cars and roads work in order to build said road and set the speed at an appropriate value. There's safety concerns, so even if it is just the expertise itself, no, there's also, you can adjust those speeds based on, how many casualties, because you've designed the road to be driven that fast. Maybe, human error gets in the way and other things have to be there. So, like, yeah, talk to the engineers who built the road, set the speed limit accordingly, and don't, there's one road close to where I live that keeps getting it. The politicians keep pussyfooting with it, and I bet that road's going to go back up to 55 miles per hour because we got a Republican governor, and they always think, yes, more efficient, don't care about people. Everyone goes 55 on that road no matter what the speed limit sign is, so it doesn't matter what posturing the politicians do, you're going 55 on that road because everyone else is going 55 on that road. Speed limit on that road was 55 for the longest time that I could remember, and then got set down to 45, and I can't remember why it happened. And I think there was a good reason. I wish I could remember why, but I think there was a good reason for that. And even with that posted 45, people still keep going 55, but like, the idea that maybe some people would follow it would seem like a good idea at the time. I can't remember. I can't remember who was in charge of that, because I think that was a city council decision. I think the city council was leaning weird that year. I can't even remember. Names are weird. State, because like this wasn't like a governor decision or like a state level decision. Even this was down to the city, and I can't remember who was in charge of that and if it made sense at the time. But I remember from other people that speed limit has been changed before, and since I've been driving, it has changed once down. But like, I have a feeling it's gonna shake-ups in government. I bet that's gonna go up and down a couple of times in the next couple of years. But yeah, that shit is going to happen. And there's a couple of other roads that I don't drive on as often that also get that kind of treatment, where there is good reason for it to be set in one place and good reason for it to be set in another place. Maybe not even good reason for it to be set in another place, but it's popular. So I cannot remember the exact politics about that one. And that is probably the most local issue because that's the one that I commuted on when I still commuted places. I still need to find myself, now that I'm driving a car, that I need to go drive the other car that's got the weak battery because it's winter. I really should be doing that once a week. Driving that car, that is, and making sure that battery stays there because your alternator charges the battery while you drive it, and if you don't drive it for like a month, the battery dies. But like, it's really easy to recharge. Just gotta drive the car. No one told me this. When I was getting a car and I was thinking, okay, I'm gonna be working from home a lot, I really don't, I need this car for the occasional thing, but like, I can probably drive once a month and it'll be alright. Someone should have told me that once a month is not enough driving to necessitate having, owning, maintaining, repairing, like all the other expenses that come with getting a car. And while I like having that car to do road trips and go places and travel, not really doing that during pandemic times. Did it to DC just this once, and now, Omicron's going crazy, so I'm probably not going to repeat that ever again. Good gravy. I hate how, like, the day before you go on a road trip, and you're thinking, okay, numbers are stable, the Thanksgiving numbers weren't all that bad, maybe the Christmas numbers will be less, but I don't know. The amount of testing, it's the raw numbers said huge increase in Omicron, and that's a bad thing, and I'm thinking, oh boy. They're not, if the game was canceled, if the game that I was going to go watch was canceled, I would not have gone. And it's weird being in a spot where, like, better, and you probably shouldn't go, and you should cancel it, but, like, got other people going with you. You can cancel, but then you're gonna miss out. It's dumb. It's dumb peer pressure and fear of missing out, all piling on to probably, I don't know. I timed my booster shot to make sure that it would be most effective when I got there. So I was trying to do all the things. I was trying to put all the masks in my backpack so I could double mask, had hand washing, doing all the things that I could do as best as I can to make sure that I had just trying to be as safe as possible despite everything else happening. And then, like, news drops the day before you're supposed to go that, oh yeah, huge increase, Christmas was terrible and Omicron's skyrocketing, and okay, well, that was probably a mistake. And then going through with it anyway, being extra diligent. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Should probably just go get a test and make sure about things. Of course, the bad thing is, I'm going to sit here and talk for 6 hours, so I'm going to give myself a sore throat, and now I'm thinking, oh no, is this COVID? No, you idiot. You sat in a bus for 8 hours and talked to yourself, and maybe like one other person on Twitch. Of course you're going to feel bad. Like, this is a lot of eye strain. I'm sitting in the same position for a long amount of time. Fingers, I'm going to be sore. I'm going to have a sore throat. I'm going to have a headache. I'm going to think I'm sick, and I'm not going to be sick. At least I hope I'm not sick. Again, I've had an exposure, and I am quarantining and making sure that even if the exposure, like right now, if the exposure happened, I have nothing to do for the next 2 weeks, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm not spreading the shit. The end of the virus that I may or may not have inside me ends with me. I'm not spreading this anywhere else. So, like, I'm already quarantining for the next 2 weeks just because I've got everything for next 2 weeks already. Might do like one delivery for food, but like that's it. I'm good for the next 2 weeks, and I'm not planning on doing anything or going anywhere. I'm just typing. Okay, sure, add stress onto that pile. Sure, stress yourself out, lower your more stress, less immune. Actually, does your immune system get weaker the more stressed you are? I think, but I don't know. Yeah, just put everything into a pile of giving yourself fake COVID. Oh boy. Yeah, but hopefully nothing bad happens, and hopefully all that comes from that is good memories, and even if I am, yeah, trying to think of things to say after that. Back onto the topic of New Year's resolutions, because I like the meandering of a diary is always fun too, because you can start on something and then like write paragraphs about something else completely different, and then you can like go back and edit. Like, talking in this kind of a medium, it's hard to go back and like edit things or be like, oh, I should have talked about this before I talked about that because I already said it, so too late, it's already out there. But like a diary entry, especially on like a microblogging site or on the computer where you're not writing it down, you are typing it out. You can go in and edit things. You can like edit the post so that it reads better, and you're not just talking shit to the wind or whatever I'm doing right now. But yeah, to reiterate back to, okay, what else did I have on that list of New Year's resolutions? Because I could have sworn that I had a thing to say about New Year's resolutions, and I'm trying to remember that conversation. Like, some people don't like them. I keep lists. I got that lawful bent. If I had to choose where I am on the alignment board, it's probably lawful neutral. Trying to be lawful good, but good gravy have I been. Oh boy. If I was still a teacher, like if I was still trying to pursue that career path despite the money that I would not be getting, because I looked at salaries and that. When was the last time I looked at salaries? I don't know. I know some people who are teaching. I know where the salaries are. It's not great. It is not enough. Clearly not enough. Just on a lot of different things. And then I have to go back and get, like, if I wanted to actually go into that, I have to go get the master's, which is even worse. Because I managed to go to a public school in state, whole lot of scholarships and stuff. So I have managed to like get the money together, and that should all be paid off right now, and that's all good. I don't think I have any student loans. on the debt pile, but I'd have to add more loans onto that debt pile should I want to, pursue a 30 grand a year career, and that's not worth it. It's quite literally no longer worth it. Salaries have to go up to even begin to think about getting the education necessarily to do that. And I have credits in an education degree. I graduated a semester early and then stuffed 2 or 3 credits into a Master's of Education degree into my undergraduate. I was that kind of smarty pants. I scheduled correctly and got all my degree requirements done like a year ahead of time, and I think I just took okay, except for one class. I think no, hold on, it was like 2 classes. It might have been 2 or 3 classes. I had had everything except 2 or 3 classes. I got my degree done a semester early. That's all I'll say. Got my degree done a semester early, and I started on a master's because I thought, I might want to go into teaching, so let's do that. And then the prices for everything kept rising, and teacher salaries went down. They didn't stay the same, they went down. The budgets are being cut for education across the board. Salaries are trending downwards, which is not great. You want the salaries to at least stagnate or raise a little bit, not go down. And after some time, because I got into volunteer positions and I got into like summer camps and stuff where I could do teaching, and I thought, okay, maybe I can do some assistant. But I swear, I know why so many teachers work in summer camps. It's because the summer camps can usually afford to pay them more, even though summer camps are like a 24-hour. Overnight summer camps are a quite literal 24/6 job. You are on call for 24 hours a day, 6 days of the week. You get 1 day off in between camping sessions. It's usually a week-long camp. Campers sleep over for that and keep to that sort of a schedule, at least for the places that I worked at. And I was making... I know for a fact that I was making more money during that camp than the teacher's salary at the time, by a factor of 2. And so, I'm thinking, okay, you make twice as much money doing the summer camp for 2 or 3. 3 months of working at a summer camp is 6 months of salary teaching, which is most of the year, and you've already got those 2 to 3 months off to begin with, and maybe an extra month for all the other holidays. So in about the time you're doing the summer camp and you're working all of that, you're making close to the amount you make for the rest of the year teaching. And kind of realizing that, not being in a good position career-wise, not really wanting to get more loans, and man, why am I going off on this tangent? This has nothing to do with New Year's resolutions. I'm also 2 hours into it, and I can't remember what I wanted to stop, try, and do at that 2-hour mark. We're almost to 70 miles. I think that will be 70 miles right there. Which is not quite 20%, but that is 70 miles. 70 divided by 4. 64 divided by 4 is 21. No, not 21. 16? 16 times 4 is what is 15 times 4 is 60. 16 times 4 is 60. Yes, 16 times 4 is 64. So 16%? No, that's for 64. 68 would then be 17%. So we're about 17%, not quite 20%, I think. And 2 hours in. Not actually 2 hours in. 5 hours in. Oh boy. Okay, so besides the fact that I clearly have a lot of anxiety about career situations right now, what the hell else? Let's see. New Year's resolutions. Forgot it squeaks when you do the hard turns like that. There is someone riding on the bus. Look at that. Okay, New Year's resolutions. Okay, there's the Bitcoin thing, there was the career I really need to stop talking. If I give enough details about things like that, that's going to be enough to break the privacy bubble there. So, how many people living on the East Coast, because I already gave that away, thought about getting, like, have one credit in a teaching? That's probably enough. With the information on Twitch and the information I've given in this stream, I think a dedicated enough hacker could probably figure out everything from just that information alone. So let's not, do too much more. Again, that's why try to anonymize your dictionary entries, or diary entries, not dictionary entries, as hard enough as it is. And, talking about it in the middle of it. Hopefully no one will ever watch this, so that no one will have the opportunity to even do that. But again, I'm thinking about in 10 years when someone's scraping through, like, closed captions on whatever YouTube video this gets uploaded to and gets just enough information. Maybe they can figure some shit out, because you don't have to worry about hackers now. You mostly have to worry about hackers like 10 years from now. Speaking spells to, what's that one Frontalot song? The secrets from the future. Keeping secrets from the future, even 5 to 10 years into the future, is difficult, because your old passwords will betray you. What is it? With an extent could extract it by 2025. A children's speak and spell can crack it. And I almost want to see what kind of technology they put into a 2025 child's speak and spell toy, if that still exists in the future. And then try and get it to hack something. When did that song come out? That song was like a 2008, maybe? Or with that album. What album was that? I think that album was... If it's the album I can only remember the album art right now. I can't remember the name of the album, but there's an MC Frontalot album where there is a Tea Party person, like, hidden in the crowd on the left part. Like, it's a guy's head, and there's, like, a whole big background element that's in blue, but, like, if you look closely into it, you can see all the, like, details of things around it, and it's a lot of people either mad or doing other things. Like, there's a whole bunch of, like, little figures all around him. One of those figures is like a guy in a Tea Party hat, so I'm trying to think, okay, Tea Party was like Obama era 2008 sort of thing. Maybe he released in 2009, 2010. I know it was before college for me. Oh no, if I start talking about years and years I was in college, that'll narrow the range of people who, so, personal details, you shouldn't talk about them online. Especially for the security-minded individuals such as myself. Now the other side of my forehead is aching. Oh boy, this is already not great. Yes, I can do... okay, so it's definitely I got a misalignment on my head thing, because hurting in a different spot every time I put the screen on my face, so there we go. Tracking has been great so far, and it's definitely the mirror. Well, hold on, how great? No, it's doing good. It's the mirror. The mirror keeps jittering out, and that makes me think, like, there's... What did they... Well, okay, the mirror is getting better. It's still wavy as shit. I don't know what. They gotta be using... whatever. I've already had a whole discussion 3 hours ago about mirror issues, and see, they keep bumping out, and I keep thinking that's like a frame drop or something. No, I think tracking's been perfect since I put the towel over the mirror room. But right, I went on an MC Frontalot tangent because nothing extant could extract it. I'm thinking about security in these sorts of ways. It's not so much the hackers today, it's the hackers 5 years from now who got the rainbow team. What is it? They got alien technology, make the rainbow tables with it. Like, nothing you could think about right now, quite literally alien technology, or making rainbow tables to break into things. That's more password cracking, but that song, despite it being written in 2007 or 2008 or whenever, is still applicable today. I like songs like that. As soon as the TIFF file format goes away, then we can finally call it, dated. Because the Because even in the song, the TIFF file format was supposed to be like a weird file format that you put something into in order to encrypt your data. I'm about to sing the whole goddamn song because I keep bringing up parts of the song. And the whole song is said, then makes sense. Get your most closely kept personal file, put that in a Word doc with a password lock, socket, deepen the RAR with extraction precluded by the ludicrous length and strength of a reputedly dictionary attached proof string of characters. This imperative to thwart all the disparagers of privacy, the NSA and homeliness. You better PGP the RAR because so far they ain't impressed. You better take the PGP and print the hex of it out, scan that into a TIFF, and then if you seek read out for your data, scramble up the order of the pixels by the one-time pad that describes the fun times had by a thick-soled, boot-wearing stomper who danced to produce a random claptrap. That in which set there's some lyric, there's a bit of a lyric jumble right here because I don't know exactly what it said here. Put that to a TIFF. Read out for your data, scramble up the order of the pixels that have the fun times had by a thick-soled, boot-wearing stomper who danced to produce a random claptrap. At which set the intervals of which in itself set the seed of math that is unguessable. Fuck. I'm trying to remember this one line of the lyric because it's hard. It's the one hard one that I always trip up on. Scramble up the orders of the pixels set. No, hold on. It's beget a seed of math unguessable. Ain't something contrite on the something redressable. Shit. If you seek read out for your data, scramble up the order of the pixels. By the one-time pad that describes the fun times had by a thick-soled, boot-wearing stomp who dance and produce random claptrap all the intervals which said randoms. Stomps themselves begat a seed of math unguessable. They ain't comprising on the something that's redressable. Best of all, you secret of the extent could extract it. By 2025, a children's speaking spell could crack it. Okay, I messed up a little bit of that part of that first verse, but like the rest of it. But yeah, no, like it. I love that song because it's not only really poetically constructed. You can see like the thick-soled had by the one-time pad by the thick-soled lad. Like there's a good amount of like rhyming schemes within the lines, and it's a good song. It's a good rap, but it's also a story that is the exact kind of nerd shit that I like. There's so many other songs he sings about like comic books and internets and other things that like I'm just iffy about. It's not that kind of nerdery that appeals to me, but this particular nerdery is the chef's kiss there. I would make the noises, but the hand gesture, yeah, if I tried to do the hand gesture enough, I would hit myself, and I just did. It's a good song, though. I think I played it on one of these outings, and I think I got a copyright strike on it by playing it by one of these outings, so that's why I have attempted to memorize the words and can just recite it. Because that is a thing that one can recite, isn't it? 2025 children speak as bell could crack it. You can't hide secrets from the future with math. You can drive it. It's an enigma machine. A cudgel down it, all on it. Through a tin can on a string, and that ain't all you do. Broadcast clear text of your data. Send an Does it? The broadcasting clear text of your data. There's a part where like promising not to commit voting fraud. Like there's a weirdly 2016 and 2020 kind of a aspect to it later on that, you know, it's been an issue for as long as I have been looking into these kind of things, and Estonia is apparently doing it, and they probably should. I don't know. Yeah. Online voting. Maybe don't do that. There's, especially when you need system. I don't know. There's a lot that is hackable, and you should not be relying on online voting, even though people are, or like transporting it. I don't know. Your paper ballots and your automatic recounts, no matter what, do them. There's a lot of simple solutions to a lot of voting issues, and the good, I don't know, it's weird. Hand counting ballots always produces a different number every time you do it, but that's like the that is the best we can do, because we'd rather have a 95% efficiency hand count rather than putting things on the internet, and I typically agree with that. Or don't have computers count it, because when you have a computer counting something, you're not sure if the bits on the silicon are the same as the number being displayed to you on the screen. And good gravy, imagine someone hacking into Cout or some kind of baseline program that everyone uses to change up some, there's so many, when I studied this a long time ago, there are so many avenues for entry. When it comes to something as important as a federal election to the United States, there's a lot of people who would be willing to do, because if you've got a gingerbread stand on the side of the road and you want to do something over the internet, okay, if it's completely hacked and you have a limited liability corporation, you're not at that much risk. So the amount of gain and the amount of potential hackers is pretty low to begin with, and the losses are pretty low to begin with. So even if it is a business and it's a good amount of income, it's not zero risk, it's low risk, and it's, a low amount you want to lose, but that it's okay to, put online and have some. And there's also, credit card companies that probably want to process these payments correctly, so they've got a stake in it too, so you're even lowering your risk there. For elections, that's different, because the other thing that there was a point in my life where I was like, okay, shit, I pressed the B button. Don't press the B button. You have to keep your hand on the A button. The B button is the emergency button. There's a point in my life where I was 90% convinced that you shouldn't do online voting, but 10% of me was okay, there's a lot of issues to figure out. Here's the big issue that I don't think is going to get figured. The average age of a volunteer at a polling place is 60. So you're not going to get, if you have some newfangled algorithm that will allow you to do your caucusing and your vote counting, and it's on a computer, it needs to be something that a 70-year-old can use, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. That moment when I realized the average age of a poll worker was 70, it was 60 or 70, that 90% unsure, 10% sure drops to 100% unsure. This is almost 100% certainty that this is not going to happen well anytime soon. And it's weird how that's the detail that got me, rather than, okay, so when you put your ballot into the machine and it counts it, how are you sure that the reader, so there's probably an optical reader on there, because you've probably gotten a sheet of paper and you had to bubble it in, do your Scantron, and you've scanned it in. How do you know that the scanner has appropriately talked to the rest of the machine and told it what was on the piece of paper? Then once you have made sure that that is there, and that there are contingencies for if the optical part is out, or if it's not sure, or because optical scanning is, for Scantrons, almost 99.99% of the way there, but that's not 100%. So then how do you know that the reading has occurred on the correct level? And then how do you know that what has been written into the memory of the computer is what the, so it has to go out of the scanner and into an algorithm to figure out what it is. So how do you make sure that the scanner is reporting correctly and not just reporting whatever it wants to? How do you know that that algorithm isn't taking outside information and that is reporting? And then how do you know that it's writing into memory? There isn't some chip on the memory that's undoing things or doing things. So there's that too. And then there's the screen in front of you that is saying all of these pieces are attached to the CPU, and that CPU has to do some sort of displaying in order to make sure that your ballot has been counted. That thing on the screen says that it has been counted, but has it actually been counted? Is there a space on the memory? Do I have a memory address where that vote just went? Is that memory address, is that memory address now making sure that that is correct to the scan that happened earlier? Is there another memory address of the scan, and what that interpretation went to that also correlates to that memory address that also correlates to the pixels on the screen? That's, all of these contingencies over and over again is, harder to do, because you can't exactly, here's the thing, you can't exactly arrest a polling machine. And if you've seen you've seen the hubbub people. There have been court cases about people who think the polling machines are, but like, if that was even close to true, who's getting arrested for that? The answer is like no one, because it could be a bug, and if it's a hack, it can maybe be blamed on someone else. But like, if a poll worker intentionally counts the ballots wrong and throws off the count, there's a good chance you're going to be able to find that poll worker and have consequences be applied to them. If I'm sitting here trying to program a voting machine, are consequences going to be applied to me if it goes wrong? And should they be applied to me if it goes wrong? Especially if you're trying to epoxy a system, essentially, make it unhackable. Or as unhackable as it could possibly get. You are trying to achieve enough unhackability so that it can support a federal election. How do you even begin to get there? And should the consequences apply to the person who is giving it the try? And that person who is giving it a try really should be a public sector worker. We should not be using private machines for this shit, because Mitch McConnell is has a lot of stocks in a voting machine company. That should not be a thing. It's already bad enough that Congress people can hold stocks and trade them and suffer no consequences because they can write the policy that makes those stocks go up and down. But having part of a voting machine company is like super not cool, because that's no longer a profit motive. That is quite literally a transgression of democracy motive in there. You really should put that shit into a blind trust at the very least, if not just not have it at all. You're being paid a above average salary. Like, average salary, if you take the richest people and the poorest people and push them together, is $90,000 per year, which is great. That's actually really good as a median salary. The problem is there's a lot of people making over $400,000 a year and a lot of people making under $30,000 a year. There's a huge gulf of disparity, and while the midpoint is really cool, it's only cool because there's so much wealth accumulated over here and so little wealth accumulated over there. So like, America could be a really cool place. It got a good median. More equitability to, crunch the, get the rich and the poor closer together, and we'll have a middle class again. But off on another tangent. I got onto the voting machines tangent and electronic voting. Oh boy. Oh god, and don't even get me started on like mobile networks too. Imagine if you are voting on your phone, you poke your phone, now you gotta make sure the app is doing all of this. So the app also has, what it's displaying to the screen, what's on the memory of the phone itself, and then it has to broadcast that over a cell network. None of this should be wireless to begin with. I'm not okay, but I'm more okay with like voting machines where you have to take the USB stick out and then drive that to the central voting processing area, then broadcasting that shit, hopefully encrypted. God help you, encrypted. But there's man-in-the-middle attacks. You can hack into a cell tower and make sure your packets go through instead of like, oh god, voting over. I don't know how Estonia even begins to do it, and I think Estonia has like terminals you have to do it at. You have to, because I think they have an ISP that is based on like their social security number or the equivalent there. So when you sign up for internet service, like the government knows this IP address is this voter, essentially. So that's one of their security measures. But like everything else on top of that in Estonia, not to be too harsh on Estonians, is maybe less of a risk if that election goes wrong. Bad for Estonians, rest of the world. Like, you want to make sure that there's a decent amount of risk in there. Don't call me rude if I say the US election should maybe have a higher standard there. I think all voting should have all of these standards always applied, but we're not anywhere close to that yet. And Estonia is doing it. I really hope that they figure out some problems in ways that I didn't think could be solved that really help these sorts of situations, because I don't think they should be doing it as much, and I think they still have backups and that kind of thing, and there should always be paper. Should always be countable pieces of paper. because that's kind of how we founded the country. We founded the country on countable pieces of paper. We should not ever do worse than countable pieces of paper, and we should strive to do better than countable pieces of paper, but countable pieces of paper is a thing we know how to do very well. All 50 states know how to do countable pieces of paper, except for the chits and everything else in the 2000s. It's nothing. Every state has a decent idea of how to do countable pieces of paper, and we have been able to keep that system up for as long as we have so far. So far, so good. Here's hoping for more in the future, but we can't replace countable systems of countable pieces of paper with worse. That's a bad idea. All around. In every conception of that, and of course we are. Of course we have electronic voting machines, and it's not great. I can't talk about Virginia, good state. I have voted in the state of Virginia. I'm not going to say where I live right now to try and keep some amount of anonymization there, but Virginia has countable pieces of paper. You are given a countable piece of paper. You make your marks on that countable piece of paper, and you put the countable piece of paper into a machine. That machine, does the counting, but there's a storage box in that machine with all the countable pieces of paper that have been counted. So if need be, they can take the box out and count the pieces of paper themselves. We have that fallback system. Not every state in the Union does that. I cannot believe that at all. Some states, you just poke a screen and hope it does it. How? How have we fallen so far? This is currently a worse than countable pieces of paper situation. And thankfully, there isn't the major issues are still and hopefully there isn't. It's weird because there may be some evidence of state malfeasance in Kentucky. I'm just gonna start talking about shit. There's some shit with Mitch McConnell where he's winning by like 40 points or something, between the. I don't know. There's a Twitter account that I should link people to that is digging more into this, and I'm hoping something gets done about that, or that is looked into, because on a service level, without not a whole lot of investigation, on a couple of Senate seats, there have been 40-point swings away from the polls, which happened in years where there were some swings to be expected, but 10-point swings. 10-point swings are already stupidly rare, and if they happen, something was wrong with the polling. 40-point swings are different. 40-point swings are out there. 40-point swings are your dictatorship swings. I think what was it? There was one election where they did a poll, but it was in a absolutely authoritarian state. I can't remember if it was Belarus or Russia or something like that, but an absolutely authoritarian state. They did, some polling, and they got the actual results, and the swing there was 70 points. The polls said, this person should have won 70-30, and it was actually 90-10 for the other person. So that was a 70. So what did I say? It was 70-30 on the poll. So a 30-90 is a 60-point swing. So dictatorship malfeasance swings are 60-point swings, and we had a couple of 40-point swings in the state of Kentucky, which is most of the way to dictatorship. So either the polls were very, very, very uncharacteristically wrong, 3 times as wrong as they usually were, and this was in the years where the polls were already twice as wrong as they were. So is this still within the margin of error, or is this bad malfeasance? And if it's bad malfeasance, then someone should have gotten punished for it at some. And maybe I think this is more 2012 than it was 2016. But still, there were some huge point swings that weren't explainable by. But again, it was one of those years where everyone was like, polls are wrong, so no one really thought to look further into it. But polls are always kind of wrong, and the thing that was really wrong, at least in the 2016 years, the thing that was really wrong about 2016 years wasn't so much the polls, it was the people reporting on the polls, aggregating them together, and then saying, okay, because all of these polls say there's a 60% chance of this happening, we're going to call it 99%, and we're going to go ahead and call victory, hooray. But that didn't happen. The polls were all with not quite within a margin of error. They were off, so they weren't within a margin of error off, but they were still, not as close as people were making them think. And when they're as close as people are making them think, and then they suddenly switch all the way around, and people have to undo their calling of things, then yeah, people are going to be like, let's not trust the polls. But there are steps from asking people questions and putting together a poll to what the news reports on election night, and that's a very wide gulf of difference, and a lot of mistakes were made in between that, and better data transparency would be great, but there's also some extra steps that really need to be, like, investigated. Holy shit, I have been talking for... I think we're on 90 right now. Yeah, because 8 just passed down, so this is 90 miles. 20% plus, what is that, 22%? Oh, wait, yeah, hold on, the 88 was the number for 22%. Hooray, we have made it the next year's percentage points into the, oh, good gravy. How many hours has it been? I said I was going to stop and do something in 2 hours, and I completely forget what it is, and I got going off of electronic voting, and I got into a rant at that point, and I don't think I explained things as well as I could have explained them, but I get ranty. I don't explain things as well as I probably could explain. There are a lot of entrance ways for hackers to make elections bad, especially when you go through electronic voting. Especially if you go through, like, wireless electronic voting on your phone. Voting on your phone is super convenient, and that'd be really cool to get numbers up, but it's not secure at all. Like, I already know the police have their, like, bat wings or their rays or whatever I can't remember. There's some kind of animal that is a device that the police can use to listen in on anything going through any cell tower. So, doing that is a... Like, and again, you can so easily do a man-in-the-middle attack on, like, 4G, 5G, your wireless infrastructure. Even, like, so I understand, if the Estonian system is, it has to be on a wired internet, it can't go through Wi-Fi, and then you've got IP addresses registered to voters, and I'm trying to think of how they do, if they keeping a secret ballot while also keeping the doubly secret ballot. So, like, in the U.S., well, actually, no, in the U.S. we do have voting confirmation. No, we don't actually have a doubly secret ballot. I keep forgetting, or at least, yeah, I think in most states they do keep a record of when you have voted. So, but they don't keep a track of who you have voted for. So, verifying if you have voted is something you can do and should do. Verifying the contents of that vote is something you should not do, because we've already figured out a long time ago that it's a bad idea to make votes public. Mainly for so many different intimidation factors and what have you. Which, yeah, the other thing that came up a long time ago, man, I'm getting on politics. Oh well. At least it's, like, neutral politics. I made fun of Mitch McConnell, but I think everyone can. I think, like, can we cross the aisle and say Ted Cruz is terrible? Is that something that everyone can agree with, that Ted Cruz is just not a good person, or not a interesting person? Like, I don't know. I don't think there are any Ted Cruz stands out there. I think we're okay on this particular aspect. The more conservative-leaning people who I typically disagree with in my real life and in my family also agree that Ted Cruz is just a little goblin. Should probably not be part of the party that they say that they are a part of. So, like, that's good at the very least. I think that is a bipartisan agreement that Ted Cruz is a little goblin. I think we can, like, leave it there, not define our terms too specifically, and still keep that. Like, there we go. Ted Cruz is a goblin. That's a bipartisan thing that we can all... Wherefore, we can get 99 members of the Senate to say that Ted Cruz is a little goblin. I think you can put that on a proclamation and pass it with bipartisan support. I'm going to try and keep to then Mitch McConnell's harder, but also kind of easier. I don't know. Trying not to go too far down any one particular And it's not because I'm one of those fence sitters on the middle. Oh boy, let me just keep turning left here. As the world turns right, I keep turning left. This game is actually a good way of determining my political compass, because I keep jerking the wheel to the left as best as I can, but everything else is just kind of leaning to the right despite it all. I am very supportive of all of the German government taking the housing and nationalizing it to house the homeless. That is, I think, a very left-wing kind of a thing, and I put that there, so getting an idea of where I sit, but, you know, trying to be nice for the time, because generally speaking, if the 70% of the conservatives would tell the other 30% of the conservatives to fuck off, it's gonna screw them up in the polls, but it would, you know, be better just in general. It's don't caucus with crazies. And, you know, tell them off. Don't call them good people. There's Nazis marching in Charlottesville. Don't call them good people. Like, you gotta excise the tumor. I don't want to say excise the tumors, but, like, yeah, you gotta cut them off. Disassociate from them in stronger terms than you are currently dissociating from. Okay. Once again, the head is hurting, and I should go back to, like, you know, New Year's resolutions. How in the hell did I get from New Year's resolutions to, voter fraud? Honestly. I don't know. I'm still trying to trace that conversation, but it doesn't really matter too much. New Year's resolutions. What else is on that list? Because one thing on that list was getting back into ARMA campaign making, and I did do that, so that's good. That got checked off the list. I got most of the Bitcoin thing checked off the list. I did not get career checked off the list. I need to, like, rewrite the resume and send it to a couple of people who said that they were going to give a look over of it and then help me tailor it to the places they work, so that, one, it goes to their department. Get your mans on the inside. That's the one thing. Alright, piece of advice. If you are spending the money to go to college, like, focus on your studies. Make sure that, like, you know enough about what you're studying to do work in the future, but the one thing you should really do in college that I did not do was networking. Holy shit, there were a lot of opportunities to network that I turned down because I wanted to see if I could pump my grade point average up. Like, I wanted to study and not network, and that was a mistake. If you know people, you're going to get more jobs than if you know things. You can be the smartest person, but if you can't write a good resume, and you don't have, like, a guy on the inside making sure your resume is fast-tracked or getting around the algorithms or whatever, you're not going to get that job. And if you're fortunate, like me, and you're in, and you kind of know to, you know, put white text at the bottom with a bunch of, you know, keywords, so you get white text at the bottom of the resume with a bunch of keywords to get it past the algorithm to put it in front of a human, is... I can't believe we've gotten to that part, because if you've got a company that's large enough that has an HR department where some people in HR, their only task to do all year is to, you know, read resumes and get an intake of new people, you're at that point a big enough company to have one of these algorithms that's doing it for you, and the job market is messed up in more ways than one. I'm going to not talk about some of the other ways because I have strong opinions about those other ways. By strong opinions, I mean go unions, keep making more unions, and don't give an inch to the bosses, but that's one aspect that I could talk about for a long time, but I'm not going to go down that road at the moment, because I was just more about the non-political elements of the job market, where essentially, if you know how to trick an algorithm, you can get hired to a good job, and if you don't know how to trick an algorithm, you're kind of stuck with other, like, again, I think I fell into this trap because I didn't do screwy things with my resume, and also the fact that when you go to half of these websites and you're submitting your resume, you have to then retype the resume. There's something that's going to go in front of human eyes, and then there's going to be words that are going into the machine. And I think they make you type it out so that, you know, the thing you type out goes to the machine, and this PDF goes to a human. Because the PDF is more of a readable kind of format, while the machine is going to take the strings that you put into the boxes on the website and see if you are a good fit due to someone else's algorithm. And if they're not, you know, algorithmstohirepeople.com, or their business isn't making those algorithms, it's not super. Like, I don't know. Maybe if there was a terms of service and like a secret word in the terms of service, or like here are the keywords that we are looking for. Like, I know in the job description there are often those keywords, but they don't put all of the keywords that they're looking for in the job description. I think, because I've had a couple of it's not a like two. I think I did this twice actually. It's not a good sample size, but of the sample size that I have encountered, if I didn't put like all of the specific words into the white text at the bottom, I would get nothing back. And it's depressing when you send out like 80 resumes and you get nothing back, quite literally nothing. So when I'm, you know, tailoring things and trying, like, this is a job that I think I would actually want to do and know that I can do, so I'm going to try and like screw around with my resume and send it in maybe once or twice. 2 to 3 times, and see if I can't do anything about that, and that just didn't work. Like, whatever. Getting nothing back is depressing. Getting back you're not a fit for the job is okay. So, you know, you have received... There's always the automated, we have received your application, and that's cool, but like, there's never the automatic, we have filled the position, please look elsewhere, thank you for your time and efforts. Yeah, so I can complain about just the job market in the terms of like the physical bits of having to put in and get the job and do what that's all messed up too, because not everybody is in the business of hiring people, but everybody needs to hire people. And if you outsource your website to someone who is in the business of hiring people, great, maybe they can actually like write an algorithm that'll find people, but there's always some amount of attrition. And yeah, attrition between the people who are sending in their applications and, you know, qualified versus unqualified. And because there are algorithms to game, there are potentially unqualified people going into these positions, which is, I don't know. If they've got training programs and you can turn anyone who knows how to game these systems into I do a lot of computer science oriented things, so there's probably a lot of people who know how to game an algorithm, and that knowledge kind of alone is enough to probably get them into a position where they can be trained into any other position. Like, I don't know. Gaming an algorithm, when the advice that I was going to give earlier was like network, because that's more important to getting a job than anything you learn in class. Like, there should probably, if I had to make a college career template, if I had to make like a college scheduler, a curriculum perhaps, because a lot of colleges try to do the liberal science curriculum where, okay, it doesn't matter what you are, doesn't matter what you're majoring in, you have to take 2 years of a language, a writing course, and like here are some bare minimums. On one of those bare minimums, I would have like a networking thing or something like that. How you can use and I'm sure there was like extra places that I could have gone to go into, but like I didn't actively pursue those, and that was a mistake. So like there would be a class that you have to sit down and take for a semester, worth credits to your degree. That is, here is everything that our college does to help you get a career. Here are other things that you can do outside of the college systems that will help you get a career. Make sure you know people who are like again, the most success I've had job hunting is when I have someone on the inside who can like push papers or otherwise get me past an algorithm. If I can hand my resume to someone and that someone can hand that resume to HR, I've skipped a step that most people aren't going to get past. And I know some of these algorithms are necessary because people just, you know, throw their resume at everything that even looks remotely like a wall to see what sticks. There are conditions and caveats, and if you tailor your algorithms too much or in the wrong way, you're gonna not get the kind of people you want for things, or it's weird. But yeah, no, having those guys on the inside is so much more important than learning a thing in a classroom. And I don't think I was ever explicitly given that. I knew I was given the, focus on your career, make friends, but like some of your friends should be people who are in a business that you would also like to be a part of. Go to those career fairs, and then go to the bars after the career fairs and talk to them there. Like in a friendly, jovial, maybe the email is not going to be a professional email to see if they can get you a spot. It's going to be a, hey buddy, how's it going? Let's go drinking on Saturday, and oh, by the way, I got this, I heard that there was an open position in your company. Like that kind of a thing. You gotta go like if you can get to a point where you can go one step beyond, that's a feature. And I'm currently like working on that and trying to see who in my friend network could assist in those sorts of things, because there's a lot of people I used to know in college that I did not keep up with. One of those people, I know for a fact, went to go work at like a video game company, which is cool. Like that would be a fun place to work at, perhaps. Those are some algorithms that I can do. Educational video games would be even better. And while I was like, I went to conferences that were about educational video games. I went to conferences about games and how like games for change and some other things. Like I went to professional networking things, and I kept none of those names and none of those numbers. I thought I'm building skills to, make video games, and I'm giving people opinions, and I'm not networking names and numbers and information about possible career contacts. I was networking information because I was one of those like smarty pants guys who wanted to I'm trying to think of a way to describe this. I wanted to learn as much as I possibly could and have skills, not know people, which was a mistake. Had to take I was even like watching My Little Pony and all that. So like the start of My Little Pony is quite literally someone getting kicked out of, or like someone graduating or otherwise getting kicked out of magic school to go make friends because they've spent all their life studying these weird arcane secrets, but none of that matters if you're not using it for better purpose and actually getting to know people. So I lost the first lesson that stupid show teaches you. I was watching the show at that time. That started in 2010, around some years that I'm not going to strongly define, because this is a recording going out in public and anybody could start. I'm sure I've given enough information to dox me, but let's not. But yeah, no, talking to people and keeping that network of contacts was something that was vaguely hinted at that I should do and would be useful for me, and honestly is like more important than everything I ever learned. That I could have skipped the game design class and gone to a I don't know about the game design class. The game design class was a good one though. That one actually like taught me, okay, most things. I could have definitely skipped a couple of different classes and had that like career building advice be drilled in my head better and probably be better off right now. So hey, advice to people who might be in a similar situation to me or have yet to achieve the similar situation that I'm at. Go make more friends. Go make more friends in high, medium, and low places. Make sure you've got, professional contacts. They don't have to be friends, but professional contacts are important. Have many of them. My head is starting to hurt again, and this is bad because the more frequently I have to take breaks, the worse this is going to get. But I think I am going to start the slow roll here and at least adjust this or take it off for a bit, because okay, I definitely have some strap on the forehead, not where that is supposed to be, and I gotta do some fixing about that. Right, we have slowed down. Is that actually 100 miles? Yeah, that's 104 miles, ain't it? Cool. 104 miles is 3 digits. Oh, that is so much better than it was earlier. Valid. Now that I am not quite a third of the way there. It does not look like anyone has said anything in chats. Oh, my head hurts. Okay. Yeah, I am talking to the wind and maybe future posterity, which is let's put up the quick because I am taking that break. That's happening. There are a couple people in the bar. That's gonna be weird. I hope no one's snuck in here and listened to me for. Well, I don't know. Maybe they have. Oh, okay. That is 5.5 hours. I'm only 100 miles down the road, but now the numbers are all big. It's not like 0. 0 is a hard number to deal with. 100 is a good number. I know I have spent more than half of my time, and I am not more than half of the way there, but this is better. Okay. Quick maths to see if I can even make it anymore. It is currently a time. Also, phone message was that. Oh, different thing. Right, cool. Okie doke. That last message was not important. That was something I was doing earlier today that I forgot to just off of. Need to oh, right. An actual stretch. That was one thing that I thought about doing, which I should just go ahead and get up and do right now. Yes. Okay. At least a leg stretch. Oh boy. Yeah, okay. Calculating the time. Oh. I looked at my messages. I did not look at the time. Time is 3:22. Look at that. Already way more information. We know what time I am. 22. 100 miles into this, and I need to do at least 2 more of them. 45 miles per hour. That's not great. That's at least 4 more hours. 4 plus 3 is 7. 8 is kind of estimate, but there's another 100 after that. It really should be like 6 hours total because it's actually closer to 350 miles than it is 300 miles. The estimate should be like a 300 miles, and 45 miles per hour is not 50 miles. Those are 2 estimates in my favor, so when I get to the final number, I need to adjust that out of. I've made 2 adjustments in favor, taking a speed that is easier to calculate but faster, and distance that is easier to calculate but less. So faster speed, less distance means the time is time to finish extra out of. Look at me doing the math again. I need to eat. It is lunchtime. Already skipped. So we are going to do. I think I'm going to do a quick golf for like 30 seconds. will always keep telling me I should start a podcast, and does this count? It shouldn't, but it kind of does. Although this is way more off the cuff, and if I were to actually do a podcast, I'd probably have, if not a script, then a much more structured outline to things. I'm gonna make more bag noises as I attempt to gain more calories. And I really should not have much more of a break. Back on the road. The cannot count on game crashes, so I absolutely need to finish this before midnight. Seeing as it's 3:30 right now, and I still have 260 miles to go at 45 miles per hour. Call that 250 at 50. There's still 5 more hours, which is 8, but I only have 4 hours after 8. If I take an hour break, then that's 9. 9 is currently the, if I stop estimating things, it's more like 9 out. It's more like 9 when I'm gonna stop. So with all these breaks, it's gonna be more like 10. Continue to take longer breaks, or I'm not as efficient as I could be, then that's gonna go into 11. And if it goes past 12, I have unleashed the curse upon the year. The curse of CHRIMBUS not arriving. I really should not be like 2 hours away from the destination with only 1 hour left to go before the curse hits, hoping that the game crashes, because that's the only way to properly do things. I have, again, less and less buffer time. I really need to figure out what's going on with the strap on my head, because if I have to keep stopping because my forehead's digging into something, that's not super. Especially if I can only do like 2 hour, or that was like an hour and a half burst. I'm trying to think of last time I think it was an hour and a half burst. I think I got through an hour and a half and my head started hurting again. But it's not like a headache. It's not hurting right now. It is quite literally the strap, rub it against something, or pressure being put on a certain spot. That is imminently fixable. That's not like take a quick painkiller and the headache goes away kind of a thing. That is I adjust the strap and I don't have to deal with it, which I really should be doing probably right now even. And water and calories, and trying not to starve. I should eat more than just yeah, I was about to say, I think I didn't have anything. The only thing I eat today is the champagne at New Year's. That's bad. At least I got this snack going now. Yeah, this is not good. I should not crash the bus next year. I should at some point put a list together of all the little things that I did, because I think I'm going to keep doing this year on year. But I need to put together like a little list of all these little tips and tricks to make sure I don't have bad crashing anymore. Because right now I'm in a strange setup where I am like 2 feet away from my USB ports, because I got all the controllers plugged in. This is supposed to be wireless, but it is. Bag noises. I really need to get back in like 2 minutes. And I should find a better topic rather than my anxious thoughts. I think the past 5 hours and 30 minutes has been either estimating how long things are going to take and doing all the math to figure out when, or how many miles is 1 percentage point and what have you. It's been dumb math that I do every year, and then anxious thoughts. The anxious thoughts are coming back in. I should talk about other things. I'm trying to think about what other things I should talk about. Hey, let's not do anxious thoughts about the New Year's resolutions that you've missed. There should be other thoughts about things that you could do, or want to do, or have done. So let's go for the positive point. Okay. I have a button for do, but over and which is fine, and then oops. Okay. Wire adjusted so it feels like a seat belt. Oh boy, yeah, the sun does go a little bit faster in game than out of game. I think when I slept for 8 hours, I think it's 3 times as fast because I slept for 8 hours at one time. Did a full cycle of a day. Ooh, that is a low sun in the sky and it looks nice. 3 hours on this timer. About 100 miles down the road. Why does that controller keep turning off? Okay. There, it is adjusting and trying to get tracking back. I don't think tracking. I think I can run as it were. There's one achievement in this game. Okay, there are 2 achievements. One that I have made myself, and that is trying to open the bus door in such a way as to catch tumbleweed. Could be fun. Second is to ride the bus from start to finish, and it might just be getting on the bus and being at the finish line and being a passenger. I think that's how that achievement. I don't think you gotta ride the whole 8-hour way there. Yeah, no, I remember there are a couple of times I have attempted to play this game, but like all I did on the game was sit in other people's buses, hope that they would finish. So like I could get that achievement, and I was like willing to sit there the whole hours. And someone drove like 2 or 3 hours and didn't finish though. Don't know why. Like didn't crash or anything, just disconnected. And maybe it was a network thing. I could have been disconnected from that bus, not because the person quit, but because of other reasons. But I think I might have seen him pick up the. I actually don't know. Long time ago though, closer to when this game was actually released. Nowadays, I'm surprised people get on the bus with me. Like I'm trying to think of who would play this game ever. It's probably the 1 or 2 people. Like maybe right after Christmas, a lot of people would be playing it because they're like they got their new VR sets or gifted it to themselves or something like that. When do people buy? Look at myself in the mirror like that, like lips. I have to though because I have found comfort in this particular position where I can just use the thumbsticks. Got way more comfortable. As much as I want to like hold the wheel there, that is holding your arm out in a weird spot, and this is do nothing, think nothing, use controllers like controllers, no waving around necessary. The position of the controller does not matter. In fact, tracking doesn't matter either, which is safer. Ooh, I should not have had that thought, but yes, it is safer to just do this. Which, I mean, at this point, I wonder if my old Google Cardboard setup could, because there isn't. Well, I guess, I'll think about this for other years, but safest way to do this is have your backup button so that you can switch your driving hands, and just using the control stick so that drift and all of that doesn't matter. Because right now, it does not matter where the controllers are positioned. Inputs that they need is single button input of foot on gas or acceleration. Like, I could do this with an Xbox controller, but an Xbox controller, at least the one that does not have, like, forward on not even pressing the button, but just laying your finger on the button. Great. I didn't realize that, like, all of the buttons on there had that. Like, I knew the grip had weird bits about it, but like every single button on there, even the start menu button, is touch sensitive. So if you're touching it but not pressing it, that counts. There's some crazy pressure sensors, and I hope they last. I think the only thing on the Vive that's that I have heard reported that goes bad is the wire cable, which actually I wonder how that error manifests now that I think about it. I did nothing to adjust the mask on my face or try and get it more comfortable, so we are going to see how long I can take this for and let at least an hour down the road. And think about not my anxious thoughts. Yeah, we're going to ban the topic of careers now. Even if there's good advice in there, I need to not think. That is that is a thought for literally every other day of the year, and I think I had that thought every other year. Right now, though, anything else but that. What have I put on the... Oh yeah, the other thing I put on the list was the to go back to a much older topic, actually like make a video about the D&D thing, the recollection of, I'm trying to think of better words for this, but the recap, maybe. Yeah, that thing. I'm paranoid that I didn't turn the mic back on, but the mic is on, so never mind. I don't have sound. I don't have bus noises, but that's probably for the best. Yeah, let's turn the bus noises back on. It's something else other than myself talking. Or that the game. But yeah, no, that recap, that was on the list. I didn't do that this year. But that's one of those things that, well, unless I want to do the extra effort idea, which I kind of don't want to, I can always do both. You don't have to have just the one recap. You can have have the fun recap and the funner recap. Alright. A quick button press to get bus noises. Alright. But yeah, the recap. Recap was on my list of things to do, and I did not produce a video that recapped that previous game. That's still on the list. Although typically when I have something that stays on the list for the entire year and I don't do it, I take it off the list. It's one of those, like, what is it? Does this spark joy kind of a things. If it's, or what is it? There's also the closet clearing thing where at the beginning of the year you put all the hangers in your closet one way, and when you wear something you flip the hanger the other way, and if you have any hangers facing the way they were facing at the beginning of the year, then at the end of the year, then you have to get rid of that clothes. Like, one thing I have done on that list, and there's a couple of things on that list that have just been deleted, and I had to tell myself, you didn't do it this year, you're probably not going to do it this year, you're probably not going to do it next year either. It's not that important, so you need to let go. It does not spark joy. It should be gotten rid of. And that recap is on the list. Oh yeah, the sun is low enough that the plants are casting shadows on me. But yes, indeed. So the D&D game recap is coming up for renewal, and rules state that I should not renew it because I did not do it this year. And it has been sitting on that list since at the beginning of the year last year. I put it on the list, so if it's been there a full year, it should be gotten rid of. And I have put a bare speck of I have put effort into it. There is not no effort put into it. Some effort's been put into it, but not finished. In the slightest. I don't even think I've started on like how I would even do the recap. The first recap video I did was just me talking about the campaign because I was drunk. And like I just kind of talk like I did right. I talked to myself like I am doing right now. Just kind of going off about that. And yeah, if I were to start a podcast right now, it'd be deep conversations talking with myself. I mean, not all that deep. But yeah, should I do a recap video? Because according to the rules, I can't. So if I can't put it on the list, doesn't mean I shouldn't do it anyway. Or it doesn't matter as much. But it was something I should have done this year that I didn't. A for fun thing, it's not a serious thing. No, do not have anxious thoughts about it. But like, you know, the game ended for 2020. Probably should have done that particular recap in 2020. It is now 2021. We're, you know, a year and a half into the next campaign, and I haven't done the recap of the previous one. I'd like to put some more professionalism into it, and I would like to do it. Just will I? There are so many other little video ideas that have sat on that list for however long. Oh yeah, speaking of podcasting, that's on the list too. Well, there's someone who is on that particular... the podcast thing, I wanted to do 2 people in a room talking about things, because that's... as much as I could, as much as once per year I sit down and talk to myself for 8 hours, I should actually make that how a real podcast goes. Not a fan of the Dan Carlin sitting down and really getting deep into a scripted kind of podcast sort of a thing. I do like the 2 guys in a room style of podcast where, yeah, maybe someone, what is it, like the Dollop or something, where, yeah, maybe someone's going into a deep dive of a historical topic, but there's someone to bounce ideas off of, and the Dollop even does like their little role-play moments where they get into some kind of character and make a funny situation out of some sort of misinterpretation of the history, which is always fun. Or, you know, my brother and me, where they're just talking about shit, but it's, you know, 3 people in a room bouncing ideas off of each other and maybe sticking to a topic, but not necessarily so. I don't know. How many kinds of podcasts can you do by yourself? Hey, someone. Wow, there's a lot of people on the buses these days. Maybe it's just the same guy over and over again. Who knows? This is like the 3rd. Last time, I think I had... Hold on. Oh. Green off the road. I thought I heard a knock. A wooden kind of door knock, and I would have to get up and interact with someone besides myself in like a meet space. Got any viewers on Twitch yet, so the kind of interruptions that I absolutely am afraid of, because I'm in the middle of doing something and speaking to myself. Okay. So with that non-interruption happening, you know what? I'm already parked. Let's find a comfortable spot to sit and do some adjustments. Okay. Where's the right? Do the thing in the back, maybe? Oh, right. This screws. Loosen that? I don't need... Okay, so... One of the reasons you gotta tighten these... One of the reasons you gotta do all the straps on this and put it at a certain point is because you got, like, lenses that you have to deal with. And... You have your eye in a certain spot, and you get the highest fidelity, and it's not blurry because the edge of your vision and your peripheral vision is supposed to be a little bit blurry because you got, you know, a screen. So you want the mask on tight, and you want to make sure that you're looking at this one specific spot on the screen so that it has the highest fidelity, the lensing all works correctly. All of that goes there. That requires very specific spot on your head in a very specific manner, and getting it to stay there without... I'm going to keep things loose. I'm going to keep vision blurry. It's not all that blurry. I think it's actually better than... I want it so that you don't have to, like, kind of adjust the mask on your face to get a clearer picture every now and then. Just kind of want it to clear all the time. Finding that exact angle is way more difficult than it seems. One of the things that I didn't think would happen with VR was that kind of like, oh, you have to put the thing on your face. There's so many different face types. It's hard to... I don't know, it's a hard problem to fix. And we've got a decent enough solution right now, but it requires tight headbands, and I hope I have tightened it enough to ward off here, because I'm pretty sure it's whichever way I'm like tilting my head is where the weight of this thing is pressing against. See why I'm getting the not even a tension headache, because a tension headache is its own thing. Just the tension quite literally on the skull, like the skin bits. Okay, that guy's gone. I'm trying to think of the kind of person who would discover this game or otherwise boot it up and get into other people's buses right now and be here. But oh well. I wonder what that knock was now, because I heard not bus noises, but I think truck noises outside, so that might be might have been a knock outside that was louder than a door knock, but going through a building to get to my ear may have softened a knock like that. I would say I would try not to dwell on it, but if I dwell on it, I'm facing further down the road and closer to the goal. Right now, I can do so many time-wasty things because I am going towards using my efficiency. There's 100 and almost 15 miles. What is 100 percentage? You gotta divide that by 15 is almost 16. We'll call that 64%. 9%. 9% is almost 33%. 33% of 360 would be 120. So yeah, about 120. Almost a third of the way there. 5 miles or maybe 7 minutes until that happens. Milestones. Counting milestones. The way to pass the time. Keeps some part of your brain alive and not thinking thoughts. I just definitely did like a lip smack there, which is try to avoid that in normal speech, but you know, when said for a while, you kind of it's your ally. Well, when you're doing radio things, that's one of the noises you're supposed to avoid doing. Kind of also your ums and your ahs, but if you do an if you just make sure that if there could be words being said, say those words instead of words, because giving the impression of thought or maybe trying to put together a jumbled mess of words to a sentence express them better than saying it or just saying the delay word. Does not get across what is in your head. Stammering some words out that are somewhat related but you haven't quite put together might. Generally more entertaining than... But also, do I want to do the hour of silence? Because I did say, as a funny joke, it would be kind of funny if one of the 8 hours was just a quiet hour. Shut the fuck up. Saying it like I am not generally a recitant person, and exactly. It's funny. Else when you like say, oh, maybe I'll shut the fuck up for an hour if you are the kind of person who talks a lot. The thing is, outside of this exercise of talking to myself for 8 hours, and whatever happens to Twitch, generally really talkative. Or think about it with all the shit that I have to say right now. But yeah, no. What I'm trying to remember, there's like the kinds of introverts and the vampire introvert, in that I have to be invited to go to a place before I think like, ah yes, I'm allowed to be. I don't speak unless there is a good reason for me to speak, or I am invited to speak, and I am known amongst the crowd. This is why I'm a DM. Asked, hey, would you like to DM for us? And my introverted ass was like, I can do that. Now I have a reason to talk to people. And that's not exactly how things went, but like also that's not exactly how they went, because it is not the full truth, it is not a full lie either. Yeah, when you keep games going on for like 6 years or so, I don't want to think about how many years I've been doing D&D, because that one first game was 9 months, second game was about 4 years, and we're now a year and a half for another one, so that's probably 6 years. Don't think about it too much. But yeah, no, when you tend to get some pretty decently strong relationships when you do this sort of thing for as long as that is. You are forcing yourself to commiserate with friends for 3 to 4 hours a week. You tend to develop stronger friends that way because you are making excuses for yourself, do friend things with friends. It still counts. It's still communications with people. You do 2 sorts of things. Other thing being campaigns in Arma, which has a nice sort of a suite there. That one, no one asked me to do. I just did it. People were, and so didn't have to. But I'm still trying to figure out how I started Tactical Tuesday, because it felt like we came up with a time to play Arma, and must have been after we've gotten together to play Stasi or something, and then wanted to continue it, but wanted to make sure that everybody could be there to continue. Trying to figure out how that started, because D&D started when someone else was like, hey, I'm going to play D&D, we should meet once a week, when do you want to do it? And then I was invited in. If I don't have a reason to talk, I typically don't. I think that's called the vampire introvert, because you have to be invited to a conversation, or otherwise even vampires cannot cross the threshold unless invited in, so it's typically don't do social things unless there's a specific reason for you to do so, or you are invited in, or etc., etc. Actually, that might be a different type of introvert. I think there's a different type of introvert where you only say something like it's like the subject expert introvert, where unless you feel like you can meaningfully add to the conversation, I get a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. By that I mean a lot. By that I mean anxiety. And by that I mean depression. Oof. Wow, that was actually... for being a millennial and for being someone who has not played Roblox at all, the fact that I just ironically didn't there, like, in the public spot, like, this is the one time I should be thinking about the words before I say them. Formative. I am currently staying empty. Theater is void of people. There's no one else here. There is no director. It is just me. Soliloquy. What is the verb form of soliloquy? Soliloquying. Making soliloquy to myself. Maybe to a neighbor through a thin wall, the meat space, or maybe to someone who has snuck onto the team. Yet to say anything. Their mic isn't working. How should I know? I don't have the user as it through your channel. Wouldn't know. It's probably a surprise that I don't need to give to my anxious self, but oh well. Hopefully they will end their entrance. Or not. They could just sit there and be creepy. I kind of hope there isn't anyone in there right now, because it would be kind of funny if there was. Right, but yeah, theater's empty, and I'm just kind of doing... Where was that conversation supposed to go? I was talking about types of introverts for some reason. This is what you don't want to do if you're doing a podcast by yourself, is lose the train of thought, because there should be, like, content to build off of these ideas and off of your previous bits of content. Been doing a great job of that so far for the past 6 hours, and I think I have finally, like, officially dropped the ball. Do not know where I was going. There was some topic on about that. I'm gonna focus into this. I don't know. There was the podcast thing, there was something else, and then there was the types of introverts, and I feel like I had to say about the... Maybe not. Maybe I am just stammering to fill air instead of letting it be silent, because yeah, no, if you explain your thoughts, you don't have to fill dead air. There is no dead air. You are explaining your thoughts. Doing enough. Looks like I've passed the third of the way mark. We are greater than 33% of the way through. 33 times 4 is... 32? Really? Be 132 miles if 4 miles is per percentage point? So yeah, what is the difference between my theoretical here? Because I've got 100 actual, which theoretically should be 30%. It's 4 per percent. So we've got like a 2% difference theoretical to actual, or is it above 3 at this point? Yeah, at 120, it would be 30% on one hand and 33% on 33 and a bit percent. 124 is going to be 31%. So yeah, we are currently about 2 percentage points ahead of where we theoretically are calculating, which is great, but you know, could be worse. At least I got 3 numbers on speedometer? What's that called? Speedometer is our one. Remember it? What are those called? Speedometer, it's a meter of some measurement of distance. Oh well. well, yeah, if we want to skip back a couple of steps, then there was a podcast that I wanted to do with someone else. Part of my to-do list for this year. That didn't happen, but that depends on other people. And those other people have been going to school and doing things. So, like, I don't know what's there. I want to interrupt their important things to do our unimportant things. Also, make content and affix things into tangible mediums. It's one of the reasons why I'm doing this right now, other than sheer stubbornness, the fact that I've done it every year. But yeah, no other work has been really done into that podcast. I thought about, like, summarizing the news for him, since I typically keep track of not only the news, but Twitter, which is like Insta news. Anytime someone has anything remotely newsworthy, it will probably post about it and share it around a feed. Not the best arbiter of news, because it's what, whatever portion of people, I don't remember how, or even guess as to how the interactions between the trending feed. I really should find that script that I used to disable the trending bar on the side and get rid of that again, because, oh boy. For someone who has deleted Facebook and a lot of social media, getting off of Twitter is going back into earlier conversations about keeping track of content creators. Sometimes Twitter is the only way to do that, but it's like not the best way of doing it. Slighted. So much other noise on the platform because not everybody keeps to posting your important news on there. So, like, I don't know, you gotta do a lot of scrolling, especially like follow a lot of people. Most of them are still like accounts that post information about things that you're actually thinking about. A few accounts that are also personal accounts where they also make fun of other people's things and use Twitter as one is, I believe, supposed to use Twitter instead of just an advertising platform. That clogs up the tubes. Yeah, clogged tubes are hard to get content out of. And I already took an hour before I crashed the first time thinking about how to fix that issue or otherwise. Exactly, some of that will be coming to fruition. Alright, now the second wave of boredom has hit me. I don't exactly want to do this right now, but I have 3 big old numbers on the board there. So, 3 hours and 30 minutes into this second session. Oh man, where would I be if I actually put 5 hours into the code? Doesn't matter, because this is where I am. Sometimes life just turns off your controller and crashes your bus. We are 126 miles into this journey. Approximately 31%? I'm gonna go 31% because 124 is about 31%. We'll call it 31% and just not think too hard about it. We are about 31% of the way through this journey. Yeah, this is gonna be a 9-hour thing. I just realized, we're about 33.3% of the way through this, and it's 3 hours and 33 minutes. No! The bad sign. The sign that this is gonna go on for 10 hours. Makes the 8-hour chore got an extra 2.5 hours put on top of it, and now maybe more. And brakes. I don't think there are any brakes on this bus either, so if I wanted to stop and make sure I didn't issue. Yeah, this is the first wave This is the first big old wave. I had a wave earlier, fatigue. Now this is the big old wave of fatigue. I need to either keep at it so that the body's like, nope, he's not gonna stop if you. Like, body's like, I want to feel bad right now. I'm gonna send fatigue signal to your brains. Maybe try and stop this. Eventually, your body will give up. Kind of like hunger. You get your first. When the stomach is like just empty, you get your first pang of hunger, and if you ignore that, then the stomach, those feelings go away for a bit. Get used to it. And it comes back again when you're actually like really hungry. You should probably eat some calories. This feels like the first major pang of fatigue. Like, you should stop doing this. Take a nap more. I think I got adequate sleep. I definitely did. I remember going to bed early. I think I did exactly 8 hours, though. I did want to sleep in a little bit more, but I did exactly, I think it was like 12 to 39-ish. I got 8 hours. 12 is when you lay down. It takes a while to fall asleep, so 8:39-ish waking up. 8 hours of sleep. Got that amount of sleep, which is your good spec, not your minimum spec of sleep. That is your good spec of sleep, but like extra sleep helps a little bit, as long as it's not too much extra. One extra cycle, if you get the full REM cycle, is good. I have been getting shorter and shorter REM cycles, super, because they were already like 3.5 hours, which means I really shouldn't be sleeping for 8 hours. I should be sleeping for 7. And apparently I had 2 cycles, and one really long one, I don't know. Apparently I had 2 cycles in 6 hours, because I remember, like, vivid dream, being woken up from that vivid dream, middle of a good REM cycle, 6 hours after I had gone to bed, which is short for REM cycles. It's supposed to be like, 3.5, 4 hours, and 8 hours of sleep is 2 good cycles. Wake up refreshed and good for the day. If you can, sneak a third one in there and not, ruin your life and work on time, it's better than 2.5. You want to end on those cycles. That's the wake up refreshed moment. Because if you're like in the middle of your deep sleep cycle and you get woken up, that's bad. That all the chemicals are out of whack. You are not supposed to be close to awake yet. That gives you the bad, groggy feelings in the morning. At least in my experience, I don't know if like medically that is the only reason or anything like that. Probably I didn't work on it. Doctor or a sleep scientist, I have kept track of my sleep schedule and made the occasional pie chart. I am sure to like that. But yeah, trying to catch those. I don't know how the Iron Man or any of them other weird sleep schedules work, or your dineurals or what have you. Generally, you want to have your big sleep cycle to clear the brain muck out. That's like one of the reasons for sleep is there's some sort of toxin gathers in your brain or something, or what the actual substance is called, but you can only really do the flushing out of that brain thing when you are in your deep sleep cycle. So if you are in the middle of a brain flush and you are woken up and have to do something, your body is able to do it. You're not like a ferret, you go completely limp, adorable as that is. You're able to like stop the flush cycle, but it's not great, and your groggy feelings are mostly in your head because you had to interrupt that, to interrupt the cleaning cycle, I guess I should call it. Your skull is like a dishwasher, and every now and then your brain is a dish that you eat off of, and you gotta wash it off. Your body naturally does that during sleep. So, and your brain is a very dirty dish that probably needs 2 cycles in the dishwasher. You can get away with 1, or like 1.5, and you open the dishwasher, you get steam everywhere, and it's bad. And okay, the washer is a person. Or your skull is a dishwasher, and your brain is a particularly dirty tray of something that you cooked off of. Yeah, but it typically needs 2 cycles to get all the muck off of it. And 3rd cycle is always good, but try not to interrupt it halfway between the cycle, or else you're gonna get water all over your kitchen. Everywhere. gonna be hot. It's probably not a great idea to reach your hand in and do something with that dish in the middle of the dishwasher cycle. But yeah, someone who keeps track of their sleep cycles. I got 2 good ones today. Probably should have slept. Oh right, and the other thing you could do is your power nap, which is your like 20-minute. Don't actually go into the first. You don't actually go into the first phase of sleep, so I don't think it turns the dishwasher on. But it like, I don't know. There's not a good dishwasher metaphor for this one. I guess it's like drying the dish in the. Maybe it's soaking the dish. Like you put some. Power nap is just kind of putting some water on the dish. Not really cleaning it though. There is no cleaning symbol, but it's putting the dish in the dishwasher so you don't have to look at it for 20 minutes. Doesn't make it any cleaner though, but it makes you feel better. Same way, power naps are kind of that same. Doesn't actually do any of the physiological cleaning of the brain, but the rest is like it's a meditative kind of rest. It is a closing your eyes and not doing anything. That is a good type of rest to have. And great idea. Yeah. The evolutionary biological perspective was that during the hot part of the day, you would want to just not do anything and not generate any action. So, sitting around doing nothing for a couple of hours, not too long, not a full sleep cycle. You want to keep awake and aware because there are other things awake and aware. But you know, you're up in a tree, you're safer than usual. It'll take some time and you're not fully asleep. So yeah, like you should get a benefit from staying out of the sun for the hottest part of the day. And that's kind of where that, you know, the idea and the physiological benefits of the power nap come from. It should be 20 minutes and stay conscious during it. Close your eyes, you don't do anything. Rest in the lightest sense of the term. $130 miles. Should have rested more. Because this is a challenge run. This isn't just like a browsing of the computer or playing a game that you can pause and go take a rest if you need. You must be awake and must be alert, must be doing things, otherwise you fly off the road and crash. But not that is restful, it is contemplative, it is meditative, it is not actually meditative. Getting the empty eyes on the road, it is driving, it is still a task. I still have to do a task. I don't get any rest or creative benefits at the moment. This is not a short rest, this is driving the task. A task that must be maintained for a long period of time. A particularly boring task because at least truck drivers and bus drivers do have other traffic to worry about, turns in the road. I don't know if more things you have to do along with your task is a great idea or not. No, if this is your shift, you gotta do this for 8 hours. I don't think I'd complain unless I got paid to do it. Yeah, this is a self-imposed challenge. There are things I do during the year to keep me sane. This is one of the things I do during the year to, I guess, keep... It's a tradition. Started the tradition just to prove to myself and others that you need someone to sit down and play a boring game. Like, I remember in front of my roommates in college playing the Stanley Parable's baby game. Completion. Like, yeah, they had other things to do and they were kind of in and out of the room, but I sat there for however long it was supposed to be. I think that was 6 hours? It wasn't quite this. One of these days, one of these years perhaps, the CHRIMBUS will try and do 2 points instead of just 1. maybe if this year we make it to the end before midnight without a crash, I will consider next year to be the time that I CHRIMBUS twice. But I'm already behind. I've already crashed once. An official CHRIMBUS crash this year. Because the controller basically said, I don't want to be on it. Self off. I was waving my arm around trying to get it to connect and establish tracking when it just turned off. It was like it ran out of batteries, but it had reported 3/4 of the batteries in there. But I haven't used these batteries for a couple of months, so they may have... How a battery reports how much charge it has to an electronic computerized device is a fascinating thing I don't know too much about. Know that like in cell phone batteries and like car batteries for electric only vehicles, so not a hybrid battery. Car batteries and cell phone batteries, they have like an optimal charge. You can put more electrons and more energy, but put energy in and it doesn't keep that energy. There's a loss of efficiency. So like 100% battery on your phone, not exactly 100% battery fill. Especially for phones, because they can only draw 5 volts from the USB cable. If it's plugged into USB, I should say. I think you can plug it into the wall and throw some more. I think fast recharging is throwing more volts down the cable than USB can. But you know, plugged into a wall outlet's fine on that point. Unless you, well. Okay, the idea is that a USB hub on a computer attached to a motherboard only gets 5 volts. Probably send more power through that the copper wiring there if you had to. I think that's how fast charging works. There's a few more technologies into it to make sure the cable doesn't catch fire or anything, because oh boy, if you ever want to know why you should get the correct gauge of cable for your computer, just ask this guy who had a fire start because I think I got a monitor cable mixed up with my power supply cable, had the wrong gauge of cable, and that caused a small fire that didn't spread. It was basically a bunch of sparks and a puff of smoke, and I had turned off the computer, was about to I think I turned off the computer and was gonna start removing wires when I noticed one of the wires just kind of burnt out at one or got into the wall, so that was fun. Everything like it was a good puff of magic smoke too, so roommate came in and was like, hey, is everything alright? It kind of smells like smoke. And I was like, yes, the computer caught fire, but it has been taken care of. And that is a fun thing to say to someone when they walk into your room as, you know, a roommate. There was a small fire. It has been taken care of. I don't think it burnt the carpet or anything. I think it kept to the wire, but like, you know, stuff's throwing sparks around and something is on fire and tiny little sparks go everywhere. You kind of, it's a thing. Like I call a fire department kind of a thing, but that is a active situation that you can monitor and intervene in before worse things happen. But yeah, turn off the computer and unplug all of the bits and then kind of grab a rubber glove and make sure that the cable, I think after it burnt through, I think the cable burnt clean all the way through. I'm hoping that one cable did, like, it was a very clean burn too. Like, I would think that electronic fires wouldn't be that clear cut, but maybe that was like the failure point on the wire, which is good on the manufacturer for putting in a failure points to happen, because it burned clean through. I had like 2. You know, I ought to look into why that was such a clean burn, because that is an interesting thing to see if that is standard on power supply cables, because yeah, now that I remember it, very clean burn. I wish I kept that cable. I think I did throw it away at some point. I do have a nerd box that I like to keep nerdy things in, but that only really started 15, 14, for when I put the nerd box together, but like I've been adding stuff to it. Have a nerd box. Keep little artifacts that are important to you or otherwise just kind of funny that evoke memory. Put them in a box. Most of my stuff is like convention badges and other nerdy items, so it's a nerd box. Little action figures and I think dice that have meaning. Little Sprite that I trapped in a bottle because someone gave that to me and I had like it. There's a lot to that one. What else is in the nerd box? There's a lot in there. Like, there's a lot of papers. I think I've kept a few too many things. I don't think I need to keep, like, hotel bills from conventions. I think the convention badge is enough. But also, like, keeping the hotel bills and seeing how the prices fluctuate as things go on is interesting enough. Like, peak hours hotel at a... Like, peak hours hotel at a nearby convention without a discount code at $250 a night is I think a decent price. I don't know. But like the prices have increased. I remember the one year is like $269. I'm like, that's not $253. They increased the price on me. $17 a night. But, you know, it's little bits by bits crawling up there, and that might have even been with the discount. That convention doesn't happen anymore, so I don't. Unless I figure out something else to do in Baltimore. I'm keeping track of that one particular hotel in Baltimore. Like, yeah, you know, keeping those little artifacts to get a sense of things in the past and help evoke those memories, especially if you don't have, I don't know, like a diary or something. Go back and see what day you posted things. Get a sense of what happened on that day. I actually had two diaries. I had the public diary and like a private one that was just the .txt file on the computer. I should have started one of those back up. I think the diary on the computer was like a dream journal too, because I was trying to like keep track of dreams. A better idea of, you know, it's just a fun thing to do. You can try and relate it to things happening in your life, and you don't think about journaling. It's a fun thing to do. Santa Claus approves of it. You should probably do it. But yeah, even if it was like a dream journal or something, and it didn't necessarily have to be your own thoughts or even coherent thoughts, but just enough words and phrases to evoke memories of the past and be like, oh yeah, that was a weird dream and now I can't. They're often nonsensical, and maybe you can describe them immediately after you have them. Trying to evoke images of it is harder than your waking memory, because your body at least your brain understands the difference between a dream image and a real image, so it tries to forget those dream images more. But you know, keeping track of weird things, like whatever. So there's a guy who made a video game called LSD: The Dream Simulator, and the weird thing, whoever made that game has a weird thing in common with me, is that occasionally I go back to the same places, but it's a completely fictional city. Like I got a city that occasionally I get to visit, but it's the same city, or at least I think it's the same city. There's always a couple of of landmarks that because there's a big loop in the middle of the city. Remember, it's like a circle. It's like a halo circle or something. That's kind of like a large, you know, it's the St. Louis Arch, but a circle. There's that large thing just kind of right in the middle. That's the token bit of the city. And there's a lot of other things around it, and kind of like that one ramp in GTA 5. There's a highway that goes close to the loop so that you can actually kind of go off of the highway and onto the loop if you try and do a looping. You actually can. The last time I tried that, I crashed into a parking garage nearby. Like, I remember there's a parking garage close to this loop within, you know, car flying distance. And there's a highway near the loop, because that's how I got onto the loop in that one part of the dream, because that was weird. Because, like, there's driving dreams, but then there's driving dreams where you realize, wait a minute, I'm driving, like, right in the middle of the city that I recognize. There's a big amphitheater that I think is flooded. There's a big concrete, like, stairs down, sort of a inverse, what are the proto-pyramids, the things that people built before pyramids, called, like, stepping stones. They got the step shape shit. really remember what they're called because there's one in my current D&D campaign. They're going around one. I can't remember what it is. Yeah. Oh wow. Like an inverse one of that. So it's like stairs dug into the ground, but all surrounded with concrete. That makes kind of an amphitheater sort of an area. And the last time I was there, it was flooded. But like it was flooded, there was a whole lot of people, or there's like chairs. I can't remember if there was chairs set up and people sitting in those chairs, or if it was just chairs set up like people should be sitting in those chairs. It's flooded. It was like water was filling in it. I remember sloshing around in the water, thinking, what's going on with the amphitheater here? And I think that's close to the middle of the city. I don't know. There's also the occasional like catwalk that's got like, you ever seen bridges in some medieval towns that have got like buildings built on those bridges? Well, there's like metal, futuristic kind of catwalks in between buildings with like buildings off themselves on them. I mean, like it's kind of cyberpunky, but a little bit. I don't know. I don't think I've actually like gotten all the way out of the city and gotten a really good look. I'm trying to remember. There's also like a huge square building next to the amphitheater too. I don't remember details about that one because I can't remember if that was like glass or that's like opaque. Really don't know. That's the other thing too. Trying to piece together what little bits that you can remember. But like I've been there a couple of times, or I don't know. That's the other thing too. I remember one dream where I was definitely going through one of those catwalks with all the buildings on it. So it's like a bridge over the rest of the city, and I could like look out into this. Oh, I remember looking out into the city and seeing the port of the city. Right, there's also a port attached to the city because I guess it's close to water, something like that. Right. Okay. In that particular dream, that one was definitely in the city because I looked out from the catwalk and saw the port of the city over there. I didn't see the ring though, but I think the ring was on the side of all the buildings on it. I didn't look above the buildings. Yeah, I definitely remember getting up onto one of those platforms and catwalks. I wasn't chasing someone yet. Later, right after I looked at the port, I looked back and saw someone that I recognized in life and like was trying to follow them. Found my way onto a like ship-shaped hotel, like a wooden ship, a boat, like a hotel that you could go into, and I got a room because I think that's where they were going, or I thought like no, they were on a different platform above, walking a different way, and I thought, okay, I have to get up to that platform, so I have to go through the ship hotel. Instead of following through, went to like a room in the ship hotel, and somewhere I woke up there. You can tell which dreams I very vividly remember because I have all of these details that have not left my mind. I don't remember if I actually wrote down that particular dream or not. There's a lot about that dream that I still would like more dreams that I remember more bits and pieces of, especially if they take place in the city. Usually when it takes place in the city and I notice, then like brain kind of goes into lucid dreaming mode. Like I realize, wait a minute, this is the city that I dream about. Hey, I'm in a dream. Cool. Then do stuff. But like also, I always have a task, especially when like there are so many times where I've almost gotten lucid in a dream, but I am so on task that I forget about it. I'm just like, wait a minute, I'm in a dream. Hold on, I have to do this thing first. That is just hilarious to me. That is like I'm trying to bridge the gap between the conscious and the unconscious mind, but I am so focused on this task of I have to find this person, or have to go over here, or something needs to be done. I can't be lucid dreaming. Stay on task, which is not great. And oh boy, does that say a lot about me, but also like anxiety sucks. But yeah, what else is in that city besides like the loop and the amphitheater and a bunch of other things? Because I feel like there's a lot of dreams that do take place in that city, but there was no like really defining moment where I looked out onto a vista and absolutely for sure knew that was part of the city. And I'm trying to remember the port part of the city too, because there was the one part I know about the port from the city, because from the port of the city I saw the loop in the background, or like off in the distance, so I know the port's there, and I was able to link and And it'd be kind of funny if I have a series of dreams where I get like further, if I never see the loop again, but get further and further, like, okay, this time I saw the ship hotel in the distance. Because, and then I know that's in the city because I saw ship hotel, I saw the port, I saw the loop. From the loop, I saw the highway. From the highway, I saw the loop too. But like, there's a story, or at least there's a continuity behind a couple of my dreams, which is weird. I would like to keep track of, and I am attempting to keep track of, because that kind of nerd. The kind of nerd who will sit here and talk about the specifics of keeping track of dreams for however many miles. We're at 146 now, which is decent. It's not 150, we're not halfway to 300. 80 is here, yeah, 360, half of that's 180, so quite halfway where, what's the percentage? Just the percent. 144 is 12 by 12, which is number. Both of those numbers are divisible by 4 though, so I should be able to figure this out better. 40, is it actually 48%? At that, I'm not that close to 50%. No, let's do that again. Okay, 144, say 144. 100 is 25 plus 11 for 44. Okay, so 25 plus 11 is 36% of the way through. There we go. 4 hours on the clock, and we have 36% of the way through. Well, yeah, still going. Oh, I remember what I was gonna stop and do. I was gonna put my Twitch chat over there and maybe some. I was going to put some kind of box or window to my right so I could look over and thing. That would be a good idea to try and do. Not do for a break for a while though. Let's see. If I say I'll do it in 5 hours, I will forget to do it. Would also bait a crash because I'm trying to add another layer onto this application. So, I don't think it actually hooks into the application itself. I think it hooks into your VR application, which might have a knock-on effect, but who knows. Setting that up would be convenient, but it is not at all necessary. What is more necessary is getting. Really need to end this by 11. I'm currently on track to, if I sit here and do nothing for 4 more, maybe it'll end by 10. Last I checked, it's probably 4 now. I wonder if the in-game clock is close to the out-of-game clock. Would have to stop in order to check. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I have to fully stop in order to check, but let's. It is. Where's the time? 4:34 p.m. Okay, so not great. That clock right there is about 30 minutes behind the actual times. Try and remember that. Game clock is 32 minutes behind me now. So, about half an hour it will be. And about half an hour I will be maybe another 20 minutes, 20 miles down the road. So maybe at the halfway point. I'm almost at 150 right now. Don't read the meter wrong. That is 49. The 4 is what you should be reading because the 9 is most of the way through that number. Almost to 150. Okay, so at about 5 o'clock today, I'm going to be halfway done. Yeah, 9. 9 is the perfect end time. Which is unfortunate because I woke up today with the idea of having 6 o'clock being my perfect time. And maybe actually ending at 8. Instead, here we are, driving still, having crashed once, 6+ hours into a thing. and we wasted some time. So yeah, the end time keeps getting pushed back. I really don't want the end time to be pushed to 2022. That is bad. That brings upon the curse. The unnamed curse of not bringing CHRIMBUS to a close. Which I haven't really decided if that's actually punishing or if it's just like superstition. Let's not have to decide that. Finish it. Before midnight. I have to keep going till 11. It's going to be bad, but that's probably where I'm going to get up. 10 would be a great stopping point. 9 would be a great stopping point. If I can actually, like, white knuckle do the rest of this and just sit here and go for 4 hours. Great for me, but sense of things going on, we have hit 150 miles, yay! Not count the percentages yet, because 160 is a much easier percentage to do. That is 160 miles is 40%. I find that more really. It's time. Yeah, the 10 o'clock stop time is concerning. The best stop time is 9, but that's probably not going to happen. Next most likely stop time is 10. There's a chance it's going to keep going to 11 or 12, and I do not like having hours worth of wiggle room. Something at December 25th to do. I think the first time I think I've just been later and later every year. I think the first time I did it was either the day of Christmas or the day after Christmas. It was one of those, like, but done all of your family obligations and most other people were still doing their family obligations, so you just kind of had to do something. I think I did the first one on Christmas Day, which is, 8 hours of Christmas Day after you've gone and celebrated with the family, and now you're just kind of home doing nothing. It's not a super cool thing to do, but do it the next year. That was a little bit later, or the same. Or I want to say I did it a little bit later. I have a schedule for the end of the year. The schedule is someone in my life. Ooh, yeah, there we go. Not say who that person is. Someone has a birthday on the 22nd of December. That's when festivities start. The 23rd of December, I get together with my sisters and we watch Paul Blart 2 Mall Cop, except we have the audio off. We play Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon that matches up suspiciously well. We have never heard the audio of Paul Blart 2, and most of the viewing is discussing a couple of different things. One, there is an actor in the movie that looks suspiciously like one of the sisters, so we always talk about her cameo and have fun with that. And two, we try and figure out how the plot's supposed to go, and figure out what characters are part of what bits of the plot. We don't have the dialogue. We can occasionally read the lips, but we still don't know exactly why things are happening or what things are exactly happening. So we're trying to piece together the details of the plot without knowing it, without knowing the audio. No subtitles either. It's lip reading and intuition. A lot of Pink Floyd. And that happens on the 23rd. 24th is Christmas Eve. We have family things that we do on Christmas Eve. 5th is Christmas, and we have Christmas things we do on the 25th. 26th, I determined, I think, a long time ago, should be CHRIMBUS. That's when I do that. But then I think one of the years I couldn't do it exactly on the 26th, so I was like, okay, well, I can still make it a narrow point of time. It has to be some time between the 25th and the end of the year. And then, the end of the year, CHRIMBUS is what brings in the new year. The year does not start until the bus crashes, the game sense of the word crash, because I've already crashed the bus once, or gets to Las Vegas. If I see the Unreal Engine crash screen, that is the end of CHRIMBUS. But yeah, that was kind of the thing I do on the 26th, because I have 5 other days of known activities. Birthdays, blart days, and holidays alike. And I think if CHRIMBUS takes up, 26th through till New Year's, then I have lights. I have lights. Cool. So yeah, no, 22nd starts 23rd, 24th, 25th, and then 26th, 27th, 28th, 30th, 31st are all CHRIMBUS days. I guess I get a CHRIMBUS week or something. And then New Year's, so that is still, I have one contiguous holiday. I wonder if I can pile on more shit either on the 21st of December or on the 2nd of January, because there's New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and I guess Hangover Day, or is that January 1st? It is New Year's Day, but night Hangover is the after, so it's the 1st of January or is it the 2nd? I don't know. That's a good question. I think it's the 1st of January, though, which is also New Year's Day, because that's the day of the new year. Make Hangover Day the 2nd, so I can keep expanding out this universe of holidays. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. A thought has occurred to me, and I cannot write it down right now because I'm CHRIMBUSing. However, I was thinking about doing an Arma mission, just kind of a one-off thing, the illegal occupation of November. On a map, instead of like the city names, it's going to be holidays and stuff. So like, you go to the headquarters in Thanksgiving, and alright, we'll see if you can't go over to Black Friday or Cyber Monday in order to gather equipment or something like that. Like, you're going through the days, and then like Santa Claus and a bunch of other holidays. CHRIMBUS is a holiday in December that I celebrate. So buses full of enemies can arrive as the invasion of December into November. CHRIMBUS expands its reach. Interesting. Like, that could be a plot point. Stupid plot point. A plot point that very few people... I'm trying to think about how many people even know about CHRIMBUS and I've told people. I don't know how many people continue to remember that, having that be a once a year sort of a thing. There's at least 2 people who remember it and have mentioned it at other points during the year. Because I remember there was like someone that I went to do it and did a VR thing with, and they were like, man, I haven't done VR since we last did VR. And he's like, no, hold on, you do that CHRIMBUS thing. Ah, yes. That's pretty cool. But, I don't know how many other people would even know about this. And honestly, I'm okay with not having it advertised like that. This is not something I am doing for clout. This is something I'm doing because apparently I like playing 8-hour-long games like this ever since the baby game. The baby game in the Stanley Parable did give me something of an epiphany, though, but it's a weirder. It's not the it's not the like parenting epiphany that the narrator calls you about. It's I don't know. It's one of those things that's hard to explain, and since I'm sitting here and put myself in the mind space that I should take these weird thoughts in my head and explain them, I think I will try to play some baby game. The baby game is just sitting there pushing a button for 6 hours, and like, story. I remember the narrator saying something along the lines of the story gets really good after 6 hours. So I did it. I sat down and did the thing for 6 hours, and then after 6 hours, there's the weird obelisk that's not actually supposed to be there, and the promise of the afterlife, which is really weird, but like also, because I was going a little crazy by the hours, because it was difficult when you're just sitting there and you just have to click the button to do the baby thing. It was easy, but having to go between the 2 buttons for the puppy and the bucket, or was it a cat and a bucket? Was it a kitten or was it a puppy? I can't even remember. That's not the important part, though. It's just the repetition of 2 actions. That's at the halfway point, too, so you gotta do that for like 3 hours. And I managed to achieve that rhythm. Like, of course, I took small breaks here and there and paused the game and made sure I didn't have, like, it's really hard when you're on, like, a mouse and you have to go to something, click it, go to another thing, and click it. I remember, like, the biggest efficiency that I made in finding these little efficiencies and doing, I guess, appeals to me. It's some kind of, like, I don't know. There's an introspection of there's an intersection of the endurance aspect with. Actually, it might be the endurance and the introspection. That might be what appeals about these sort of, like, boring but long-winded games. There's like an achievement part to it. Like, I have been doing this once a year for 4 years now. I think it's been 4 years now. Is this the 4th year? I have to go look at the recordings to make sure, because another year could have snuck in there. They do that. It's weird. It's still 2021. Like, 2020 was that year that's going to sneak into your year when things, on your conceptions of years past. But, a lot of years are going to do that, honestly. But yeah, I guess the actual, like, appeal of doing something like this is, you know, it's nice for me to prepare for something and then go and do it. So, like, I got my snacks, I got my water, I didn't get my coffee, I went and got my coffee, but, like, having that, I have set aside 8 hours. I should have set aside more. I had pretty much set aside exactly 8 hours, and now I am blowing past the plans. But setting aside a time to, you know, it is a significant amount of time, and sitting down and doing the thing gives you that little bit of achievement, and then there's also the introspection, because with gravy, is it boring? Not every year is boring. A lot of years I get other people talking in here, but apparently this year, I didn't exactly put the message out either. There is one person who I have messaged about things, and that's just because I think they messaged me yesterday and I was not here yesterday, so just kind of messaged them back as like a, hey, I am here, and also CHRIMBUS, like as an aside of this. Not really putting it on the forefront of anyone's mind. Because, yeah, I guess I am doing that because I like the introspection. Even though it's a rather public introspection, has the potential of, in the future, holding me to account. Like, it's more than just doing it. The recording of it is also part of it. That is right, I played the baby game in front of, I mean, that's where my computer was set up, but people were watching me. That apparently appealed to me so much that I went through all of it. There is the sense of the invisible audience, because I'm pretty sure no one is watching this right now. But the fact that there could be someone watching right now, there could be someone in here that could be all of these things, puts a little bit more gravitas onto it. Gravitas that I feel is necessary in order to get me to do these sorts of things. What else? Yeah, I guess just the stubbornness of going through with it. I like to be the kind of person who you need them to sit down and do something for 8 hours. Hooray. It was very funny because immediately after playing the baby game and kind of like putting my notes back together, calming myself down and being done with it, like having had that epiphany and all that experience, I guess that good experience and maybe a little bit of adrenaline rush also. We are at 160 miles on the halfway point. 40 percentage points. But yeah, no, like having that moment of sitting down, and then the funny part was, immediately after that, went to the horror movie club that I was not a member of, but kept getting dragged along to because all of my roommates at the time were watching me play the baby game, were part of the horror movie club, so that was just kind of the thing I went and did to go be social, even though I was not a fan of horror movies in the slightest. They're okay. I don't have any particular attachment to them. But there was a warning at the beginning of the horror movie club. Usually we watch movies that are like 2.5 hours long. This one's 4 hours long. So if you need to go elsewhere, we won't hold you to it. And I just start laughing because I had just finished sitting down and playing a game for 6 hours. As soon as I started laughing, like one other roommate started laughing, and as soon as I explained it, everyone else started laughing, because I was like, hey, like, oh, yeah, no, I don't have to worry about doing something for 4 hours, because I just did something for 6 hours. Every year I do something for 8 hours that is completely unnecessary, but apparently entertaining to myself. Yeah, again, the recording is not so much, it's the, like, potential. It's the idea of the audience. I don't need an actual audience. I just need the idea of the audience. It's like the weird. It's like a personal thing, but it's also a public thing, because I would not stop doing this if no one watched this whatsoever. But the idea that someone is watching this is what's getting me to put my ideas and thoughts out there and talk for 4 hours, 6 hours straight. 6 hours after a crash, 4 hours in this particular session. And yeah, I don't know. There's a good question. I would still do this even if no one watched it. What if people did start watching it? If clout started happening, would I continue to do this? Because that's an upset of the status quo. That is something different. CHRIMBUS became a thing, would I still do it? That's hard, because the last time I modicum of fame, I ran away from it all that much. The second time I had fame, I kept to the background. Kind of. Not really, though. I did kind of become the person I was selling it to. That was weird. There was a game project that I was working on that had a much greater amount of eyeballs on it. I think at the peak, I remember there being like 360,000 views on the website that we were running as people were checking for updates on the game. That's a decent number. That is an audience. That is not just bots scraping through. That is traffic being directed to the site from other places. No. I remember being the media guy who would write into the places that would write about the game, and the articles came out, and you could look at the bump in the graph there, and I think the best year was the 300. I can't remember if that was 360,000 views total, or if that was for that one good year that we were like really pushing to release this game and get it out there, and we had like demos at conventions and what have you. Like, that fame I did not exactly run away from. There was a YouTube thing that I did earlier that got eyeballs on it and a couple thousand subscribers, and that I was like, I really like doing this. I am going to quit it and make a new account and keep posting things to YouTube on occasion, but like the expectation of that particular bit of content, I was younger at the time, so I didn't want to like have that particular commitment. And also, it was a kind of commitment that I lucked into. Like, again, you don't know what the algorithm trends on, but you include a piece of a trailer of a game that people are more interested in. Algorithm's like, aha, people like this bit of video a whole lot, and come back and watch it over and over again. I don't know what happened there, but get a couple. It was weird. It was a video game review kind of a thing. I think it was like guessing what was going to be in the game due to the trailer. It was one of those kind of contents, which is not my favorite kind of content, because again, it's just rehashing the kind of content with your own, but not really adding too much more. Like, I knew I wanted to be a game designer and like review games, but that particular video that got all of the subscribers and all the clicks on it had none of that. It was speculation at best and bad speculation in actuality. And that's what the algorithm like clung on to, and so I was like, how do I follow this up? I tried a few things and I was like, I do not like thinking about how I would follow this up. Use the algorithm, and it wasn't even the algorithm at the time, it was just the audience. I was thinking into this invisible audience, how do I appeal to them? Instead of, how do I just fill the dead air and not have too much? Like, that part, that might... If the people have this conception that CHRIMBUS should be anything else than me talking to myself for 8 hours and never acknowledging them, that's going to be bad. And if there's enough of that, and this conception gets into my head that CHRIMBUS should be something different than it currently is, that might kill it. That's okay, so it's not necessarily an audience. If 100,000 people watch this and they all log off before I take my screen off, so I don't necessarily see them, and Twitch just kind of forgets to say, wow, that was a really good stream, you had all these audiences here, would you like to be a partner? A lot of things I have to skip there, but if there's this theoretical audience of, 1 million people, but I was unaware of it, that'd be fine. It's this conception that, I don't know, I don't mind feedback, but like this particular thing, like in the game, I absolutely took feedback into consideration. Or the game project that I worked on that I previously had some amounts of clouds. What's the wrong? This is also the wrong word. What word I would use? Fame is still the wrong word because it like fame seems like a personal thing. You are famous because you are this person, not the developer of this game. The game is famous. You are just developing that game. If the game is good enough and people know or like interested enough in the game to look up the developers, then maybe you can be famous. But the game is famous first, and you're working off it. I mean, hit the button. Did not mean to hit the button. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. The emergency button fucked me up. Oh no. Oh no. I hit the button, tried to steer, and hit the button again far too late and tried to steer with the other. Oh my god. I don't know how to feel. Okay. It's like 5 o'clock. Minimum spec I can't finish. Is that CHRIMBUS? Why is that so much brighter? It's because it's nighttime. I think that's it. Yeah, I've officially fucked it. Okay, well, now I have to think about what I do. Yeah, even if I pick up the thing, immediately exit, and get back into the game, there's no way I can complete CHRIMBUS, and I have to come up with a third rule, or else I get the curse. I have to change the rules, or, like, lose. Can I hack the game? Can I open up Cheat Engine and figure out how to turn off... Fuck. Yeah, I pressed the emergency switch button and did not get my steering back. Yeah, no, I think there's a little bit of a delay. Fuck me. I put all of this effort into making sure that this doesn't happen again, and then the emergency protocol fails. Oh my god, of course, when you have a system, you add more backup solutions to the system to increase the quality of the system. You have to make sure the backup systems don't lessen the quality of the... I did the bad thing. I did the engineering no-no. I introduced a system that created a new point of failure, and the point of failure just existed. And that is twice in the heat of the moment. In the years previous, I had heat of the moment things where I was veering off the road, and I was able to fix them and put them back in. This time was... that's twice. That's 2. Well, I'm not getting a point this year. That is it. There is only 8 hours left in the year. There is not 8 hours left in the year. 5, 6, 7, 12. There are 7 hours left in the year. It is quite literally less... Unless I do a bad thing. There's nothing in the rules. The rules that I do not want to change are you either get to the end of Vegas, or I could wait for a crash. Oh boy. Come on, game crash. You're my only hope now. Oh no. Okay. Do I intention... Okay, fine. I'm now going to attempt to intentionally cause an error. If I can get the Unreal Engine error screen to appear. The error still friendly? It's hard to tell because the lights... Oh, the lights... Wait a minute. Is the blinking red light, is that like a... I'm trying to remember the definition of a shader, because I think the mirror is a shader, for whatever reason. That was wibbling out earlier, but it's not wibbling out right now. It's on. Okay. The failure horn. Shit. So one, if I want to stick to my convictions that I've currently stuck to, and that is riding the bus all the way back. No, I crashed the CHRIMBUS. This is a bad crash too. This isn't like a... This is a my fault crash. This is a I set up a system so that I could emergency swap to make sure that I always had steering, and I accidentally pressed the emergency swap button and crashed the bus. This is entirely my fault. There is nothing else I can blame now, and this is not good. Yeah, unless I intentionally cause a crash, a game crash. 7 hours and 10 minutes. Oh no! This is about the same amount of time that the regular crash came up on last time. 7 hours and 15 minutes. Oh my god. This might be a different kind of curse. Wait a minute. I've only ever completed CHRIMBUS. Yeah, what was it? No, the first crash in VR was I got about halfway down the road and then the game crashed, so like that was bad. I lost some time. Oh well. Did I get the point afterwards? I have the high... I think... Did I get back on the bus? No. The point that I got for the high score was when I was doing it in desktop mode. I drove most of the way, went to sleep, woke up, finished the rest of it. And that was like the only time I finished it, and that was why I've got the high score on there. I have not actually gotten to the end of in Las Vegas in VR mode. I think? Pretty sure I haven't done it in VR mode yet. And oh boy, the complications year on end. I like how I didn't even get that is 6.5 hours. That's more than 6.5 hours. But no, last year I crashed at around the 7 hour and 15 minute mark, and it's the 7 hour and 15 minute mark again. Oh no. I think in the spirit of the CHRIMBUS, I have attempted to CHRIMBUS. And while it was not completely out of my control, it was an additional... Ah, man, okay, I'm trying to think of how I would fix that then, because the emergency button, I need to rest my thumbs on the controller, I need to have them on both buttons, and I just squeezed a little too hard. Or like I was manipulating the controller, squeezed a little bit too hard, and the switch happened. And that caused everything to go to shit, because I could not recover from that crash fast enough. I had gone off the... Was I switching in the middle of steering? Because, like, I just went way off the road there. By the time I got... I don't even know if I got steering back by the time I could have saved it, too, because you can go pretty far off the road before it counts as a loss. This was just the worst case scenario, as far to the left as it could possibly go. And I had lost steering. In the, like, one hand that I was meaning to keep it in, I really should have switched to 4 hours. I should have switched hands and gotten that. Really should have switched to 4 hours when it was actually 4 hours. okay, the Curse of Crimbus continues. I've been streaming for about 7 hours and 15 minutes. That's about the amount of time I streamed the last time. 17 hours and 15 minutes. 7 hours and 15 minutes was time on the clock, but that was about the... I don't know. I got about 300 miles last time. This time I got 165 plus maybe 40-ish miles from the last... That was only 200 miles. I'm getting worse. 7.5 hours. I got about 200 miles to I'm trying to think. Yeah, oh well. Fuck. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna actually ride out the full this. I'm gonna try and oh boy. Well, I'm gonna sit here at least. I might ride out the full thing. But I am definitely not gonna have to open up Cheat Engine and see if I can't edit the speed of the vehicle and try and complete a CHRIMBUS in like I think I can break out the contingencies now, because the spirit is to complete a CHRIMBUS before the year is over. It is not impossible. It is impossible in the pure crunch of how you're supposed to play the game. It is not impossible for me. Not just yet. It's gonna be tight, and I don't know if I want to actually exit out or, you know, go 4.5 hours backwards, which would gravy. I cannot believe I sat here and did this for an additional 4 hours after the crash at 2 hours, and then I crashed after. I cannot believe I have crashed again. Oh my god. I got so far down the road. Not quite halfway down the road, but progress was made, and I still crashed it. This is bad. 2021 is a bad year, just in general. And I guess this is representative of it, at the very least. I am going to... Fuck. Oh my god. The crash is so quick, though. As much of a response time as I had, like, you're bored, you're not gonna have the best, like, hockey player kind of response time. I even practiced the, okay, there is a little bit of a, when you first switch over, there seems to be a little bit of a delay between, whatever. A lot of things added up to a bad moment, and here we are in the bad moment. Yeah, okay, so Alright, question. If the rule is you have to ride the tow truck all the way back, is there a rule against bringing up a second window? And, it's still within the spirit, but I think I'm trying to beat the game a little too hard now. But I do want to do that. Like, I don't know if I want to set up the cheat engine things, do all of that 4 hours from now. Right, the first crash was like 40 minutes into it, technically, or like an hour into it. I sat for the 40 minutes. This is at 45 miles per hour. Well, if it was 60 miles per hour, it'd be 165 minutes. 2 hours. The 45, so it's a little bit more time, because I'm not doing more miles per hour, we're doing less miles per hour, so you need more hours. So time-wise, I still think it's like 2 hours. 2 hours is 120, this is more... This is like 3-ish hours of driving for the 4... It might be closer to 4 hours of driving. Yeah, 180 is perfect efficiency with 4 hours of driving. I had mostly perfect efficiency with 4 hours of driving, so yeah, I think I got a 3.5 hour ride in a tow truck. That's 8 hours of playing the game at least, so you know, pop the Christmas crackers or what have you, CHRIMBUS. A very technical standpoint, but I did like my earlier rule of either the game crash I could open up Cheat Engine and make the game crash. I can change around values I'm not supposed to change around and hope for the best. That's not great. That's not how I should be doing this. How do we fuck around with the rules enough so that all of this stays within the spirit of the challenge? It allows me to complete the challenge. A way to unhook the tow truck and just keep going. I don't mind I am not a fan. I do not like the failure condition here. If I run off the road and it just stops me dead, I have to get back on the road and then start again, or like, yeah, this is too much of a failure condition book. So it seems fair to subvert that and make it a more fair failure condition. Set myself back on the road at 165 miles, which I might cheat. Is it worth it to quit out of the game? Open up Cheat Engine, zoom my way to 165 miles, and continue? That is way more fair than just zooming through just to get done with it. Because that's still, the concept of the endurance challenge is still held. Because this is not an endurance challenge. This is sitting here and waiting for the tow truck to do things. So this is less of the endurance challenge. This does not count in my book. But picking that up, zooming 165 and a half, we'll stop at 160 miles. And I'll give myself a penalty. That is more fair and more weirdly adjusty of the rules than a lot of other things. Think of it. The red light is annoying. I'm basically closing my eye. I need to look away from it. Closing my eye. Yeah, red light at night. The mirror is still wiggling. Oh, it kind of fixed itself. I wonder if it's going to continue to do, or if the light is the reason it is. I don't know. I didn't pay more attention. Yeah, fuck. Okay, that's 2 crashes and 6 hours wasted. Okay, I should take the opportunity to take a break. To hear the beeping of my failure as 7 minutes and 20. The sun has gone down in the real world, too. Have the volume just loud enough that I don't... Is it coming? It's not coming through the mic. I probably couldn't hear it over... You can hear it on the desktop audio, though. Scoot this back just a little bit. Oh, yeah, you can get... Yeah, alright, I'll give you just the best look of... Oh. Decently not gonna fall off of the little table. There. It's not play too much. Okay, well, this is the CHRIMBUS. We are in reverse. I now need to decide if I need to wait it out, because I would like to play within the game. So we already have one rule that is outside of the scope. And one rule is if the game crashes and you see the Unreal Engine error logging screen, that is CHRIMBUS's good, you're done. This, however, now we have screwed the pooch. We have really fucked it hard. It is fucked up beyond all recognition. This is the place that I never hoped to be in CHRIMBUS. 7 hours, 23 minutes into it, and crashed. Unable to continue in the normal way of the game particularly wants you to continue. This is the second year in a row that's happened! Fucking hell. This time, mostly my fault. Last time, mostly the game's fault. Oh, this is infuriating. You know what? I gave myself a little box of candy, and I really like Spree. Putting the Spree candy away. I'm getting a different box of candy that I don't like as much. I'm going to snack on that as a little sugar rush, because I like a little rush too. Things going here. I'm doing the candy that I want to eat with a bad candy. Bad time. We'll go and make it ice. A few gluten foods that my celiac ass can eat. That is still a candy, but not my favorite. But it's a candy I can eat. And it's 500 calories of basically nothing but sugar. This does not have one of them. So. Son of a bitch. I cannot believe it happened again. The timing is almost too... I get 7 hours into it. It's supposed to be an 8-hour game. And something fucks up. It happened again. 2020 and 2021 are bad years. This year was even worse, because I did another crash earlier and wasted 2 hours, but thought I could recover from that. Fucking hell. I don't know how much I want to sit on this, too. Well, the other thing is, if I am going to sit on it, I'm going to try and open up another application. Try and see if I can get 2 copies of the game running at once, and then use some cheat engine things on one copy to see if I can't get myself back to the one. I have to start doing that now if I want to do it, though. That's the thing. If I can figure out a way to speed up the bus and get it to... I do have 4 hours worth of... Okay, now that I am, like, out of the simulation. Headset is off. I can freely look about the cabin. I'm gonna write down 160 miles. I was at 165.6 miles, but I'm gonna give myself a 5-mile penalty as best as I can consider. So 160 miles. If I can figure out how to cheat myself back to 160 miles, I'm going to try and after a break too. If I can cheat myself to 160 miles and resume, then I'm going to do that. If it's otherwise unable to be resumed, or yeah, if it's otherwise unable to be resumed, or if I can't actually, if I cannot literally finish the game with as many intended rules as possible with time limit, I don't know, I've tried. I've got 7.5 hours. Spirit of CHRIMBUS has been met. I've sat in this chair for 7 hours straight trying to play this game, beat it, gain a point. And that is one definition of this game. I am just super frustrated that this is the outcome at the moment. I would like the efforts to have gotten me about 300 miles down the road instead of 2 crashes and at most 160 miles down the road. I am grappling quite literally and out loud. I'm grappling with these feelings. It's like, how do we make this fair? How do we complete the challenge? Because if there were more days in the year, if this was the 30th and I'm the 30th of December, I would be like, yeah, I'm going to try it again tomorrow, and I'm going to have to get it tomorrow, but I don't have that time. Procrastination is not a reason to, like, you know, screw up the CHRIMBUS. Like, a couple of days, like the 25th, 26th, I couldn't have done CHRIMBUS. And the 30th and 29th, I couldn't do CHRIMBUS because I was doing things on all of those days, but, like, there's still the 27th and there's still the 28th. There was some days I could have CHRIMBUSed and did not. Mainly because I thought I was going to get back from my trip on the 30th, so I would have... No, sorry, I thought I was getting back from my trip on the 29th, so I would have the 30th and the 31st. I thought I had 2 days, do it on the second day, and be like, haha, I did not procrastinate until the last day. Fortunately, I procrastinated until the last day. And worse yet, I failed. I had 8 hours to complete a thing, and 7 hours in, I have positively failed. This is not going to work. Within the legitimate rule set of the game, it is impossible. I have 7 hours to do an 8-hour task, and you cannot get the speed to go up any higher. So, like, yeah, the year is as bad as the run is, and should there be a curse, it is upon us. But yeah, if I finagle with my thoughts about how rules should work and how punishing running off the road should be, then maybe I can... I don't know. If after a full crash I can just put myself back on the... It is weird. I am talking to myself like there's a way out of this particular situation, but there is the brass tacks. There is a known quantity here, and that known quantity is under the normal operation of the game is impossible to complete before the new year. That's just got to sit on that one. Whatever else I do to fulfill the CHRIMBUS spirit is going to have to be done in light of that fact. Second year in a row, I got 7 hours into shit. Boy. Okay. I think some of the beeps might have been coming through the mic. I don't know. Seems like it isn't, but I could be wrong. When I listen to the recording later and it's 2 sets of beeps, I'm going to be a little disappointed in myself. But I did the audio check earlier and it was fine. Okay. Need to take an official break, clear the mind as best as I can, stand up, stretch a bit, and not just to grab candy, and figure out exactly what I'm going to do. This is the worst case scenario. There is not enough time left in the year to start a... So I don't even like have a rule of whether or not I should sit. I have yet to break the rule of you have to sit in the tow truck for as long as it takes you back. Haven't broken it yet. Thought I would break it earlier, but didn't. This time it's... Or... Yeah, shit, this new year is not gonna be... Okay, what time zone enters the new year last? Oh no. Really going through this? Oh no. how much literal time do I have for everyone on? Or, I mean, it should be here where I'm at, but I could buy myself some extra hours to take a break for other events. I want to still go to those, and then like there are some New Year's things that I would like to do. Don't necessarily have to do them, but if I could break for an hour to go do those, come back and have Crimbus done before the New Year officially reaches the international dateline, I think that counts too. I will squeeze whatever I can out of this. And I might still put myself onto the 160 mark. I don't know. I want to try that at least and see if that goes through or fails. Because this is just... This is an annoying beeping tone that reminds me of my failure. But I do need to turn the mic off for a bit and get a break. And I think I'm just gonna kind of leave the screen as it is because... Yeah, I think anyone who clicks on Desert Bus VR and sees a red blinking light and bus going backwards, you don't have to see the steering wheel and everything else about it. You kind of understand what's going on. And this is a worst case scenario crash too. This is a halfway point crash. This is 160 miles in crash. This is where you do. Once you get over the hill, like imagine the effort needed to pass this challenge is a hill. Getting up to the halfway point is a challenge in and of itself because you're kind of going uphill, but then afterwards you're kind of coasting down because now you're not thinking about how many more hours that have to pass. You're thinking how much closer that finish line. Morale-wise, it gets easier to say, like, yes, another hour. I'm almost there. I'm 80% of the way there, and another hour will take me like 90% of the way there, so I will keep at it because these are both high numbers. You're like at 30%, and another hour is only going to take you to 40%. Not even halfway. Like that was a critically low time to crash, which is terrible. I especially hated that I crashed at about the same time I did last year. Just counting the in-game clock versus I had a crash with the extra 2 hours though. Not a good feeling. Not a good feeling tripping into the same hole twice. I don't want to think about Crimbus being a hole that I trip into. I want to think of it as a fun annual tradition. It makes you think that you're good at things and can do endurance challenges. Fail at them. I haven't completed a Crimbus yet. Even if I get through this one, there's going to be a star because I'm either playing by the international dateline rules or I changed shit to actually finish. I don't like it, but I want to, embrace the spirit as much as I can. And I don't think quitting now counts as embracing the spirit as much as I can because it was my finger pressing the button. It was not out of... It was a control scheme that I had set up and a finger that had gripped a little too tightly while turning a wheel, and man. On the scale of my fault to not my fault, this is clearly on the my fault side. There's a little bit of not my fault in there, but not enough. Not even close to enough, like 5% tops. 5% not my fault to like 95% my fault. So this is... My insurance rates are being raised on this one. I am not... proud of myself. This is not reward candy I am eating. This is morale candy. I am giving myself a treat to try and keep doing this. This is a setback. This is a hell of a setback, in fact. This is about as set back as one can be. guess you could go a full 7 hours, crash it, ride it all the way back, and have wasted 14 hours, which is more than you would need. Like there are worse, but this is a critical morale failure. This is like I was just about to get to the point where morale gains over time rather than is slowly waning away. There's always the bits and pieces getting to that halfway point where it's like, why am I doing this? I don't want to do it. Then after that, you can quash those thoughts by saying, well, you're almost done. You can use the what is it, the sunk cost fallacy to get you through the rest of it, because you've already put this much time into it, you're close to the end, you might as well finish it up. It's a powerful fallacy. Not powerful enough to... Powerful enough in most cases right now, not powerful enough to make me feel better. This is... abject. This is not good. This is an oof. This is an ouch. This is an owie. I am not a fan of the current situation. This is a bad situation to be in. Sir, not like this one bit. Alright, I'm gonna stop whinging. I'm gonna actually take that break I said I was gonna go take. Ooh. Probably open up a second window. I might even this window off to the side so that we can see what time of day it is in this first run, and start the second run and start changing some values. It'd be interesting if I could just change the speedometer and not have to go anywhere and still have the game function. That would be fun to test. Just change the speedometer and see if after you go 360 miles, thing appears on the left. I could test that by just setting it to 360 miles and going. It'd be funny to get the second point on the way back, but curious how this game works under the hood, and I have a very good reason, best reason, not a perfect reason, but a very good reason to start playing that. So I'm gonna think about that. I'm gonna turn off, be back in a minute. Shame has not yet left. Alright, other liquids have been achieved. I should probably get like a sandwich or like a good lunch. I thought about lunch instead of just 5. It's not 6 yet, which is better than I was expecting, but alright, now I gotta do something. Those things are going to be put that up. CHRIMBUS VR. Look into that with Cheat Engine or a memory editor. If I fun thing. Let's see. Where did I is CHRIMBUS B project? Desert Bus VR, bus launcher, or engine. There's a binary in here. DesertBusVR.exe. Going to run a second DesertBusVR.exe. I think I killed the other one. 8? Oh, this one's cool. The other one died though. I have one mouse-controlled Desert Bus VR, and Desert Bus VR has the play button in the Steam. Crash to desktop out of that one. That runs a separate. Yeah, mouse controlled. VR mode it will. Okay. But let's do.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and.
Alright, let's do a test run. We're going to open up some tools. I guess put that back there at least. Open up some tools. We're gonna see how we can do some. Okay. Alright, we have officially not sat on the tow truck back, so we already kind of screwed that one up. That was a crash, and that maybe technically not my fault? I don't know. Should a game... Wondering if I have achieved the spirit of CHRIMBUS by still trying to beat CHRIMBUS, although not exactly enough. No, I'm still gonna do this part, but alright, the first thing I want to try is if there is a general. Where? Alright.
Usually have like tanks and planes and race cars,
Yeah,
submarines and hedgehogs.
Okay, this is the WASD game over here, so we're gonna do that. Going at 45 miles per hour by the speedometer. This is desktop mode. This is, I guess, harder to screw up. I don't think my keyboard's gonna go out of tracking anything. But let's say slow down a little bit. There still aren't any brakes on over here. Tab out. Why? Oh. Okay. That's something. Oh boy. Oh, it is impossible to keep. Okay. And off the mouse. That's something. Okay. Not exactly how I wanted that to go, but it's doable. Oh, let's not do... Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can hack it at 100. Oh, I need to hit the apply button. Watch the clouds go by. Oh, yeah. Okay, no, I should not have touched the mouse. Okay, forward. Interesting, though. It took a long time for the game to...
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with... Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician... Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author... Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Gillette. Penn...
Times is far too much. Try 50.
Back in the 90s, Janet...
Like the audio doesn't... Oh, okay. Already wasted 30 minutes sitting here. Alright. Nope.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here... Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Gillette. Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with...
Any amount of time.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Gillette. Penn,
here's the thing.
We're talking today about your work with Vera simulators. Yeah.
Alright, the other question is, let's not do that. Just,
Attorney General. Attorney
back to
General.
regular.
For,
We've already wasted 16 minutes.
Minutes.
Alright. Probably a float or something. This is gonna be... Float between 0 and 1. Gonna do unknown, and a whole bunch of them. Right. Now the value...
Video
increased.
games that dealt with regular jobs, prepare people for the workplace. So her idea for video games was that the video games would be
like 2/10
educational. Now, by educational, what Janet Reno means is making you a proletariat, giving you as a worker. And she said instead of, simulators that we usually have, like tanks and planes and race cars and submarines and hedgehogs,
there's a way to
they would get you ready for a real job.
So it always
she stated this, and I was listening with Eddie Gorodetsky, who writes on situation comedies. He writes on 2.5 Men, and he writes on, well, I guess...
to make sure that value is going to keep increasing. You're still moving. Okay, we're down to $66,000.
And then we brainstormed on it. And the idea was for Janet Reno, we would give you a chance to actually learn what it would be like to drive a bus 360 miles from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada. 45 miles per hour maximum speed.
Barely go backwards. Be quick.
It's real. And we put this out, and I think a bug hits the windshield one point like 4 hours in. We just drive, and it pulls to the right, and if you go off the road, it just overheats, and then you get towed back in real time, and you get 1 point for doing an 8-hour shift. So mine.
All right. Next scan. This should be a value that is above 0. Be bigger than 0. Go ahead and truncate everything. All these previous values should not be here. These look like good numbers. What is this 58.6?
It came out, and it got very popular in its bootleg form. People, it leaked, and they started.
That looks like distance. All right, we got something.
And this.
Right, I don't know what this 58 is. We're 1.5 miles in, but we got a float.
It's a charity.
Very
that buys video games for children in hospitals for a long time. And they started driving Desert Bus for charity for 50 hours at a time. Just racking up those points. They got like 5, 6, 7 points. Amazing numbers. And
a good number.
We would send them pizzas and stuff. And Randy Pitcher had heard about that and wanted to put out Desert Bus 2.0 VR version. He wanted full VR, so he bought the bus. As a matter of fact, if you're listening to this, they're going to be using it on the bus. So this will be the first thing you'll hear on your radio. And they bought the bus. That's exciting. And they scanned it. And if you are listening to this on the bus now, you've been going, what, 5, 10 minutes? You got pretty much 8 hours still to go. Radio is not going to get that good a reception. Eddie also had other ideas.
Right. Anything else in here that is closer to about 2? Looking for a number that is close to 2. Something approximating to like 20, maybe. 7.5.
Way too interesting. You don't make money bird watching, you know.
Yeah.
So 360 miles, you probably got now the speed you're going.
It's been 8 hours going. Don't rub it in there. Hot. There does not appear to be an easy. All these numbers that are not bigger than 0 in here. A lot of exactly zeros. Getting data written to them or something. Okay, gotta. It though. I don't. 1 point. Excuse me. Hold up. Find that.
Not qualified to use a weapon. You don't know how to load a gun, or you're hitting buttons. That's not the way guns run.
Okay, one of these might be the actual distance, and one of these might be the distance being displayed on the counter. That is almost 1.9. Yeah, that looks like 1 point. Okay, there we go. We got distance. Maybe I should put the cheat engine on the other window, but I'm kind of going. Okay, we have a distance in miles, it seems. We're at 1.92. That looks like a 1.92. Let's drive to 2 miles and see. And I'm probably going to change both of these numbers to the exact same 160. Oh, I'm playing on desktop version. Shit. Should have been at least I know that it exists, and it is afloat. I wonder if it starts at 0. Yeah, it's about 2.15. Perfect, that is it. Okay, there are 2 floats at addresses that are probably going to be hard to trace. Or at least, I'm not entirely sure. I could do a full screen. I don't want to, though. This is supposed to be a quick thing to put me back on the road, and maybe I'll break down the game later. Now we're going to do the test of changing the values, and then we're going to try and do all of this. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to change that value to 100. Didn't take, so change this value to 200. It did take, and it did. Okay. So you can set yourself. Okay, good. So yeah, one of those numbers was reading the other number, and that was probably what the gauge, what the not the speedometer, but the thing I can't remember the name of, the mile number display gets. Okay, so as long as you get the right one of those, yeah, it is a number that is afloat. Alright. Now, we're going to park it. We're going to get it to 355. We're going to make sure we can cross the finish line with the cheated values. This there might be different ways that this game wants to do it, or give you the victory condition, but I'm guessing the game gives you the victory condition once you have achieved 360. We're going to do a 355. 355. Cool. Alright. We're going to see if in 5 miles we complete the game. That will allow us to backtrack, put 160 miles on the hopefully on the VR version this works too, and it's going to be even more annoying to get it to work on the VR version, but we are going to see how that works. The last thing I want to do is make like a trainer for this thing. It would help me recover from crashes, and that's definitely against the rules of the game. Not so much the spirit. The spirit of the game is buggy and will occasionally throw you off course. I still am like in a 4-hour penalty. I still got like 3 hours to go in the box. The curse is upon us. The year is not going to come, but this is technically, very technically, scoring a point, which is how to end CHRIMBUS, assuming I actually get there. So we've only been going for a mile now, right? 355.8. Okay. Another thing that I could do is grab that number, like hook into the program, grab this number, and have that displayed somewhere so I know exactly how long. Maybe have like a countdown, a percentage over on the side. That's a thing I could put to the push. But for now, okay, that's a great reason to make a trainer though, so you can grab those values and put nice things on the side of the screen. But let's not think about how to hack the game for fun profit. Think about how to hack the game for this misguided sense of fairness. Right up here now. This is just pixels on the screen. I did already state the numerous circumstances that this kind of computer thing lawful. It's breaking my rules. Change them. But still lawful enough to I want to follow a set of rules. This would be nice if so that's lawful evil. That is technically lawful evil right there. You are following a set of rules that benefits you. Like, maybe a more lawful good path is understanding that a lawful good path would have been doing this 26th, or like a day that I had available to me. Doing this at the last minute, cheating the game to make it work for you, while still following your own set of rules, definitely not lawful. Slipping down that particular bit of morality, like, hey, I'm 157.2 miles. I cannot believe this. It's a float at 5 miles. I think it's a good question if it actually is that many, or if I just ripped on to. I'm hoping this is the score, or not the score, but the thing that it determines the victory condition off of. I'm hoping that this is the value here. Music's still kind of going. I feel like I need to put some beeping in the background to remind me of my failure, but I'm gonna do at least this. And this is technically just a test run so I can get back into the VR version, set myself at 160,000. But like, it's already been 8 hours and I'm kind of beating the hell up right now. This is my MVP, minimum viable product, CHRIMBUS run. I crashed after 7 hours and 10 minutes of dedicated effort. Spent the last part of I took a nice long break for 10 minutes and then came back and hacked it for you. And in a mile and a half, because we are currently at 358.5 miles, mile and a half, we will see if that is the actual score. If there is more to do, I'm probably going to place myself closer to the end.
I promise you somehow I'll soon be
a lot of other numbers that are wondering what they are. I'm wondering if there's a speed number, because it would be great to just kind of the speed of 6
even when you're far away. I can
miles per
see
minute.
your smile, your memory comes back.
6 hours, not 8 hours, but I get where the 8 hours comes from. It's a shift. You're driving the bus and then you're done for the day. That is your amount of work that you do in less than a mile to go. 359.2.
You're not here, but your sweet voice draws me near.
It's
My bright star,
less than a mile per minute when I started.
I know that home is where
Right, so I'm
you
like
are.
370. Hold up. It's over. Oh well. Halfway on that last mile. Let's see. Wow, the fly. Ooh, I wonder if the fly is like, if no fly, then would
It's
they
gonna
have
be
thought about that?
alright, 'cause our love is true.
No, that looks like the end.
My sweetest baby girl.
That's the stop. Yeah, that's the stop in the distance. I think we made it. I think you can officially just change that one value that is a float. Like average Wendy 70. The Las Vegas city limits. You blow straight past the station and immediately stop, and there it is. That's a point. Okay. Alright, it is possible, and actually decently easy, to hex edit your way out. Alright. I guess we're back on then. Some effort is going to be made, but, you know, okay, well, hit some buttons. VR mode is initiated. Alright, we have to get in the game first, so let's flip on over, put the headset on. I'm behind the sign. Oh. Why, thank you. Cool, it actually reset my vision once it realized I was way out of space. Okay, good. There are no items. Alright, we're trying this again. We're gonna get that point. It is less fair than I would prefer it to be, but we're still gonna try. Need my left hand. Left hand is working, it just hasn't decided to track yet. I cannot write with my right hand. I need my left hand, please. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna restart it. Excellent. Alright. Unplug the controller. Controller's unplugged. I am able to make some letters happen. Oops. They're not the best bubble letters I've made. That M is really bad. That is a very bad M. The N is more of an N. That L. Alright. Rollers back up.
Hello, thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Gillette. Penn, we're talking today about your
What is
work
this, the
with
fourth restart this time?
Yeah.
Go down the road
Back in the
a little bit.
90s,
Make sure we have a value greater than 0 but less than 1.
Attorney General for
Alright.
the United States.
We have a distance value that is greater
President,
than probably 0.2.
Bill Clinton. Remember the Waco thing? That was Janet.
Oh. Pressed it twice. Alright, we're looking for a value that's about 0. Maybe 0.6. Do this with set off. Making sure that I don't run off the road really quick. Okay. Stops. What I'm going to do is put ourselves back on the road. Is there a way that I can... well... yeah, it's too hard. Okay. Apparently I need a different spot on the... Alright. Values. Okay. New scan. Value is bigger than 0. To read the correct thing in memory. Okay, there we go. Got Desert Bus VR. Yeah. Okay, nothing's in that address list, so never mind. Going to... you know, we're not going to touch those, actually. Alright, first scan. To be bigger than 0. Okay, and then we're going to do a less than 1. Better than 1. Probably could have done a value between 0 and 1, but whatever. Okay. Scan. Some of these values are definitely not between 0 and 1. It needs to be smaller than 1. Okay, so I'm going to do a bigger than 0. Do I want to do simple values only? You know what, let's do a... I wonder if it is a simple value. Yeah, bigger than 0. Check simple values only. What do we get? Bunch of malarkey. Is there anything? That's a lot of things that are about 0.2 right there. All right, we are going to do a value that has just going to back on the road, drive a little bit further down the road. To the bus. Get a little bit comfortable at least. Get a little bit further down the road, just a smidge. Ooh. Ooh, I actually got a tumbleweed caught. Okay. It does kind of interact with the... Well, shit. Got a rider. That good luck? I don't know. Trying to escape. I don't know if I want to let him out. Nah, you're going to Vegas. Teleporting you to Space Vegas. Alright, we are at about 0.6. Flowing. Tumbleweed caught in the bus. Where I've had one hit the windshield before, but I don't think I've had one caught in the stairwell. At 0.6. We have a value that is increased. Do Alt-Tab out. Ban that shit. 0.602? We have two maybes. Wait, no, never mind. They were 0.06. I was like, wait a minute, that's not quite there. And then, okay. We have about 143 address or 143,000 addresses that could fit right now. I think I can keep simple values only and have this work. I don't know if okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do another increased value scan, go a little bit down the road, but then I'm going to make sure we are paused on the road. A couple of same values. We have come to a total stop to test some other thing. Give that just the littlest bit of juice to increase that value. Alright, littlest bit of juice to increase the value, and we are going to come to a complete and total stop. And like count to 10 after we come to a complete and total stop. Glass is acting up, but I think it always has. Come to a complete and total stop. We are not quite at 1 yet. We could still do a below 1. Alright. Yep. The idle noises are happening. I'm going to take the headset off. 10 Mississippi. 9 Mississippi. 8 Mississippi. 7 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi. Mississippis are a little bit more than a second, so we're good. Alright. Now I'm going to do another increased value next scan. We're going to get a bunch of values, and then, since we are still, we're going to do an unchanged value scan. Got 12,000 there. We've got still 12,000. There's a lot of values that stay about the same. Looking for something that's like a 0.9. 11,000 values might be able to... And we just keep hitting the... Oh, hold on. There's a 0.8192. Alright, let's keep track of them. See if they change. So, more scan, 10,000 values. We got a 0.8192. Alright, let's see if we got it. Around. Remember, change out of the unchanged value. If, oh no, we lost our tumbleweed friend. Okay. just barely inch along. Let's get beyond 1 and see if that number is beyond 1. So like 1.1. If 1,000 miles begins with, I wonder what happens if I set it to like 400. If I go far and beyond 360. Because I think the actual score value is 359.8. At 359.8, the bus stop appears in the distance, and once you get to the bus stop, you win. So the necessary value of the bus stop in the distance starts at 359. I'm very curious if I just set it to like 500 or something, can I just keep going? Because these are going to keep counting up. They don't care too much. I think the scenery will keep going through. But I'm honestly curious if the wind condition only appears. Put that down. The values are still 0.9. Okay, so we need to do another scan. That was not the right one. There's another 0. Okay, I need something that's 1 point. Go look at that now. We have 2,000 things on the table. 1.4? Right next to another one. 1.22. Okay, here we go. 1.22. Is that what we are currently at right now? 1.228. I think we are at 1. Looks like we're beyond 1.228. I'm gonna hit the. We're gonna do another increased value. If that is truly. Oh yeah, that was 1.228. That was really close there. There's so many bytes just sitting around on the computer not to do anything that you can get values out of anything. Those 2,000 values, I'm surprised the one was. Alright, we're currently closer to the one that's like 1.5. That other one didn't. We'll hit some button. Some kind of increased value. Are parked. Gonna do 1 increased value and then probably hold off on that because we've only got the 2,000 in exactly what to call it, but 1.14. Those values went down as we went further. Okay, we're gonna do 1 scan. Now at like 1.5. I'm not far at 1.43. Looking for 2 numbers that are pretty much right next to about 1.5. 1.714 maybe? Maybe. There are so many values. Okay, is this 1.7? Yeah, that looks more like it. Okay, I am keeping track of those numbers, so we're going to push it just a little bit. Not much. Get up to 30 miles per hour and post. That'll probably take us to 1.8 or 1.9. Got the numbers finally. Alright, it is a little bit above 1.8. I don't think we're going to crash in the 1.8 and slowly increasing. Excellent. All right. Here we go. That didn't change. Did not change. Other values that exactly equal 2. Did I not hit the 0? Please. Okay, that one. Look. Okay. Those are the do we have any other that equal exactly that? I thought this was easy. Those numbers keep yoinking back. Okay, hold on. Can we change both of them? Change both of them to 160 at the same time. Sometimes they'll do extra values on things so that when you change them, they change. Hold on, they need a third value to do that kind of error checking. It's devious. You really shouldn't be doing all that kind of error checking in this. But oh well. 1.82 is that value. Do I look for that exact value? Interesting. What is the address that I would need to change in order to get that? Because simple values only. The value did increase. Not. Those two really have to be it, because those are the only two well. Yeah, the two values pretty much right next to each other. CC and D0 aren't next to each other. They're about hold on, how many bytes off? Bytes are in a float? Might be next to each other in memory. But it makes sense for them to both be there. It makes sense that they are this kind of I'm wondering why they're not changing. Not sticking. If I do both, then yeah, I really need to browse the memory regions and do things, but I want to do this one thing and this one thing. It worked on the other version, so apparently I cannot pause the game while scanning. Alright, we're going to do another increased value. We're going to turn off simple values only. Ugh. That's my ass. Increasing the value. I wonder if I was changing the values. Okay, so if you're just sitting still and you change the values, then they go back. What if? Oh, this is gonna be so fucking dangerous. What if I change the values while they're increasing? So that it seems like the next. Oh boy. Alright, this is gonna be. Alright, let's go. No, both of those didn't stick. Yet. Okay. Changing the values while they're increasing does not work, but those are the correct values. They are only changing when we go forward. Alright. Next scan. Sort by value on here. 0.14 at 1D3A1 3A12C. That is that address. Those should change. Should be able to be changed. Those are the. Yeah, this should work. Good. Okay. Now, are you kidding me? 1.4. Okay, two more addresses I found. Same value. So, all right, which one of these works? Come on. Found it. There's 4 values. Okay, so there's 4 references to how far you are. At the very least. There could be more. I could do an exact value search, right? Let's do it. Do an exact value search for 160, now that we are currently on exactly 160. 5 addresses. Okay, there are 5 addresses. So, interesting. Okay, one of those 5 addresses is your, are they all next to each other in memory? Ah, they're kind of apart. Yeah. Most of them are right next to each other. 2 pairs that are right next to each other. 1 pair, so there's a pair at 1D3 that's right next. There's 1 pair at 1D3, and there's A12C and A0. Another pair at 215, and there's a single one by itself at 1A3, and the one that I had to change was at one of the ones at 215. Interesting. So very interesting. Okay. What? Okay, so what does this game need? 5 references to the distance you've gone. Because one of them is definitely the speedometer. Not the speedometer. Man, what is that device called? It's the one thing I'm going to forget today, and it's kind of important. Let's start driving and thinking about why this happened. Okay, there are 5 values that use the distance the car has driven, or need to reference it, or need to copy the value of the distance the car is driven and going forward. Man, I wish the one person who is studying computer science right now were here to puzzle this out. This is kind of cool. What other 5 things could it be necessary for? Because now I'm thinking it's like the end game is making its own copy of a value and then checking that copy against some other value. And why would you pass by the value and make a new address book than do it a reference? Why are they paired up like that in memory? There's 2 pairs right next to each other in memory, and one by itself. And the one by itself, if you change, references a different one. So it just grabs, waits for the frame to end and then grabs a new thing. Ooh, I am so curious. But we're back on the road. We have taken we took like a 1 hour and a 5-mile penalty, but I don't know if this counts. We are currently in the not very cool zone. We should technically still be in the penalty box riding the tow truck back, but I did crash the game trying to launch a second version of the game to see if this was possible to do. So does it count? I did not see the error screen of the Unreal. I didn't see the Unreal Engine error pop up, so that wasn't it. We're in undefined territory. The rules mean nothing anymore because I had to find a way to make sure that CHRIMBUS technically happens, and it is an impossibly short amount of time to do a full CHRIMBUS. Got 7 hours until the new year and crashed, so worst case scenario, we're going to be an hour late to CHRIMBUS. Thought, okay, maybe we wait until the date line, but we're here. Explaining things once for people who decided to listen to white noise, and the algorithm recommended this to you. 1, hi. 2, hello. Okay, try not to hit the emergency button to switch hands in order to make sure that if one of the controllers goes out, you're able to retain control of the bus. The emergency button to make sure that you maintain control of the bus lost us control of the bus. Oh, and I don't hear bus noises. I should probably put this down and get going on some other thing. Still have 200 miles to go. We're not even at the halfway point. Put in a lot of effort to get somewhere back to where we were before things got interrupted. There are many charitable ways of putting it, but before the fuck up is another way of putting it. Right. First, to make that team speak and no one else is here. There is the Twitch, which buses appears to be at, and there is bus noises. I did not eat at all today. I have had no meals. I have had 2. Someone who is attempting to gain weight that is not good. Really not good. One of those snacks was candy. Yeah, bits of the window are melting, right? It's not just me. I'm not going completely mad. There's a shader applied to the glass that just did not get applied. So, oops. I got the memory editor open. I wonder how you could fix that in the bytecode. That's the harder way of fixing things. I'd rather just... Seems like a very quick rendering error. Honestly, get rid of the glass. Like, enough stuff on it. I don't know. We did it. We fixed it. We are now back on our way. We have almost made it back to the 165 mile marker. After absolute destruction and devastation. Yeah, the rules mean nothing. I don't know. I like to have clearly defined traditions and feel like rule set to officiate the challenge with, but well, not good there. Did not do good. But here we go again. Okay, that clock is like 8:24 now. I almost want to... Okay, here's a question. Hack into the clock, set it to the actual time, so that I have a better idea of what time is outside. Because I almost had it kind of in... I started at noon on one of these runs, so it was kind of close to real time, and that was... But now it is 6. I think it is 6. I'd like to check without crashing the bus. 6:30. So the minutes are almost right on the clock. Hour is 6 hours behind. Not to 165 miles yet. Did I run out of topics because I expected to be done by now? Or I just run out of topics in general? The answer is I just ran out of topics in general. I think I had a good thing going and I had officially undammed the stream of consciousness, but now stream of consciousness is dammed back up and I cannot think of what's than my current thoughts on things. Not much. Yeah, weird to be back in the saddle, but I figured there's a easy way to change the amount of distance you have gone. I don't know, if seeing the... Well, I don't know. Again, we have already technically scored a point. The test to see if speeding the value up does actually put you closer to the goal, and it does. That is one of the endpoints of CHRIMBUS there. We could be done. I've spent an hour. I've spent almost an hour more than the 8 hours required to play this game normally. Playing as far as I have so far, but, you know. What is fairness? In this philosophical discussion with myself. Do I get to be lawful neutral if I actually drive the rest of the way, even though I definitely got some cool points for not exactly taking the L there. Because yeah, no, the taking the L is unavoidable curse. There is bad things happening in a hysterical sense, in a not to be known. It's the great unknown. Some terrible curse befalls you if you cannot count it. The challenge even accounts for some failure conditions too. I don't know. Now I'm debating whether or not I should be done, because last time I did this, I drove 7-ish hours, had a program crash, got to see the Unreal crash reporter, and I counted that as CHRIMBUS. Hands up, CHRIMBUS has come, the new year can begin. That counted. That was good enough. I don't know about this particular situation right now. I have done essentially the same thing, although it was more by my hand than by whatever else happened. Okay, question then. For last year, what caused the crash? Because you took your headset off. Current running theory is you took your headset off, you put it into a weird position. The game could not deal with that, or it was like so far outside of the play area that we weren't quite sure what to do with it. That caused the crash. So that was technically still by your hand, but how could you know? In a similar way, let's see, it's not that similar though. As much as I try and equivocating one, because I'm still trying to think about how that happened last year. Prevention would be great. I would love to actually complete one of these without the bullshit I've had to go through, but here we sit. Maybe actually 8 miles into this particular run after 30 minutes, but finagling with the miles to get going back to a previously, like, I could just add the other 40 miles from the first 32 miles or however much it was from the first run onto that. It just started 190, but like, how much is too much? Last year, I did not attempt to cheat after 7.5 hours of effort, I did not attempt to cheat myself back to where I was so I could finish and go. This year, a similar value of circumstances, if not exactly similar circumstances. I've decided that, like, cheating myself back to, like, this is weird and new virtually done, or if I like that. But it allows me to keep playing. Maybe if I think about the road ahead rather than particular ethical quandaries of exactly what I've done right now. Will the curse still take hold? Have I, in spirit, CHRIMBUSed? Or am I just CHRIMBUS? Ooh. Ooh. Not even a good pun. Wordplay is questionable at best. The words are not having fun. They might be playing, but they're not having fun. However, I feel a sneeze coming, and that's probably not going to be great. I'm trying to resist it, though. Did we resist the sneeze? Maybe. I still feel some, like, chemical twinges of histamine in there, or whatever is the chemical that makes you sneeze. But so, it looks like we're good. But yeah, the current quandary of how, I guess one is, how should the rules account for this? How do you fit the current state of behavior into a rule set such that the current run is still valid, even though the only person really holding any anything to this is yourself. These are the edge cases that I did not think I would hit, but here we are. The emergency brake. Actually, an emergency brake would be an interesting thing to have, because I bet there's a speed value in there, and I bet if I had a button I could press to immediately put that speed value to 0, that would work. That would be better than the press button and, you know what? Okay, so on these controllers, and you can't see them because they're in there, but on these controllers, the A and the B button are pretty much right next to them. Resting my hand on the A button is what makes the car go forward, but I wanted to, and the B button was the emergency button. But what if I just go back to using the trigger? We are about halfway through, so, you know, I can do either. I'm going to use the trigger for now just to try and get myself back into the trance of... I wonder if any of the achievements are worth unlocking using cheats. I'm trying to think of what achievements are. It's something stupid. I can't remember what it is. Maybe it's like total hours or something. Oh, maybe that's what the values are for. Like if there's a first mile kind of value, and that achievement triggers off of the derived value from the distance you've gone, and there's 3 of such achievements. I feel like there's 2 achievements, because that accounts for the other 2. There's 5 addresses in memory. One of them is the actual distance. One of them is what the speedometer references as a display. 2 of them might be achievements, and then one of them is just kind of off by their own. Maybe the one off by its own is the one achievement. It's per session, I think. Oh, that's a good question. If we finish the game, do those distance values get overwritten, or do they get a new... That's a good question. I wonder if one of those values is total miles in this session. If those 2 values are like achievement values, and the other one is a third achievement that maybe needs more than 1 trip, get like 1,000 miles in a single session. Curious. I don't have the ability to look up the achievements right now, but that could be what those 5 values are. Guess that gets put on the list of things that I have that reverse engineered. Yeah, that's on a list of things that I have reverse engineered. Maybe. Don't actually know what the 5 values do. Well, okay, I'm pretty sure. I know exactly what one of the values does. That is the distance the bus has traveled. And the map and everything is programmatically made as you go along, so it's not actual distance. In fact, I don't even think the bus goes anywhere. I think the background is the only thing. Game, which is your way to do a stretch of road that goes on for a very long time. Once you get into you don't want to... Floating point precision is weird, and if you have a grid with floating point, as precision lowers, it's harder to render the car in the particularly right position. But if the float of how far you've gone has nothing to do with your position in the game world, then power to. This is very much, I assume, how this is working, because it really should be how this works. It's easier to pass a background around a static object with a lot of detail than have that static object with a lot of detail travel through a map, or like a coordinate grid space. Yeah, when I changed the value of the distance gone, it looked like the I'm gonna call it the odometer, even if it's not an odometer. It looks like the odometer is the only thing that was really affected by that. Like the map didn't change and the foliage didn't, shoot. Something else. Car didn't move, so definitely not the spot on a coordinate grid space. Come on. In my nose and almost running off the road. Now the good news is, if I take off the headset and look around my shoulder, I get the exact value of how far we've got. I don't think I want to do that, actually. Just to keep playing. Not super. I had a boring job? That's a good question. My jobs have been like thinky, codey kind of jobs, teaching jobs. All of those are pretty dynamic jobs. I don't think I've had like a... I'm trying to think of like a maintenance job or a like this is a job that doesn't take too much. I don't even know if there are jobs that are this boring. I haven't been a security guard or anything like that, and I think security guards that are the closest this comes to having this boring job. I think it's a little bit more in theory. That job is more boring than this job because you just sit there, deter people. So most days you do nothing, and occasionally you might have to investigate something that occurs that could potentially be a security risk, but really not. So, security guard, closest thing to this kind of a job, but I'm trying to think of because bus drivers still have to navigate roads. Is the desert bus like an actual thing? I know there are boring roads in America that are very much like this, but not actively straight and flat. They have little curves and the occasional bit of scenery. What other jobs are this boring? That's a good question. You get into like a mechanical job or like a manufacturing job that gets this boring. Quality testing, so you're looking to make sure that all the labels are put on the boxes by the machine back the right way each time. Checking that by eye. Do people have those jobs? Do people just sit there for 8 hours and only grab boxes with the labels a little bit off? I wonder. Is that as boring as what I'm doing right now? I gotta imagine I'm in kind of like the lower echelon of boring things that you could do for 8 hours a day and get paid for, but also like it's not the most boring, right? There's gotta be more boring. Is boring itself boring if you are digging a hole? Kind of. That is a sit around and wait for the machine to break down kind of a job. Especially if you got one of the big ones that just kind of run themselves and you check a pressure gauge every now and then. I wonder if they actually have sensors to tell how worn down like the things carving into the stone are, or whatever's doing the digging. Or if you just kind of have to do that by sight and say, all right, we've been digging for, or maybe it's just like a timer. Just let the machine go for 3 hours and then inspect it and see if it has gotten 3 hours worth of wear on it, or if it's got less than don't replace them. Is there a singular person whose only job is to watch things that are out? Don't know. I'm sure there's probably some lab jobs too, where like you're watching the machine squirt out a little bit of things into 1,000 test tubes in front of you, packaging those up or following instructions to see if the science works out. Like, I bet a lab job could be boring. But that's still kind of fun too, because there's a chance that there's Okay, a lab job's like a lottery job because you've got like 1,000 experiments. If you got all those little test tubes in front of you, and you're like, putting chemicals together to see what happens. There's like, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance, or like there's a chance that there's some kind of positive result that could happen in front of you that would be interesting to think about. That's not a mentally demanding job like coding, but that's still mentally exciting. It is mentally stimulating. You get to think about how the experiment that you are working on in front of you, as boring as that might be, I could see some people into it. I could be into it. The unfortunate thing is that there are plenty of grad students who are more qualified, more willing to do that kind of a thing. Didn't exactly go into chemistry or physics or any of that computer science. Not a harder science. But computer science is a pretty hard science. I don't know. What the hell is a hard science? Kind of soft science, hard science, and pure science? I think like mathematics and computer science and like information algorithm-y kind of things. I think those go into pure science more than hard science or soft science. Soft science is just hard science with a lot of extra layers of abstraction on top of it because hard to map behaviors onto, like, there's a brain that's doing this behavior, but it's really hard to like get the mapping exactly of the, there's no border between hard science and soft science. And I wonder if there's that strong of a border between the pure sciences, the soft and the hard sciences too, at least in my conception. I think most people put math into hard science. But then, I don't know, you call that the philosophical science, because these numbers that are in math are supposed to represent the world around them, but they have kind of their own laws, or how things work out. Technicality. Because, what is the square root of -1? In theory, that doesn't exist, but 0 doesn't exist either. 0 is nothing, not physically exist, but yet, absence of things is an important concept to have and allows us to calculate other things. So in that same kind of vein, where I guess the philosophical or pure sciences, the hard sciences, is also, again, spectrum and probably connected to soft. I put it in a triangle just so that there are 3 spectrums that go through there. That's probably how all this works. Things are complex, usually. And pure science tries its best to make things simple, but they're not. That's where we get imaginary numbers from, and imaginary numbers led to calculus, and calculus is actually useful. Who knew? You know what holes? There's a lot of holes in math. I don't know if I can name any of them off the top of my head, but there are plenty of holes in the head. Let's see if we can't get to 180 before trying to do anything about that. I loosened everything. It's still, like, pulling on my forehead. Great. It's not 20 minutes to... I think they'd go another 50. Try and keep this thing on my head, but it's starting to... I don't know if it's chafing or just kind of hurting again. It's going to probably slow down. That and then doubt the exact distance I have gone because I can do that now. I have the exact value of the float somewhere behind me. I think I keep spinning in my chair. I feel like I've drifted more to the right. Funny because that's how the bus works. Okay, put you in the lap. Okay, we are exactly 180.3008422 miles into this. It has been 9 hours. Okay, we're halfway there. 4 more hours to completion. 4 more hours to completion is currently 7. It's 11. Oh no. 11. Do I really want to stop at 11? I might. I don't know how to play this out, because it would be great if I could just sit here until 11, but that's not a thing I think I can. All of the time is burning up, and I'm only burning more right now. Now let's get my forehead feeling better and try and put the mask on more appropriate fashion so that it doesn't rub up against that anymore. This needs to be a quick break. Be fast. Let's do over with this now. Back to driving down a road. More. Ooh boy. 9 hours. 9 hours. 9 hours. 9 hours and I'm only halfway done. That does not bode well. Halfway done and I had to do a lot of things. Do a lot of untoward things to get here. Alright. Alright. One more hour. Let's try and get to the 2-hour mark. Let's hope the mask is on appropriately. See if I can not just balance on the forehead alone. Change up the pressure points. That was the halfway point. I do want to see if I can't change the time, because I do like drive. I like the driving at night. About, you know, it would be at about this point. I was driving at night, I was getting towed in the night. This is not a great group. This counts. I don't think it should count, though. Giving myself the bad feelings about what I have done. It ain't out of the question, but it's a little... little unnecessary. There's... Well... Seems like a good moment for the shut the fuck up hour, but... I don't like dead air, but, you know, dead air. Yeah, the spirit of the CHRIMBUS is you do it until it's done, and if it don't feel done, don't feel done. Last year it felt done after I had that crash after 7 hours. Whatever reason this year, despite the 2 crashes, it still don't feel done. It's still gonna take 4 hours from this point. That clock is gonna say 5 hours by the time I get to the end of this. Which isn't super. I'm not trying to like hold my arms out in front of me driving the bus. I have found a way to minimize on, you know, buttons that need to be interacted with, or otherwise arms need to be like, this is comfy. Ooh, question, can I like lay down? Like a legit bed, lay in bed, play this game? It'd be cool if VR games did not assume that you were on a flat surface, but they at least they have to assume that the gravity is the same way that Sorry, the floor is the same way that gravity is. Gravity's tilting enough to figure out, but like having offsets and adjustments for people who want to lay in bed and play a game, well, probably good to do. I guess you could do it. Not the default. It's not the hard code kind of thing. You'd still have to do another layer transformation outside of that, even if you were to toss the screen up instead of around. There's a reason for it. Nice to assume at least one thing in the game world. At least on some kind of rendering layer. Yeah, I wonder if I want to have the clock speed change like I did when I first experimented. Just kind of zooming through but having no control, and I wonder if kind of a way to... 45 miles per hour is purposefully atrocious. While that is the design of the game, I wonder in the case of a rush like this one if I can't burn the engine out. Get her up to 50 or something, maybe. 1 mile a minute would be nice. 6-hour game rather than but it is an 8-hour game, but I've been playing for 9 hours. I feel like it should be over now. Doesn't feel done. I feel like it should be over, but it doesn't feel done. You're going strictly by mood. Okay, my hand flew in front of my face, so tracking stopped, but I don't think... Good news is it was the accelerator hand. That one's okay to fail. That one means we come to a nice, safe stop. I have to diagnose the issue. Steering. There's a reason why in my lap the steering hand is closer to the sensors and better able to be detected, while the accelerator hand is kind of obstructed a little more. Purposely put my hands, I smacked the hell out of my lips right there, but my hands are purposefully hurt. Am I really going to sit here for the 4 hours it's going to take? Worst case scenario, go watch the ball drop. Do I pause the whole stream for like an hour? Yeah, probably. I'm just gonna leave, go do some things, come back, and hopefully complete it before the international dateline time. Because even with me cheating myself ahead as I have, I'm still down to the wire. I still feel like this is a bit of a failure, just planning-wise. Felt like a bit of a failure when I realized I was not 30th. I got home late on the 30th, so I had to go to sleep, wake up, and CHRIMBUS. That was my day today. The last 9 hours of waking up, failing to CHRIMBUS twice. Once that was not my fault, and once that was absolutely my fault. Okay, maybe not absolutely my fault, but very close. 95% my fault. That's where I'm laying the blame at 95%. Let's see if we can't get to 200 miles. That's gonna be the 15 miles and the 20 minutes. Really, 20 minutes. We're going 45 miles per hour. Yep. Going to be 20 minutes until we hit 200 miles. It's 160 to go. Bitch. silence, it is horn. Really have kept the backup noise on, but oh well. In that run, the game did crash. I did not hit the exit button. I tried to hit the enter button on the second instance of the game. I wonder if you can change the value while you're being towed. Other questions? I think I hear fireworks outside. Who's doing fireworks already? Just got the nighttime? That's a lot of fireworks. There are some dogs that probably need to be connected right. They have places they like to hide, I think. Tortoise going to be alright? How do tortoises deal with fireworks? I've had her a couple of years. Has a space to hide in. I don't like, they can't really hear high-pitched noises, but they can definitely hear low-pitched. Lower-pitched noises are easier for them. Explosion, a lot of pitch. Oh, we're almost to 190. We're at 188. I was wondering, like, oh, that looks like 190. Ooh. And then 10 more miles. We have officially crossed that 1 hour mark on the in-game timer. Good boy. This is the sticks. The sticks, I mean, the stick to 'ems. Eventually we'll see the light at the end of the road, and victory will be in grasp. Victory is not quite yet. Still got a good 100, at 45 miles per hour. Thoughts will turn to, why am I doing this? But at least you're on the other side of the hump. Past the halfway points, you've spent more time than you can. Math gets slowly easier from here to tell yourself that you are almost at 190 on the dot. .4. That's a big gun. Tires are all in the way, but got it. Now, this is a supreme lazy way to play at the moment, but it's weird how over the course of years I have refined how this is working right now. Best making sure that even if batteries, I got them plugged in to the USB outlets so they can run out of power. I got tracking enabled. It is gross how good I am at getting at this and trying to, but like also gross at how bad I am. Despite that too. In the midst of finding myself on the other side of the Dunning-Kruger curve, I've passed the gulf of ignorance. I know how much I don't know, but I do know that I know something. Slowly crawling back up the right side of that gulf of ignorance. Maybe technique-wise, I don't know. seems like I got decent enough willpower going through. Well, good question. Well, today the willpower is especially low because I've been traveling the past 2 days, so I'm already had to sit and drive for multiple hours at a time. And also, the time limit I'm trying to squeeze out here, because right now I am missing a New Year's party. If I, take regular breaks and don't just sprint to the end here, very likely that I'm going to miss a good part of the New Year's party. Might make it ball drop, but like, that is currently a question. 11 is the 7, 8, 9, 11, yeah. At 7 o'clock I was at the halfway point and I had 4 hours if I did it perfectly left to go, which is 11. If I sit here and do it perfectly until 11, then I'll be done. Don't think. Perfectly, don't think. Should. The other thing too, like 8 or 9, I should be looking into other things like food, dinner. Where the unhealthy parts of this come in, I gotta look up what time zone I'm going to CHRIMBUS if I decide to, going until like 1. Central's an hour behind, right? So it is currently, if it's like 7 here, it's 6 Central. So yeah, I'm gonna try and aim for a Pacific CHRIMBUS. Just give myself 3 hours, put a break in here, actually go do things that aren't this. Not great, but I did sleep in the middle of the first CHRIMBUS, so there's no like feeling, no bad feeling with that. We'll have a good feeling of actually scoring a point or getting the game to crash. Which, by the way, anytime you would like to crash yourself at no fault of my own, because I still kind of think that trying to run a separate instance while the first instance was running still kind of counted as a caused by you crash, but if said algorithm or something wants to have CHRIMBUS finish on time and style, that would be super. Not gonna purposefully cause it, but yeah. It would be fun to like really hack into the game and do dumb things like bus sleep to the right, and maybe even do like dumb Twitch integration. If people vote for it, or I don't know. I'm trying to think of like how to do. I'm trying to think of like how Twitch culture works. What sort of incentives that people are, because I know people are doing the thing where they got their 3D avatar, and if you like spend some currency, either Twitch only or actual currency, you can like throw something. There's like, putting bits into a glass kind of a thing. So I know some games have Infernal, like the game actually puts Twitch integration into there, but what if I'm making a side program that grabs all the data about how far I've been going so that I have like a nice little percentage up in the corner? Yeah, you are 20 of the way done. We are at 194. 200 is what percent? 200 divided by 50%? No, not 50%. Yes, 50% actually. 200 is the 50% mark if you're going by 1 percentages every 4 miles. Because 400 would be the end and 200 is half of that, so a decent amount off. Like, yeah, the error grows. number is larger. You're taking 4 instead of 3.6 miles, so that, every half mile per percentage point adds up at that point. But 200 over 360 is over 50%, but not really 60%. 50% 360. What is 6 of 36? 36 times 6 is 210. So 200 is not quite percent. It's between 50 and 60. That's what I said. Quick maths. It's a Friday, isn't it? Five more miles, almost there. I think you got 120 on the. Oh, another 5 minutes. Oh, well, more than 5 minutes because it's not 1 minute. I feel like it's not really, like, I'm thinking, this, the VR screen on my face is kind of hurting. What if I, take it off, and then it's just, why not play this game with a controller in non-VR mode, and then switch to VR mode in the first place? So, I think, I could be playing this in VR mode. That box. You're busted. I have busted twice. 196, not up to 2 yet. Pretty close to 2. Train of thought is officially derailed, though. Definitely able to talk about absolute nonsense before that crash. Now, the motivation is gone. Do we have the hour of silence? Is that a thing that I want to enforce? Yeah, it seems like it's quiet time. Completion time. About why the hell you're playing this game time? Oh. Banish the anxiety thoughts. I think it's high noon because there's a lot of sunshine on the steering wheel right now. Wonder how to change the time, because driving at night's a little, more aesthetically pleasing to me than driving there. Okay, 198. Wait, no. Idiot. This much. Doesn't fit. Right now, it's still kind of. Rested on the cheekbones a little more. Forehead. Still kind of slipping down onto the forehead where it really should be. To try and give myself clearer vision. People joining the bus portents of bad times to come. Because I think this run this year is the most amount of bus, like 3 or 4, which was nuts to me. Disaster and calamity. Superstition reigned supreme. 190 miles were close. 4 mile per percentage points, halfway points. I don't know how many actual percentage points. But we are getting there. Four times 100 is 40. So does that mean there's a 40? Does that mean by the time that I get to... I'm trying to think of what percentage points... I don't know. There's a math in my head that I could explain better, but I don't think I want to calculate it anymore. Explaining math would be worse than what's well, right now in the doldrum that I'm currently. Also, it's something to go on about. That I could do that would be better than this. Still not exactly shaking the feeling. 200 miles, 160 to go. It does, you really, 200 miles feels like it's more, but is the halfway points duality. What's another 20 miles on top of 180, and then now you're actually at like a 90 flat number. Still happening. Still got 100 miles to go to get to 300, and you still got, rounding up, another 100 miles to go to 400. Rounded some more. Pessimism. Do not know what could be done. Oh, I think I know what could be done at the moment. The one Noisecore Christmas album. Kind of music you are absolutely certain no one is going to make a copyright claim on, but also terrible. Sitting and listening to that. No, it's going to be terrible. Would kill 30 minutes at the very least. Would be something. Setup would take a couple minutes off the clock, and that would mean stopping the car and stopping the bus. All 3 of these stickers over here, and maybe a sticker over there. I know Desert Bus for Hope is a thing that plays Desert Bus for charity. Who's on our bus also a thing, and what the hell's Cracked Along? Wait, that's got the same tree in the middle of it as Desert Bus for Hope. Are they all the same? Are they different parts of that same company? What is this? I've only tuned into Desert Bus for Hope for a couple of hours once, but it's kind of a variety show where in the background people are doing things. It's like, I think they got a fun algorithm where you donate money to get more time put on the clock, but like every hour is more expensive than the last one. So there's a theoretical cutoff point, because if they just make $1 million and it costs $5 million to get the next hour, then you're probably not going to go beyond whatever hour you set there, but you still need to get, previous $200,000 to get to that hour before it bumps up to $5 million, whatever. There's a math behind it based on donation amount. It expresses itself properly, but the rest of the content is not really based around the game. Again, a variety show. It's a bunch of people sitting together and doing things. I don't know. Like SGDQ, where there's at least like a theme to it. While there are interviews and other parts of the variety show, you can always get there's always something going back to it. That's just nerds sitting on a couch, which is doing like half of that right now. I got nerd. Not even on a couch, just on a chair. All singular. That discussion only put me 3 miles ahead. I can get lost in a topic of conversation. It just passes so quickly, but here I am. Just going. Forehead not doing great. I got that pressure point that's been bugging me. 9-10 hours into this, going far and beyond the amount of time that I don't want you. Going far and beyond 8 hours is far and beyond the reasonable amount of time anyone can play this particular game. That should attempt to limit itself to not 8 to 9 hours extra affordances as they continue past an hour mark. I'm like at the 9 hour 40 mark or the 9 hour 50 hour mark. Check. I don't want to. Oops. Well, I took my hand off the accelerator. Instead of tempting the gods, we go ahead and go for the full pull over, dust, forehead thing. I am 9:36, so 9:40 was a better estimate there. Not even 9 hours, 50 minutes in. It feels bad to play. If I played better or had more affordances for more contingencies, then I would be done by now. Would have definitely been over by now. I don't think I've had... This is probably the longest I have CHRIMBUSed without sleeping. First CHRIMBUS slept for 8 hours, so that really doesn't count all that much. But here, I have been actively playing for 10 hours. Most. 9 hours and 40 minutes about this time. It's 9 hours and 38 minutes. 10-hour mark is a lot. Not the longest I've ever marathoned any kind of a game. I know I have physical evidence of a 12-hour marathon of a game. Maple Story of all things. It was when I was young and sprightly and probably should have been studying. Instead, putting away an entire weekend on Maple Story. Play that game that much. Like, I didn't even play Maple Story like I play MMOs now, where I kind of like get of it. That one was like one of the last MMOs that I played completely casually to look up how the best to do. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I ever played RuneScape pretty hard. I don't think I ever played RuneScape that hard. I don't know if I played RuneScape after Maple Story or not. Those are the two MMOs that I remember playing casually. falling behind on like the power curve and what other people are doing and not seeing. Then I played Eve. Everything changed forever. I don't remember if I played any other MMOs. It was yes, but I don't think I ever got super into it. A bunch of little ones here and there. Like, I remember doing a stint in Tropa. I remember doing a stint. A bunch of those Korean MMOs, too, that have just your typical kind of RPG WoW clones. A bunch of them. There was the one at the Age of Sail, but it's not ArcAge. One that I actually liked because you could actually sail your damn boat and have people on it. It was like Golden Age Online or something? It was like Golden Age of piracy kind of thing. Had a boat. Sail it around. I played that one casually. I can't remember if that came... That definitely came before Eve. I don't know if that came after... That one I sunk a lot of time to. Didn't play for all that long though. Then ArcAge. Eve and then ArcAge, because Eve was while I was still in college and at like peak spreadsheet nerdery, so I had to quit Eve to actually like finish my junior year. I had a lot on my plate, and I honestly could not keep up with picking up it. Also through college, so smart choice, quit Eve. After that was ArcAge. Kind of fun, but then the company kind of ruined it with microtransactions. Like, I love the idea. There's a game loop conceit that's really fun. That is just trade. You take a box from point A to point B, you are paid out in a decent amount of your high tier currency. You get copper pieces, silver pieces, and gold pieces. Like if you go do a trade run, you get 3 gold pieces, have like get automated, you can like buy vehicles to carry more trade things with. But there's like safe trade runs that really give you the 3 gold pieces, and then there's the less safe trade runs that give you maybe like 10 per box, and you can like have a storage vehicle that has, I don't remember, there's like one vehicle that has like 2, the land vehicle, there's one land vehicle that has like 4, and there's boats that you can use, and not everything is accessible via boat, but you can get a bunch of trade boxes by boat to certain areas that you sail across, like, but you have more risk, more pirates out on the open. Trade within your one safe land, sure, you still get 2 or 3 gold, and that's not a passion, but more risk, more reward, and I loved that loop. And like getting together a bunch of people, putting a whole bunch of, because it was like 50, it was a decent amount of money to start one of those trade routes, because you have to buy the trade good, but then you could sell it for more. And the further you go from that location, you would always make a profit unless you sold it right back to the guy that just bought it. So, like, if you had to quit trade run for some reason and just go to the nearest person who would take it and sell it, absolutely bad. But the longer distance, the more risk you take, the better it is. That was cool, and then, you know, the rest of everything around it was ruined. The dungeons were terrible in that game. I don't think there was a legitimate way to beat half of the dungeons played in that game. And, like, holy shit, going to skip a couple of MMOs that I played, going into Guild Wars is a breath of fresh air, because there are dungeons that you can actually complete with, like, not a min-maxed amount of players. Like, ArcAge, you went into a dungeon and you could really only cheese the dungeon to win. If you actually tried to play the dungeon, it was nigh impossible. You had to have, like, you had to play to get good gear. You had to play through the first dungeon and complete it. It was nigh impossible to complete the first dungeon unless you had the gear the dungeon gives you. So you either got carried through the dungeon so that you could unlock the gear so that you could actually do the dungeon itself. Like, it was such a narrow skill gap between what you would have and what was necessary to complete. Like, there wasn't enough wiggle room. There wasn't enough forgiveness in the dungeon. It was like pretty exactly. You played perfectly with the substandard gear that you got before that dungeon. Like I think I even had the catch-up gear. There were sets of gears that you could get easier than others that would put you to a similar power level, but like to get the better stuff, you had to go deeper in dungeons. To get deeper in dungeons, you had to finish the first one or be able to complete the first one enough times to get the gear to continue on. The power curve is wonky. Like Guild Wars, the power curve is a lot more forgiving, a lot more fun, and it's still challenging. You're still able to wipe on things if you're playing really badly. But if you got a decent build, you're not completely hopeless into, like, I remember being able to complete some fractals without even good build. We weren't, I don't think I had done all the, like, min-maxing work to try and get my build as good as it could possibly be. I was running, like, a half healer, half damage thing. We're still able to, like, we were using shit builds all the way, and we were still able to complete, like, 10 or 15 fractals, so 10 or 15 dungeons. And that was cool. Like, it wasn't easy by any stretch of the imagination, but you didn't have to have top-tier gear and top-tier strategies and top-tier builds in order to win. And there wasn't a margin of error so thin, if you slipped on it, you'd slice yourself in half. Not the widest margin of error, it's not a sure thing, but oh man, it's a lot better. And I haven't played World of Warcraft enough to, like, have that as a thing. Dark Age had that cool kind of sandboxy sort of trade system on the outside. It wasn't really all that sandboxy, but it was still like a thing that you could do, and it was a decent way of making money. Probably if you took all the risks, the best way to make money. You know, grab 2 or 3 of your friends who have ships with 12 boxes each. Throw 6 trade boxes, grab 6 of your people, and then see how many of those trade boxes you can get off of the box. I mean, trading zone, which is where you can get the most for those goods, because you had to travel into a PvP zone in order to sell it. It's like, I like that mechanic a whole lot. I hate the rest of the game around it. Actually, there was a good exploration mechanic in the fact that you could plant, like, illegal gardens. Property mechanic. Weird though, like so weird that I wanted to try a roleplay thing, try to get as many people to set their land public as possible. But it would have been fun. Most people kind of laughed at the joke, but like also, you know, every now and then someone would be like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll set this public." Hooray! There was always like, you know, take one, leave one boxes, magnanimous people setting parts of their land to public, but most of the land was private property, and it was weird, and you had to pay a monthly subscription in order to own private property, so like a class system. I don't know, trying to roleplay out of a class system that is pretty heavily enforced by the rules of the game itself is fun. Wasn't really expecting that to go anywhere though. It was fluffy fun, I would say. I wonder if I still have the account that just has Trotsky. Like, I had a character that I named Trotsky, made him look like Leon Trotsky as best as I could. That's how I did the role-playing bits with. Honestly wonder if that account is still available and still could be played with. Highly doubt it, but it'd be funny. Don't think I'd ever go back and actually play it though. I would giggle and say, "Oh, I still have that account, haha," and all everything and never play it. And that game only got worse. The class system didn't just extend to people who paid a monthly fee and were able to, you know, get more energy, get private property, etc. It extended to now there are things in the cash shop you can buy crazy advantages over other people. Oh, the pay to wins. And 13 final. Be a little happier at 200. to do a countdown, but also just not. Oh, the fatigue. The fatigue of you should be done by now, but you're not going to be done for another 3 hours. Yeah, every hour is 45 miles, and right now 45 miles would get me to 60. It's going to be an hour until I hit 260. 2 more hours after that. It's still more than 3 hours away. Fatigue is hitting hard. I am definitely at the 10-hour mark now. Oh man. This is just feel bad fatigue. This is you should have been done a while ago. This is guilt fatigue. Bring up let's see. I think the only MMO that I was not appointed a guild leader in, except for Guild Wars 2, because I haven't actually gotten into that yet. I'm just playing casually with friends. I'm not playing casually. I am playing with other people who are playing casually, giving them tips and advice because I can no longer play games casually. But I'm keeping that to small groups and trying not to do PvP things, and trying not to play the game. I have already watched videos on efficient play styles and how to make the most money and what I feel. Back in Arc Age, I remember joining a guild with, a bunch of people in it, 40, 50 people, like, people put that shit together. Then, like, after some time, people noticed I was putting a lot of effort in it. Apparently that is enough to get you just kind of named guild leader after... There's a point in time, I'm trying to remember when, I was, like, named guild leader, and the excitement, like, initial, oh, you guys actually want me to... Okay. That point from, I don't want to play anymore, because it was pretty quick after that. I feel like that was another system. Other moments like that where I was like, oh man, getting too... The financial thing too, I just didn't like paying the monthly subscription fee. Like Guild Wars, I'm liking Guild Wars right now because I don't have to feel guilty about not playing it. Especially because like I put the finances in there. I would rather I like the Guild Wars sort of, pay $70 for an expansion every year rather than a monthly subscription fee that's about $70 per year. There is a guilt associated with not playing for an entire month. Not canceling that subscription either, but I paid my way into at least most of the premium parts of the game. Did miss the one giveaway where they gave away all the Living World. I got like half of it, but there's a couple of Living World seasons that I missed out on. First 2, I think. I got 4 and 5. The Iceberg Saga. That's cool that they give away parts of their game, not the parts that you should pay for. That's a cool monetization. That is the favorite. Less guilds still paying enough money to keep the servers up, I guess. Everybody is playing Final Fantasy XIV and trying to get me to play Final Fantasy XIV. I do not know if I can help Final Fantasy XIV ever. I don't have the kind of money that I can I don't have a Netflix account. I don't have the kind of money that I can throw away $10 a month. There are some months where I really had $10. A lot of months where I'm dipping into savings. Yeah, it's weird how not wanting to get too involved because I don't know. I wasn't into that game enough. I was not into Arc Age to really want the position of guild leader, where you have to go and find content or have something for other people to do. Because the idea is that someone in the guild finds things for other people in the guild to do. at least at a general basis. It'd be cooler if there wasn't like a, like my horizontal hierarchies, which is like none. Horizontal structures there where anybody can kill anyone else. Or thing there isn't really. But like, there's this thought that if you don't have the like bureau of content, or you haven't arranged your corp in such a weird way, like, that other people are like you're doing the mails and whatnot, sending out the pings and what have you, and organizing things. It falls on if those organizational structures aren't there. It kind of falls on like the leader to do that. As much as I wanted to, I don't know. I'm not a PvP kind of person. My ideal way of spending time in that game is to not go raiding other people or even like training. Even being defensive and was not into all that much. But other content maybe. I try to get people into dungeoning, but again, the margin of error was slim. Too slim. No one wanted to go dungeoning, even if it would get them like better things to make dungeoning here. Because I think the margins got better after you like completed a bunch of dungeons. The first couple that were a real grind that honestly had to like piggyback off of other guildmates get here in order to then be more useful later on. I can't even. Oh, right. I remember what they did in that game. There was some kind of... Right, they had that stupid system where you would... there was a chance to improve your weapons to the next tier of, like, level or rarity or something like that, and that was a huge money scheme. And I think they allowed for... There's, like, an item that you need. They allowed for people to just buy the item that you need to try and gear up your weapon. But damn, what that? That's what killed it for me. I think just that system existing in the first place and having to grapple with that system or terribly difficult dungeons that either someone else had to get carried through or something like that. Yeah, no, that system. I remember the one Korean streamer who played the game had his credit card moment where he was just pretty much saying the only way to win at this game is to get the good gear, and the only way to get the good gear is to gamble literal money. Because there was never, I don't think there was ever a surefire way of making sure you didn't destroy your item when you were upgrading it to the gear level. And there's like a 1% chance that the gear gets upgraded, there's a 50% chance that the gear breaks, and there's some other chances for a bunch of other things to happen. And only the very lucky were able to get the super celestial ultra deluxe weapons that they sold for a lot or were the best tier weapons. Oh boy. Yeah, that system was always scudsy to me, but I thought, as long as I can have fun and play the game otherwise, but like, here's the thing, your high tier pirates are either zerging, so there's like 10 more of them than you can ever deal with, or it's a couple of people with super high level gear that they paid to win for, and now they have your plunder, and now you're just kind of sitting there thinking about the tactics. But I have because healing in that game was fun if you were on equal footing with whatever you were facing off against, because you can out heal people. I am a fan of games where you can go shield Logi and have your healing outdo the damage that other people are doing and winning in that kind of direction. That's cool. That doesn't exist in Guild Wars, and it's my one big complaint about that. It doesn't exactly exist in Guild Wars, but you can have healing builds that do their best. But the average thing in Guild Wars can out DPS you, so you can't tank things for an unlimited amount of time. Like you can in Eve, and that is encouraged in Eve, and like you could in Arcage, and might have been encouraged in Arcage. I'm trying to remember how good of a healer I was at, and how good your top tier healers could be. Because if you know what you're doing with the chain of Logi ships, and you can keep a whole fleet alive. And that's cool. That's really fun. I had so much fun doing that. It's like my favorite thing to do at Eve. A little bit harder to do because there's not as much synergy as there is in Eve. Because like in Eve, you could have some people running 3 healing beams and capping. You got like a capacitor, which is your mana, and it recharges over time. But there's weird graphs. If your capacitor is at 20%, it recharges faster than it's at 0%. So you have incentive to not just drain your entire capacitor. So there's like a sweet spot that you got to keep it in. And if you're running 3 healing beams at the same time, then well, you're going to eventually run out of capacitor. But if you only run 2, you're going to always have extra capacitor. And maybe if you've got 5 people in logistics ships, you have 3 people running 3 healing beams each, and 2 people running 2 healing beams each. But those 2 people can also do power beams, where they can beam some of their capacitor bank to someone else who's running low because they're running 3. And like doing chains like that was always super fun, and it was always dynamic because someone might be forced out of position. You have to fly the ships back together and try and reestablish the beam. Oh, it was super fun. Oh, the tactics, it was best kind of shit Eve. It was just enough doctrine, it was just enough dynamism, it was just enough of that. I like being a force multiplier. I don't like DPS. I don't really like being a DPS. I don't really like being just a support, but like a force multiplier. Like the healing, the healing, it's playing support. I like playing support. I don't like playing as a tank and, trying to draw aggro or do anything like that. You really can't do that, but it's more of a thing in the Wars 2 and other such MMOs. Don't really like playing DPS because a lot of the times, and especially in Eve, it is, lock on the primary, fire on primary, see if we are out damaging primary, cool. If we are, he'll die soon, or nope, he's not. Switch targets to see if we can't trip up their logistics, and see who's not paying attention at the moment, and not going to call out for logistics in enough time, etc. Like you always poke and prod at the defenses to see if you can't get a couple of ships down. Make the fight go your way, but yeah, it's the whole thing. There's a lot of tact to just like Eve in general, which was really fun for me, and especially that one niche that I got good at. I'm sure there's other things in Guild Wars, but it's not the same. I can't take skills that I learned in Eve and just already be good at Guild Wars. I'm trying to, but there's a lot more support and kind of damage over time. What is it, reflecting conditions? There's a lot of condition juggling in Guild Wars 2, which is kind of cool, which is kind of how they do their support. You could take conditions off of your allies and put them onto enemies, or take them off of your allies and put them onto yourself. It's weird trying to keep people in the fight, and I'm not surprised that Guardians are weird because they play as half tank and half condition juggler. They can also do damage over time. It's cool that I liked Arcage because you could change your class at any time, and there was basically no cost to it. It was you only had you had 3 classes that you could choose at any one time. Some of them merge together well and others don't. But you could pick any 3, and as long as you leveled it up, then you could use it at the highest skill level and switch between time. That was kind of cool. Guild Wars is interesting because there is so much in between each class. I thought Guardians were going to be kind of boring. Maybe I was looking at being a tank half support. And I was thinking, well, I haven't played tank a lot. Maybe there's more to it, but you can tank as a Guardian, but you can also do some DPS as a Guardian, and you can also do support as a Guardian, you can also do keep Guardian. When it was when I kind of said things to other people and they recommended, I was like, well, alright, I'll go with it, but this sounds weird that I can't just be a straight healer. And it's interesting because there's a lot that you can do within that single class, but you cannot change out of that class per character, so that's the other thing. I like MMOs where you have one character and you don't other. Eve, you have ships. You change between the ships. You can do anything with your ships. Your character has skills, but you can. There's no reason you can't put all of the same skill onto a single character, especially now that they got rid of clone 5-act programs. Like they used to be, you didn't want to put all of your skills on the one character because that makes the clones expensive and dying costs more per time you die. And I think they got rid of that system. That's great. I like having everything on one character as best as I can. I don't have to like switch between things. Like even in Arcage, I was like, okay, I have made my healing character and gotten that up to full. What other classes could I maybe spec into and start raising the experience levels or do? I could build on that same character and it didn't need 2. 3. Guild Wars 2 has a lot of variety in the class itself, but I'm not going to be doing pure damage DPS in the Guardian build at all. It's not built for it. You can do damage over time DPS, that's cool. You can still fulfill a DPS role and both role and a healing role, but I got idiosyncrasies. Idiosyncrasies that are fun to learn about, but not to eat. No, hold on. But like I don't wanna put the time into raising a character to level 80 only to find that I don't like the idiosyncrasies. I did with my ranger character. I've gotten to maybe level 40 on that ranger character, and I'm gonna unlock some better idiosyncrasies at level 80 or max level or whatever, but like I don't know if I can get that far. I had a thief character that I just I registered. You buy in the game, you get like one free character to level 80, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna do like a rifle thief build to level 80, and got some, what is it, Deadeye or something like that. And I was able to do that, and it's cool, and I like how that one plays, and that one's it's really just pure damage, all it can really do. I don't think it can do support all that well. I think there are other builds that I need to try under the Daredevil category, because that's a class tree can do. But I haven't gone out of my way to do that because that's maybe less appealing. Figure out what kind of DPS those do, because I think they're all pure damage DPS. Boring, but like I have it because sometimes you just need pure damage DPS, especially when you've got 3 people you are playing with that all of them want to heal. Someone's gotta eventually go over to DPS, and that's the niche that I guess I'm getting into now. And hopefully I can push people another DP, whatever. Okay. 226, good gravy. Not even 230 yet, not even or close to 230. God, I'm tired. Oh my god, this takes so much out of me. I think I was good at the 8-hour mark. Hey, there's a dude in the back. There's a dude in the back and he's got VR. And he's got like hands and shit. Is he gonna throw paper and shit at me? I wonder if I should give him the achievement. I don't know, do I want to be magnanimous? My way? I'm not. Would be cool to do a thing where I just kind of sit here and, wait a mile from the finish line, and once someone connects, race over the finish line, give them that achievement. But, yeah, into the long haul there, buddy. Because I'm probably going to take a break for an hour or 2. Oh boy, not even at 2:30. And I don't know if I want to listen to that album or not. I really don't. Everything hurts. Comfortable as I'm trying to make myself. Some kind of outline. Oh, well, he's out the window, I guess. there. Cool. Someone is enjoying the ride. It is still going to be a while despite the circumstances of how I got here. Oh man. Of course, nothing but nose itching. Which is bad. Should not be touching my nose. I should probably go, like, sanitize the hands. I haven't done anything since sanitize the hands just over and over again. If the forehead starts hurting, I might just take a break at the 2-hour mark. Well, I am close to pushing the button. The emergency button. There is on it, and because that's just where it kind of naturally lies, but it's squeezy. I wonder if a backwards CHRIMBUS is in order. Let's see, sub merc, where you cheat your way to 359.9, then, or like 359, then run yourself off the road right before the end, then take the whole 8 hours backwards and just kind of sit there. Oh, that'd be kind of fun. Or fireworks. That would be fun in that less stressful kind of a way. That's not a CHRIMBUS way, but a backwards CHRIMBUS. What would a backwards CHRIMBUS be? Like the 21st of 31st, 13th. No, 30th is still like March 21st to kind of take, 12, like taking 12 the month of December, and then a day in December that you could do it 30, doing it backwards, so 03 21. The first day of March could be sub-brick, or it's CHRIMBUS, so it'd be sub-mirk. Sub-mirk, where use cheat engine to put yourself, just do a CHRIMBUS backwards. That could be fun. 8 hours, though, that's a lot. That would be fun. Unfortunately, I can't run, as I have learned, I cannot run two versions of this game at the same time, so maybe someone else would have to sit in the front or do the driving, but could be there. I don't want to disappoint this guy because he's in screensaver mode right now. I think got here straight out the window and not at much else. Cool. Like, I don't want to go take a break and then have him be like, oh, he's not driving anymore. Because I've been driving for like 10 hours now. But the forehead is slowly starting to hurt again. I can feel it coming on. I don't want to go wash my hands a bunch of different times. Easy feelings never really left. I hold out for 3 minutes. Probably. 3 minutes would get us another, but not get us a it's 4 miles is about a percentage point, which is more than 3 minutes. Oh well. Good. Well, there. Lost the whole evening. You've been lost for a while now. Adjusting. No longer seat back. Sat up. I started the game slouched. I sit up. I sit. Hold on. Nice. Oh. Oh, I can lean back. I am very leaned back right now, but I am sitting all the way up. Yeah, this is a different perspective on things. Myself, basically. I'll feel less guilty when I can't pick up. 2 minutes if I still feel like it. Like water and other things. Much speaking to myself. Would do something about that. Endurance free. And yeah, maybe for like posterity of next year, I should set up full chat in the corner so I can just know what the current dealio is, or how about you, but I think the software I use is good enough to like figure out a position in the world. Like it can, you know, going to be like, oh yeah. It is 2 hours. I would stop there. That is. Two hours into attempt number 3. There's testing in between. I'm not gonna count. If I had more space in a room, set it up so that I could just like park the bus and then walk on out. Kind of funny, just leave and see if the guy, if the person notices, like, oh, you just left the bus. Oh. Okay. Break time at the 2 hour mark. Not gonna be a long break, but breather, get out of the game world. More fun. It is 8 o'clock. Water. Water will be necessary. I'm going to go get some. Wash my hands. We can go ahead and just set this to the AFK mode. Go. And there's a message bot for 10 hours. Longest I bust. Yeah, we'll be right back. It is odd that I am doing an 8-hour-long video diary once per year. Super weird. Just kind of thinking about all that I've already talked about. What that kind of means in the full context of things, and trying to actually figure out why the hell I'm doing this still. You know, you're in the middle of something painful like this. Oh yeah, I need to like eat the rest of this brownie. Gluten-free brownie. I get these very often, and they're full of walnuts. I like them. This is not the thing that you want to eat on an empty stomach. This is like heavy dessert bad times. Oh well, last thing I ate was candy. Oh man, this New Year's is not going to be great for me. Holy shit, my dude's still in here. He didn't quit yet. Eat a brownie. That guy's a champ. I think he is someone who I don't know of who has stuck around here for the longest. God damn. Alright. Let us take the stream off of AFK mode. Alrighty. The bus noise is on. And try and adjust myself in the seat and drink some more water. Alright. Let's go. 10-minute break. Good timing. Cannot believe someone is still in here after 10 minutes. Again, when I usually sit in other people's buses, I try to screensaver it in case they're actually going to go the whole 8 hours. So like I got that in the background on. I think that guy's doing it. He might be here for the achievement. I'm willing to give it to him. Maybe not super legitimately, but in spirit legitimately. If he's willing to stick around here through the new year, I guess. And maybe he's on the West Coast. Maybe the new year isn't gonna be for him for a lot longer. Oh well, I got to, in about 45 minutes, help out with the thing. The chance that I could come back and do things, and then the New Year's thing to go through is after that. I'm already splitting up my time to get back here. That's a thing. You know what, Decel, try and CHRIMBUS on the 26th, but don't, like, wait. Even if you're, like, traveling, because, like, I really should have done this, on that Tuesday, or the Monday. Really should have done it the Monday, because I was traveling the 29th and the 30th, so I had 28th and the 27th. Really should have done it on the 27th. Had that Monday open as the be, you know, doing that, and timing could always be better. It's easier on the psyche to fail and still have enough time to try again. Yeah. What's up? Probably drink some more water. That was a piece of brownie getting caught somewhere. Not doing a good thing to the voice. But yes, that's a thing. Remember what I was about to say. Before I choked on a brownie, what the hell was I talking about? Yeah, failing with enough time to retry is way less depressing than failing with not enough time to try. Like, I really only sign up for the 8 to 9 hours, do not sign up for the 2 hours crash, 4 hours crash, then the other 4 hours technically on top of that, but like with breaks and figure out how to resume progress, which ain't super. But I'm learning about the game. I do wonder what the 5 things that the distance is referencing. Are the other 4? No, I think I know what they are. At least one of them is the distance. There's 4 other places that the distance is also used. If you try and overwrite the values, it just overwrites it because it's referencing a different value. Oh. Like not quite as extreme of a band name as some other band names I've heard of, like Honey Pot Psyop or I'm trying to remember the other weird band names that I've made up in the past, or other people that I know have made up in the past that are weird. Oh, what was that one good one? Oh, I'm trying to remember. I know my sister has the list somewhere. Yeah, if you do 4 2-hour sprints with a 10-minute break, I'm done in 9 hours. 10 hour, 10-minute break in between. You really only need the 30 minutes of the break. I feel like you can do a little bit more than 10 minutes. So you only, this is a 9-hour commitment. This should only be a 9-hour commitment. Here we are at hour 10. Trying to tell myself it's okay for failing at this game so hard. Challenge is completely self-indulgence. There's no one else you need to impress here. There's no achievement that you need to get that is algorithmically tracked. Just your own feelings, and that's the thing. I don't feel like I've completed it. I've completed CHRIMBUS, yes, so here we are. Say all the words. Gates, please. Good boy. Yeah, no, here we be. We do. And I don't want to go back. Okay, there's another question about how to score a CHRIMBUS. Procrastination. Procrastination score is how many time zones have gotten into the new year without a CHRIMBUS. Because the CHRIMBUS has to bring in the new year, so you could really finish it on, I'm trying to think, like the 30th, so that there's a good, like, 24-hour period where all the rest of the time zones then enter the new year, having that happen after a CHRIMBUS. So I don't remember like the first time zone that enters the new year and what time that happens at this time. We are GMT -5, but the date starts at like GMT -12, right? Or isn't there that one spot in the Pacific that reaches into like GMT minus 12.5? I bet there's something weird like that, but okay, 12 hours before. So like noon on the 31st is when the first time zone enters. So when I was starting my second run, I'd already failed for at least one time zone on Earth. Next 4 to 8. Actually, yeah, after that, the next time zone also failed too, because it would have taken me 9 hours, the hour of the time zone that I had just failed in, plus the next 8 that total amount. Are there only 24 time zones on the Earth? I think it's 4-hour clock, but there's like half time zones too. Probably a bunch, but yeah, the idea is of those 24 hours, you lose time zone that enters the new year. I'm currently wondering what to, because like, was it GM9 Pacific Coast or -8 Pacific Coast? So there's really only -9. And -11, -12, so I'd only get CHRIMBUS in 4 time zones. A quarter of the Earth is spared from the curse of not doing a CHRIMBUS to if I get this done by the Pacific time zone. I don't think I can say. I'm trying to think of what. Okay, if it's GMT plus 5, then yeah, the London already in the. Yeah, I think that would be it. Super. Yeah, GMT plus 5 would be. It is 8 now? 8:30. Yeah, it is to the hour 8. Meaning that I have lost in London at GMT time and GMT minus 1. And I will lose GMT minus 1 in about 20 minutes. So trying to save the rest of everything from the curse of CHRIMBUS, I think we're going to save my time zone. Might be able to keep the Pacific Coast time zone, but it's going to be a struggle. Maybe I can get mountain time. I'm trying to think of like how much actual time I need to spend on this. 140 miles. 1 hour, 45 more miles. What's that at, like 290? And the 45 is 335, and so 3 hours. I don't know. I'm going to keep going until maybe only like another 15. Food that I need to make sure is taken out of it. Otherwise, it's prepared correctly. Someone else is watching it. Like, double check. Or help out just in case. But at 45 is when that is approximately supposed to be. So 8. Okay, so 7 minutes ahead there. Like 2:40 on that clock. To drop what I am doing for a bit. Probably keep me busy until 9. Maybe after 9 I'll throw in another hour. One from that. 2 more hours to 11, and then 9 to celebrate. That's gonna be weird. Essentially celebrating the new year and sitting around for an hour. Being that close to the end. Like, at that point I'm gonna be, after dinner and after 2 hours, I'm probably gonna be above 300 miles. Which is always when I'm like, it's only an hour more to go, let's just go, let's just get it done. But it's more like 45 miles. emissions, efficiencies. Here with nothing else to do. The sun's going down again. We'll have my night travel. That'll be kind of good. Get it one little bit at a time, I guess. But the forehead is sore again. The forehead's sore again, but I gotta go until 2:40 at least. Where's that? 17 minutes. 16 minutes. Yes, we will just do that. Still need to drive my actual car so the battery doesn't go dead. I'm noticing the little voltometer there, and it's like, hey, battery's rated 20 volt. Here down the gauge goes from here. Is that like a tire pressure gauge? Not tire pressure gauge? I guess on old buses like this they'd have it. Oh, no. Is that all of them, or I don't want to like lean in. Oh, yeah, let's close it. Breathe. I guess I have to read that. Who knows? There's a lot of switches and flippers and shit. Go off. There, that's the thing on that. It's really low air. Lamp. Left and right turn indicators. Emission oil. I feel like there's two oil gauges for transmission. Or other motor oil, perhaps? Oils? Is the transmission fat? Hot and heavy and needs to slip around? How do bus work? Now, what's that whale with a kilt on it? I guess there's other stickers that I need to figure out. MR. Dude is still back there. He's in it for the long haul, it seems. Longest I've had to do to ride the bus, I think, of anyone. Like going on 30 minutes at this point. But in a cheapo, I will, unless your game crashes, I think I'm not gonna be crash, but do what I can do. I'll try to do. Ooh, today is a very unhealthy day for me. I should probably get like an orange juice or some vitamins. Gotta do better. Probably on the dinner break that's gonna start at about 2:45, like actually a balanced full in. On 7 minutes bed. 3-4. Really shouldn't go at 38 or 40. Should go for the full 45. think the next 8 minutes are gonna be kind of quiet as I just as far as I close the. Quick look to see that. Nope, I'm all good. Oh, I didn't close something. Definitely. All accounted for. Low in the sky, and by the time I am done with it, it did not break. Should be nighttime, should be fun driving, and we'll see what happens. Do not think I'm going to finish by New Year's in my time zone. Cool. Almost 250. Not 250, no, that is not almost 260, it is almost 2. It looks like I'm going to get to 250 for the break. 110 miles, which is 2 hours. Just a little bit on top of that. 2 hours, 10. Thinking that, can I knock it out before? It's gonna be a race. I'm gonna hate it. But it's going to be a challenge. I might be able to get it before midnight. It's gonna be close, and I'm not gonna like how close it's gonna be. But, yeah, if I can throw together the quick dinner and eat it pretty quickly, maybe get 2.5 hours in, that might do it. Oh, that is gonna be ball-bustingly close, though. I might get it before midnight. I'm probably gonna set an alarm for myself for like 10 minutes before the ball drops and miss most of the party, and who cares? I don't know. The interacting with cool, actual people more important. The self-actualized goals you set for yourself. Like so on, I'm getting paranoid about the equipment not being, for whatever reason. Is the door closed so that people don't have to hear me call it? Oh, I'm pretty sure I did. Heck, yeah, it's off. Quit doubting yourself. The anxieties come back in different interesting ways, but now it's fine. We're fine. Ooh, it's gonna be a close one though. Alright, 5 more minutes. 5 times 3/4 of a mile, 15 over 4, a little less than 4 miles. No, go to the New Year's thing. There are other traditions that you follow and others that are the food eating black-eyed peas to bring in good luck in the new year. And well, if you're gonna fail a CHRIMBUS, you're gonna have to get some extra black-eyed. Nearly 2.2 miles till 253 is when I'm going to have to quit for the dinner time, and yeah, I have the introspection bucket. It's been 10 hours. I'm surprised I had that much to go over. 38 was when the clock's like 3 or 4 minutes ahead. Go over to the left lane. Back. Yep, 4 minutes. No, do 38 so you can slow down and brake and all that going. Yeah. Oh, I've officially shut myself up. Can't think of anything. And not much to say, because, you know, to go do the thing on aim for a long. But I'm not here to make entertainment. I'm here to complete a challenge and have a recording of said challenge that I've. In some due course, and hopefully things are ready when people say they're ready. We'll find out. It might be like 30 minutes. Almost to 2:55, and I'll drop it on 2:55. One more mile. It's gonna be more than 1 more minute, so I'm gonna go over 38 of that. I don't care. Whatever. When I feel like I am stopping, I will be stopping. It feels like now. It should be. Wait a little. There's one. Yeah, we'll count it down there. It would be nice to end at 260 and have 100 miles to go, but we are ending it. And yeah, I'm going all the way at 255. Why not? I'm already here. Gee, that's that sunk fallacy. Away. Alright, slow this truck. Go ahead and full bits. It takes a full 1/10 of a mile to brake or accelerate, I guess. But alright. This is going to be put things here. We'll have an idea of what I'm doing. Going to put the AFK screen. In streamer time. Okay. Yeah, that game's exhausting, and it's 5 minutes to hour 11. I'll have 2 more hours to go at a minimum. Probably 3, probably more. Oh well, is just a sec anymore. Just a few minutes, maybe. This is just a few. A little bit more accurate, not just a second. Right. I'm going to feed myself well, hydrate, take a long break. I was sorely expecting to be done by now, and